001 O'Hara Incident, named Xian Yu. See Circle Calendar in 1500, West Blue O'Hara Island was gradually reduced to ruins under the roar of artillery fire. Thousands of ordinary people on the entire island, under Marine's justice, no bones left. Only an 8-year-old girl was left behind, carrying the title of Son of the Devil and the crime of destroying 8 Marine warships, and escaped. In the history of O'Hara, only the embarrassed little footprints are left. What no one knew was that on that night, an icy blue meteor streaked across the dark starry sky and fell to the ground. Day 2. East Blue, Seymour's Hiji Village. The orange-red sunlight slowly rises from the sea of East Blue as if it has just taken a bath from the East Blue. The morning wind blew across the sea, swept up layers of ripples, and the orange-red sunlight jumped between the waves of the sea, awakening the entire Seymour's Hiji Village. On the quiet stone pavement, I occasionally think of a few roosters. Slowly, the roofs of people's houses next to the blue stone path began to rise one after another. The whole Seymour's Hiji Village gradually became lively. At the same time, the largest kendo in Seymour's Hiji Village was present, and the door of Ishin Dojo slowly opened. The figure of a squinting youth wearing round-rimmed glasses came out from the morning sunlight. After a long stretch of his body that he had just woken up from, Kojiro's squinting eyes under the lens were slightly bent, indicating that the master was in a good mood at this time. "Oh, the weather is good today, those stinky boys should come to the dojo in a while, right? Well, decided to clean up first, eh?" Kojiro, who was talking to himself, was taken aback for a moment. As far as I could see, not far from the gate of the dojo, a water-blue baby swaddle was lying there quietly. Without thinking much, Kojiro, who was slightly stunned, quickly put down the broom he just picked up, ran to the swaddling clothes in 3 steps and 2 steps quickly, crouched down and picked up the swaddling clothes lying on the ground. "There's actually a baby inside." Kojiro recognized it the moment he picked up the swaddle. "I don't know who is so mad, putting such a small baby on such a cold road, and I don't know if the child is okay." While complaining about the person who left the child, Kojiro opened the swaddle and saw a sleeping baby boy. Looking at the baby boy who didn't look any different, Kojiro was obviously relieved. "You little guy is lucky, hey?" As he was talking, Kojiro suddenly noticed something next to the baby boy's small arm in the swaddling. Kojiro stretched out his hand curiously and gently took it out from under the baby boy's lotus root-like arm. Looking closely, it was actually a piece of blue jade the size of a goose egg. Inside the jade, there were 2 large characters that seemed to be formed naturally. "Xian Yu. It seems that the back of your little guy is not simple. However, we will talk about this later, so from today onwards, you will be called Xian Yu." As he spoke, Kojiro looked at the swaddling baby boy. "No, maybe it should be called Xian Yu now." Kojiro's squinting eyes were even more crooked. "Xian Yu, in the future, you will definitely be the best person to inherit my kendo." At this moment, a small child with navy blue hair who looked at most about 2 years old walked out of the dojo. When he saw the baby in Kojiro's arms, a surprised smile appeared on his face. Trotted in front of Kojiro, the little girl thought hard about her feet, as if she wanted to see the baby in her father's arms, and said excitedly at the same time, "Father, this is..." Seeing Kuina's eager little eyes, Kojiro crouched down with a smile, handed the infant Xian Yu to Kuina's little hand, and said with a smile, "Kuina, Xian Yu will be your younger brother from now on, be sure to take good care of your younger brother." Kuina looked at the happy smile on her father's face that she had never seen before, and was stunned for a moment. Then she didn't think much, and also looked at the baby in her arms with happy eyes. Violently nodded his little head, his cute little face was full of serious expressions, and he assured, "Yes. Father, I will definitely take good care of my brother." Then he looked down at the little baby in the swaddle in his hand, and muttered, "Xian Yu, et." In the swaddle, the little baby seemed to feel Kuina's assurance in his sleep, with a lovely smile on his white and tender face. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 years passed in a flash. In the Ishin dojo, many people are training with bamboo swords, sweating like rain. There are adults, there are children, and even the uncle of the security officer in the village is training hard in the dojo. This world is not safe. Above the sea, pirates are rampant. There is no harm in learning a little more life-saving skills. At this time, Kojiro was dressed as he was 10 years ago, wearing a suit of kendo field, squinting his eyes and hanging a pair of large round glasses, kneeling on the wooden steps, smiling and looking at the kendo field intense training situation. It's just that compared to 10 years ago, at this time Kojiro, a wrinkle has unknowingly climbed on his forehead. 002 is such a stinky brother. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation ticket. Compared to 10 years ago, at this time, Kojiro had a wrinkle on his forehead unknowingly. At this moment, a shout instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the dojo. Kuina! I'm going to challenge you. I won't lose this time. Listening to this familiar word, the others who were training happily stopped their training and looked in the direction from which the voice came. Then I saw an 8-year-old boy with a green algae head, holding 2 bamboo knives in both hands, and loudly declared to Kuina, who was already slim at this time. They couldn't help but gather together as if watching a good show, and joked with kindness. Yo, Zoro is here to challenge Kuina again today. Counting this time today, how many times has Zoro challenged? More than 1,500? Or more than 1,600? Zoro, do your best today, you can definitely beat Kuina. Ha ha ha. Hearing the ridicule of the brothers around, Zoro, holding the bamboo sword in both hands, roared at them angrily. No road race. It must be me who will win today. I'm the man who wants to become the world's greatest swordsman. However, Zoro's roar didn't get everyone's approval, and everyone laughed even more. Humph! Seeing that the surrounding senior brothers didn't believe what he said, Zoro snorted angrily, and then ignored these people, but turned his eyes to the girl in front of him, revealing unprecedented persistence in his eyes. As the challenged party, Kuina held her forehead helplessly, looked at the little Zoro in front of her speechlessly, said speechlessly. Hey! This is the 1825th challenge to me since you joined the gym. You were the loser in the previous challenge. However, you came here to play in the gym 2 years ago, and you were defeated by that guy Xian Yu. Why didn't you challenge him, but ran over to challenge me? Did that guy give you some ecstasy soup? Hearing Kuina's words, a figure instantly appeared in Zoro's mind. With long sky blue hair, ruby red eyes, and always neat and clean clothes, the already slender figure is perfectly set off. This is a boy who is more aristocratic than a true world aristocrat. This is the common evaluation of everyone in the dojo for Kojiro's adopted son, Kuina's younger brother, and everyone's senior brother. Returning to his senses, Zoro shouted to Kuina. Stop talking. That guy Xian Yu said that you are the only one who can defeat him. If I can defeat you, it means that I also have the strength to defeat that guy Xian Yu. You are all blocking the way for me to realize my ambition, so before I become the world's greatest swordsman, I must defeat you, Kuina. Accept my challenge. With that said, Zoro is ready to fight. Seeing this, Kuina raised her eyebrows, and then said viciously. So that guy Xian Yu gave me the trouble? It's a stinky brother. After speaking, Kuina put away her helpless expression, held a bamboo knife in both hands, and also assumed a fighting stance. Her cute little face was also full of serious expression, and she stared at Zoro on the opposite side, saying, although I'm a little unhappy with that stinky brother's behavior of throwing the blame, but it is also my dream to become the world's largest swordsman. Only in this regard, I will never give in easily. So, Zoro, prepare to fail your 1825th challenge. Hearing this, Zoro roared in dissatisfaction. long-winded. I must win this time. After that, Zoro rushed towards Kuina. The two soon fought once, and the gymnasium instantly remembered the sound of dense bamboo swords crashing. Snapped. 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 The apprentices around the theater were also discussing with great interest at this time. Hey, you say, how many moves Zoro can hold in Kuina's hands this time? I guess I can hold on to at least 50 moves. After all, Zoro's monster-like strength, we are only masters in the entire gym, Kuina and Xianyu can easily block it, we can't beat this little guy at all. Well, I think it's the same, but then again, Brother Xianyu's kendo qualifications are really enviable. I don't see Brother Xianyu training on weekdays. In the case of practicing the piano in the forest, only the master and Kuina in the entire gym can defeat the little Brother Xianyu, which is a terrible qualification. Yet. But unfortunately, Brother Xianyu seems to like music more and doesn't work much in kendo, otherwise, even Miss Kuina, who is the same genius in kendo, might not be a match for Brother Xianyu. Well, yes, I think so too, what a pity. The surrounding discussions also reached the ears of Kojiro, who was sitting on his knees and was also paying attention to this challenge. Also remembering the boy who looked like a noble boy, Kojiro's face involuntarily showed a proud look, but then he seemed to think of something, and he couldn't help shaking his head and smiled bitterly. At this moment, the door of the dojo was slowly pushed open, and a slender figure walked in with a violin case on his back. In an instant, the eyes of everyone in the dojo involuntarily turned towards the figure who walked in. Some people are born destined to emit dazzling light, all the time and unconsciously, attracting everyone's attention. 003 The Perfect Boy. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation ticket. The young man who walked in was most notable for his ruby red eyes and his long sky blue hair that day. It's just that today, the boy's long sky blue hair is tied up at the back of his head, he is wearing a small wine red suit, wearing pure white short sleeves, a dark blue handkerchief around his neck, and a slender and neat lower body. Black trousers. Coupled with the violin case on his back, the whole person exudes a literary temperament. He is exactly the master of the dojo that everyone talked about just now, Xianyu. With a gentle smile on his face, Xianyu walked in from the gate. Along the way, as Xianyu approached, everyone's voices gradually became smaller unconsciously, and finally stopped talking and watched Xianyu walk towards Kojiro. Everyone unconsciously set aside for Xianyu. A road. They, like soldiers and subjects standing on both sides, watched the king leave. Although Xianyu smiled at them during the process, they still dared not make any presumptuous actions. Xianyu seems to be used to their attitude and eyes, and doesn't care much. Going straight to Kojiro, Xianyu bowed slightly to say hello. Master. Kojiro looked at this one who was raised by himself, and was full of emotion in his heart. Whether it is talent, strength, temperament, or temperament, they are so perfect that they can't pick out any faults. Looking back on all the experiences in most of my life, I found that no one can compare with it. This young man in front of him is simply a truly perfect person. As for the words of other apprentices in the dojo, such as wasting kendo talent and strength below Kuina, Kojiro just laughed. Waste kendo talent? Strength under Kuina? Hehe. Kojiro wouldn't believe it himself if he hadn't seen the young man in front of him searching for inspiration with his own eyes. How amazing and brilliant the young man in front of him is. And now, even Kojiro himself doesn't know how strong the young man in front of him is. Regarding Xianyu's greetings, Kojiro squinted, smiled and nodded, then looked at the time and asked in surprise. Why did you come back so early today? Xianyu has always held an attitude of gratitude and respect towards Kojiro, so when he heard Kojiro's question, Xianyu didn't hide anything and replied directly. My strength has reached a bottleneck, and I can't increase my training outside, so I came back. Strength has reached the bottleneck. Kojiro looked at Xianyu thoughtfully, then nodded, as if he understood something. Said, "Is that so?" When Kojiro was about to say something, bang! A loud noise came, and everyone's eyes couldn't help but follow the sound. Just when I saw Zoro slammed to the ground, the 2 bamboo knives in his hand were smashed to the side. Zoro touched the buttocks that seemed to be broken into 8 pieces, looked at Kuina with dissatisfaction and said loudly, "Damn it! Next time I will definitely beat you." When Kuina was about to say something, she noticed the extra figure in the dojo, so she ignored Zoro and walked towards Xianyu angrily. Coming to Xianyu's side, Kuina approached Xianyu's cheek with a puffy face and said viciously, "Good, you stinky brother. You made Zoro target me and challenge me every day. This is the 1826th time. Where is your conscience? Will it not hurt? Is there such a fool as you are? Ah!" Seeing the little face getting closer and closer to me, when it was almost sticking face to face, Xianyu suddenly stretched out his hand, stroked Kuina's little head gently, and smiled. "Isn't that Kuina, you are more powerful than me? Let junior brother Zoro aim at the strong and keep going. This is for junior brother Zoro. Besides, fighting often is also beneficial to improving your swordsmanship, Kuina, isn't it? Call my sister." Kuina subconsciously retorted, and only then did he notice that Xianyu was touching his head like a child, jumping back and escaping Xianyu's magic claws, and then looked at Xian humbly. "You, Dao. Humph, I'll make excuses." He said so in his mouth, but in reality, as Xianyu said, his swordsmanship has indeed improved a lot in battles. But these, Kuina will never admit it. Especially in front of this stinky brother. She must maintain the majesty that her elder sister should have. So Shui Lingling's big eyes turned, and he directly changed the topic and said, "Stinky brother, your kendo talent is so good, why don't you work hard? Don't you want to be a world-famous great swordsman at all?" Xianyu smiled, a strange smile appeared in his ruby-red eyes, and said with a smile, "Isn't there Kuina you? In the future, when you become the world's greatest swordsman, wouldn't it be enough to protect me? Who made you so powerful, Kuina?" After speaking, without waiting for what Kuina was saying, he continued, "Okay Kuina, I'm going to take a shower. The sweat all over my body may really become smelly after a while." After saying that, he turned around and nodded to Kojiro, then walked to the lounge at the back. Until then, Kuina hummed unhappily, "I want to call my sister." Really? After that, he turned around and started training again. 004 Xianyu. Regarding the friendly exchange between Kuina and Xianyu, Kojiro sat on his knees with a smile on his face, and made no comments. Even, for this scene, Kojiro is very happy to see it happen. After all, no one knows better than himself how excellent this young man looks like. If Xianyu can walk with his daughter Kuina in the future, he, as a father, will really wake up with a smile every day. After all, fat water doesn't flow to outsiders' fields. In addition, Kuina and Xianyu grew up together since childhood, and this layer of childhood sweetheart relationship. Kojiro actually thinks there is still a high possibility of this happening. Not to mention Kojiro's dirty thoughts in his squinting heart, the dojo at this time returned to its previous state of lively sword training with Xianyu's departure. However, the topic of communication among the apprentices in the dojo gradually became Xianyu. Brother Xianyu is worthy of being the face of our Seymour's Hiji village. He looks even more handsome today. Yet, I don't know if the little girls in the village know that the Prince Charming, Xianyu, who they have been thinking about, has returned so early today. Will they be sad and cry when they wait on the road in vain in the evening? Ha ha ha. Hey! Don't talk about those who don't have some. Have you noticed that little brother Xianyu's aura is so strong? That's right. Brother Xianyu just walked by as usual, but every time I face brother Xianyu, my body can't help but become restrained. It's so weird. That's right. Actually, I think that Xian Yu is more like a king than a nobleman. Yet, he wants to be an emperor. A real emperor. Emperor? Really or not? I'm afraid you haven't even seen the king of the most famous Goya kingdom in our East Blue. What are you talking about here? Go. Who says I haven't seen it? At this time, Zoro, the green algae head, picked up the bamboo sword that fell on the ground again, and started training frantically. However, once again feeling the temperament from Xian Yu, Zoro couldn't help thinking. Is that man really weaker than Kuina? The same question is exactly what Kuina is thinking about at this time. But thinking about the several battles between Xian Yu and himself in the past, after each battle, Xian Yu's panting and embarrassed appearance couldn't be faked at all. Humph! I will definitely become the world's greatest swordsman. Kuina's eyes narrowed, and the movement of waving the bamboo knife was even sharper. Women are inherently weaker than men, and their physical fitness is destined for women to be unable to become great swordsmen. However, his father's words came to mind once again, making Kuina's heart weigh a big mountain. At the same time, recalling the previous battle with Zoro, and clearly feeling Zoro's terrifying progress, Kuina clenched the bamboo sword's hands unknowingly, and her little face was full of unwillingness. No. I will never give up my goal of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Now, this is not only my dream, but I also want to protect that stinky brother. Since the stinky brother doesn't like kendo, then his safety will be guarded by my elder sister. Only by becoming the world's #1 swordsman will I be able to protect my stinky brother, let him study music carefree and pursue his dreams. Only this point, I will never give up. On the other side, Xian Yu was already lying comfortably in the open-air bath, with his back against the smooth marble, completely relaxed. Looking up at the same sky as in the previous life, he muttered. Unconsciously, it's been almost 10 years since I came to this world. I don't know where this is in this world. Where is Robin now? Yes, Xian Yu is not actually from this world. In his previous life, he was an orphan, also because of his long sky blue hair and ruby-red pupils, he has been scorned since he was a child. He was precocious and began to despair of that world. Until later, he accidentally saw the anime One Piece on TV on the street, and saw the little girl in the anime who had an amazingly similar life experience to himself, Nicole. Robin. After experiencing despair again and again, after the story of stubbornly living for the dream, Xian Yu in the previous life has renewed hope for life. Ignoring the strange eyes of people around him, Xian Yu gradually became a child of others and a musical genius through unremitting efforts. At the age of 16, he became a peerless genius of the Capital Conservatory of Music, a grand master of various musical instruments. Coupled with the aristocratic temperament that gradually revealed on his body, Xian Yu in his previous life became the Prince Charming of the entire music industry in one fell swoop, and was sought after by countless people. However, only Xian Yu's dormitory close friends know that Prince Charming, who shocked the entire music industry, has an unknown past and an anime avatar that he has always loved. Later, after swiping Robin in One Piece from his mobile phone again, Xian Yu fell asleep, but after waking up, he realized that he had become a baby and came to the real One Piece world. At the same time, what surprised him even more was that Xian Yu found a system called 300 Heroes Inheritance bound in his mind. Xian Yu knew that, he also came with cheat. And the girl in my memory, Nicole Robin, let him protect her this time. Asterisk. 005 Chapter 300 Hero Inheritance System. A hint from the system Chiguakuo. However, on the vast ocean, finding a person is no different from finding a needle, and it is equally as difficult as reaching the sky. In addition, Robin's ability to hide from childhood in order to survive in memory made Xian Yu's plan to find someone even more difficult, and finally he had to give up the plan to go to sea immediately. Xian Yu plans to wait a few years before Robin arrives at Alabasta before heading out to sea again. This matter can't be rushed, Xian Yu, who was lying in the open-air bath, muttered to himself, then stretched out his hand and picked up a piece of jade hanging on his chest. Through the sunlight, the word Xian Yu is particularly dazzling in the jade. Xian Yu's expression is a bit complicated. However, what happened to this jade? In the last life, this was the only thing that stayed with me after I was born. I thought it was proof of my life experience in the last life. I just didn't expect it to come to this world with me. What the hell is this? For a time, various thoughts appeared in Xian Yu's mind. While Xian Yu was thinking about it, a mechanical sound suddenly came from his mind, interrupting Xian Yu's thinking. Remind host, according to the agreement, the 10-year deadline is approaching, and you need to find the first inheritor. Listening to the urging system voices in his mind these days, Xian Yu came back to his senses and answered again helplessly. Don't worry, I won't break my promise. This is the third time the system has urged today. The system in Xian Yu's mind is called the 300 Heroes Inheritance System, which has been bound since he first came to this world nearly 10 years ago. As the name suggests, this system has a legacy left by 300 heroes. And the 300 heroes themselves are from different worlds. In the system, the higher the hero ranking, the stronger the inheritance. However, before these inheritances met the inheritors, even Xian Yu himself could not know the specific identities and rankings of these heroes. However, unlike other systems in previous web articles, the system Xian Yu is bound to has no so-called tasks. At the same time, there is no so-called master-servant relationship between Xian Yu and the system, but a similar cooperation relationship. Xian Yu needs to find a successor for the system in the whole world, at least one every 10 years. Xian Yu, the system host, can enjoy a free hero inheritance. At the same time, after finding 5 inheritors, he will get another inheritance opportunity. That is to say, Xian Yu can accept inheritance multiple times, but other inheritors can only accept it at most once. It is worth mentioning that this so-called inheritance does not directly accept all the power from the inheritance hero, but turns all the abilities of the inheritance hero into seeds and integrates them into the body of the inheritor. As for the ability seeds in the body to fully bloom, most of them require the step-by-step training of the inheritors before they can accept the fusion. But there are also a small number of special ones, because of the inheritance hero's character or strength or some other factors. If you want to really get what abilities, you need some special means. As for how to select the inheritor, the system does not give a specific method, but only says that when the icon of the inheriting hero in the system lights up, it means that the inheritor of the hero has appeared. At the same time, the system will also give a specific location, then Xian Yu needs to find it. The detection range of the system is only 100 nautical miles. And Xian Yu, the inheritance accepted for the first time, is the Queen of Ice from the world of Zanmei, Ace Day. Hero ranking, 261. Xian Yu said. System, open the personal panel. As Xian Yu's voice fell, a virtual panel that only Xian Yu could see appeared in front of him. Host, Xian Yu. Age, 9, already 10. Heritage Heroes, Ice Queen, Aces. Hero ranking, 261st. Ability, 1, the power of ice, the essence of demons, skill inheritance, 100%. Second, sword skills, great swordsman swordsmanship, skill inheritance, 100%. Third, practical experience, skill inheritance, 100%. Fourth, torture skills, skill inheritance, 0%. Hero inheritance, 80%. Strength, equivalent to Marine Admiral strength. At the bottom of these introductions, there is a line of congratulations from the system. Congratulations, host, it took less than 10 years to have an Admiral of Headquarters level combat power. When Xian Yu saw the system's suggestion, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he scolded softly. If this guy becomes a real businessman, he will definitely be the least attentive one. Ha ha ha. P.S. Humble author, ask for flowers online, ask for monthly ticket, ask for evaluation ticket, be more cheeky, ask for a reward asterisk. 006 The First Inheritor, The Teachings of Kojiro. After laughing and teasing the system, Xianyu abruptly stood up from the open-air bath. Countless crystal water droplets slowly flowed down Xianyu's slender body, and the warm sunlight reflected on the way, illuminating Xianyu's 8 faint abdominal muscles. On Xianyu's left middle finger, he wears a white star ring, which is as bright as a pure jade ring. The word 0 is even more noticeable. However, Xianyu at this time was obviously not thinking about these things. The First Inheritor. As Xianyu walked out of the bath and wiped his body, he looked at the 300 Heritage Heroes group given by the system in his mind at this time, a hero ranking above the A-Stay Heritage he accepted once again. Flickering. But it only flickered 10 times and then went out again. Oh, it flashed 10 times this time? And it's more dazzling than the previous few times. It seems that something has changed in Kuina's heart. Yes, Xianyu is not in a hurry because the 10-year contract with the system is so close, it is because he has already locked down the first target. And the inheritance pattern in the system started to flicker a year ago, and until today, not only has it flickered more often than ever, but also more dazzling than ever. It seems that Kuina is only one last step away from fully awakening the inheritance. Then let me help you this time, Kuina, sister. If Kuina knew that her stinky brother actually called her sister in her heart, she would be shocked, right? You know, in the past, no matter what the circumstances, Xianyu, the stinky brother who was 2 years younger than her, always treated her like taking care of her younger sister. In the eyes of some uninformed people, Xianyu is like a brother in terms of height and behavior, so there are often some words Kuina really has a good brother into Kuina's ears. Kuina often gets gassy because of this. I always feel that my majesty as a sister-sama has been seriously lost. This is why he always emphasizes to be called sister in front of Xianyu. Thinking of the girl who always cared about the title of sister, Xianyu couldn't help but put on a warm smile. At this time, Xianyu had put on a neat set of clothes again. The upper body is a white shirt, and the lower body is also new snow-white suit pants. The outermost is a white trench coat with red trim, under the breeze, a few pink sakura flowers blow. The hem of his clothes and Xianyu's long sky-blue hair fluttered together. Xianyu looked up and saw the sun in the sky above his head. Count the time, Kuina, Zoro, and the others are almost at noon break? It looks like it's time to prepare some refreshments. While talking to himself, Xianyu left the bath and walked towards the kitchen. After a few minutes, Xianyu walked into the dojo with a large ceramic plate containing a plate of desserts, a pot of tea and 3 teacups, and went straight to Kojiro. Putting down the ceramic plate in his hand, Xianyu lifted the teapot and poured tea trees into the 3 teacups. Master, please. Kojiro took the tea, looked at the time, and smiled at Xianyu, who was sitting beside him watching Kuina training in the dojo, saying, "Hey, I didn't expect it to be noon." At this time, Xianyu, who was still watching Kuina's training, suddenly said, "Master, I wonder if you have time to fight with me." When Kojiro heard Xianyu's words, he didn't have any surprises, as if he had known it for a long time. After taking a sip of tea, Kojiro said, "Can. Your strength has reached a bottleneck, do you want to break through the bottleneck through fierce battles?" Xianyu nodded. But what he didn't say is that this time, it is also to help Kuina completely light up the inheritance. Seeing Xianyu nodding, Kojiro laughed, and said, "He, speaking, Xianyu, your kendo talent is really the best I've ever seen in my life. 2 years ago, at the age of 8, you were able to hear the breath of all things. I haven't played against each other for 2 years. Even I don't know how far you have grown." Even so, there was no anger or jealousy on Kojiro's face, but instead a look of pride and pride. Masters don't have to be self-effacing, and, masters, will always be Xianyu's masters, this will not change. Xianyu said seriously. Hearing this, the squinting Kojiro's smiling face showed a hint of relief. Then he taught. Xianyu, you are very good in all aspects, even in terms of strength, even I can't see through. However, as a master, I still have to say something. As a swordsman, sometimes, you need a pure and indomitable mind. Although I don't know the reason, I can still see that there are too many things in your heart. However, with your character, I won't advise you to put all of these down. If you want to pursue the real peak of Kendo, let them be the driving force for your growth. The real top swordsman has the power to cut everything, but at the same time he has something that he can never cut. Asterisk. 007 from Xianyu's Serious Black Belly. Possessing the power to sever everything, but at the same time has something that he can never sever, right? Xianyu pondered silently. Although he has truly inherited all the strengths of Ace Day, and is also a real great swordsman, if he really talks about the perception of the way of the sword, he is still far behind. And this gap is not in talent, but in the accumulation of long years. Kojiro on the side looked at Xianyu's thoughtful appearance and couldn't help but smile. He knew that Xianyu would definitely understand the meaning of his words, and this time would not be long. In this regard, Kojiro is convinced. Afterwards, Kojiro stood up, ignoring Xianyu who was thinking, and shouted to the other apprentices in the kendo hall who were still training intensely. Okay, let's go here this morning, everyone go back to rest. Hearing Kojiro's voice, the apprentices stopped, turned around and bowed slightly to Kojiro, and then walked out while talking. Goodbye teacher. Today's time flies so fast. I'm working hard. I didn't expect the morning time to end. Hey, I'm not telling you guys, I feel like I've made a lot of progress. From this point of view, it won't be long before I can become a legendary swordsman. Wake up, it's not dark. Goodbye, brother Xianyu. A faint smile appeared on Xianyu's face again, and he nodded to several people. At this time, Kojiro also turned around and walked towards the back of the gym. Just when everyone was almost gone, a series of beating sounds sounded again in the dojo. Snapped. 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 Xianyu heard the sound and looked, and sure enough, he saw Kuina and Zoro, still holding bamboo swords, attacking the dummies in the gym frantically. Xianyu could not help but say hello. Kuina, Zoro, come and take a break with a glass of water. However, the moment Xianyu's voice fell, he was met with two firm rejections. Call my sister. Do not want. Xianyu smiled helplessly. At this moment, Xianyu heard footsteps behind him. Turning his head to look, he saw Kojiro walking over with two daggers in his hands. Xianyu, shall we go? Xianyu nodded, but then turned to look at Kuina, who was madly slashing at the dummy with sweat on his cheeks. Xianyu turned his head and apologized to Kojiro. Sorry, can you wait a moment, teacher, and I'll bring some water to Kuina. Hearing this, Kojiro, who was squinting, was taken aback for a moment, and then he also looked at Kuina, who was still training. Even when he saw the sweat, his whole body was almost soaked with sweat, and even Kojiro could faintly see Kuina's slightly trembling arm. At the same time that he couldn't bear it, Kojiro also showed a look of pity on his face. Obviously possessing extraordinary talent, possessing unbearable persistence for ordinary people, possessing love and sincerity for kendo, but as a daughter, she is destined to not go very far in kendo. Kendo is so cruel. Kojiro nodded at Xianyu, then turned around and waited for Xianyu. And this, isn't it unbearable for his own daughter? Xianyu got Kojiro's permission and walked towards Kuina with the tray. Her face was covered in sweat, but she still refused to admit defeat. Kuina, who was exercising frantically, heard the familiar footsteps behind her, and she already knew that it was her stinky brother coming over. However, Kuina did not stop training, and still swung the knife quickly. Xian Yu came to Kuina with the tray, bent down and put down the tray, picked up a glass of water, and said jokingly, "Kuina, if you keep practicing like this without resting, maybe your dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman is about to cry. Call my sister." Kuina couldn't help but subconsciously stop swinging the knife, turned her head and retorted loudly at Xian Yu. "Also, what nonsense are you talking about? My dream must always be a smile." "Absolutely." However, Xian Yu still smiled and said, "But if you don't give your body a break, maybe the muscles will gradually break down." Hearing that, Kuina was about to swing the knife for a while. However, Xian Yu's words did not stop and continued. "Actually, a broken muscle is a good thing. More importantly, if the meridian is injured, Kuina may not be able to hold a knife with both hands in the future. Call my sister." Kuina was clearly taken aback by Xian Yu's words, and even the familiar retort was much quieter. However, Xian Yu still smiled and said at this time, "This is not the end. If it is more serious, maybe the blood pressure will be supplied to the nerves of the human body, and there is a possibility of becoming a vegetative person at that time." Kuina shuddered all over, threw down the bamboo sword in his hand, turned to look at Xian Yu hatefully, and said, "Xian Yu, you stinky brother, are you the devil?" Saying that, he grabbed the water glass from Xian Yu's hand and sat down directly while drinking tea. Seeing this, Xian Yu smiled. Then, as if he had just thought of something, he shouted to Zoro, who was eavesdropping on his ears while training. "Oh, yes, and Zoro, you too." *00 Xian Yu's design, a terrifying training ground. However, Zoro, looking clearly not to believe Xian Yu's nonsense, shouted, "Stop chattering." Having said that, Zoro stopped the return movement in his hand, walked straight to Xian Yu, picked up another glass of water in the tray, and poured it with his head up. After drinking, Zoro looked at Xian Yu and Kuina and said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm just a little thirsty." After he finished speaking, he turned around, returned to the place where he trained before, picked up 2 bamboo swords and started training again. However, whether it is Xian Yu or Kuina, it can be clearly seen that Zoro's sword-wielding movement has eased countless times compared to before. This guy is really dishonest. Kuina pouted, Xian Yu also smiled, not paying much attention. Afterwards, Xian Yu glanced at Kuina, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, then he turned around and walked towards Kojiro. At the same time, while walking, he said, "Master, let's go." Xian Yu's voice was not loud, as if to remind Kojiro. But Xian Yu's words just fell into Kuina's ears. Hearing Xian Yu's words, Kuina, who was sitting down to rest, couldn't help looking up at the door, just to see his father holding 2 daggers in his hand. Xian Yu stepped forward and took one of the daggers from his father, and then the two walked towards the door of the gym. This scene fell in Kuina's eyes, which aroused the little girl's curiosity. Father and stinky brother, what are they going to do? Could it be that the father wants to teach his stinky brother a lesson? Let him let go of his musical dreams and concentrate on learning kendo. Thinking of this, Kuina frowned cutely, and then secretly denied. No. According to my father's love for my stinky brother, I shouldn't stop my brother's dream. Then what are they going to do? After thinking about it, Kuina's brows furrowed even tighter, but the next second, Shui Lingling's big eyes turned, and there was a hint of slyness in her eyes. Immediately after that, he turned over and stood up and ran towards the door. At the same time, I did not forget to shout at Zoro, who was still training. "Zoro, I'll leave you a guarding gym today, come on." After shouting, Kuina ran out of the gate. Only the little green algae head Zoro was left. Looking at the empty gym, he shouted in a loud voice. "How can it be repaired?" Kuina, who ran out, looked at Xianyu and Kojiro, who were already walking towards the deep mountain, and quickly hid behind a big tree. After taking a deep breath, he cautiously stuck out his small head, looked at the backs of the two who were walking away, and whispered, "Humph, I'll follow you secretly to see what the hell you're going to do." Saying that, he followed quietly with small steps. However, after half an hour, Kuina, who had followed the two to the depths of the mountain where he had never been in the future, couldn't help but breathe a little. At the same time, he became more curious about the purpose of his father and brother's trip. Just like that, after following another half an hour, the three came directly to the other side of the mountain. At this time, Kuina was completely shocked. Especially looking at the scene like a natural disaster in the distance, Kuina couldn't close her mouth in shock. In the distance, according to the surrounding mountains, there should have disappeared a mountain peak of several thousand meters high, as if it was cut directly from the mountain by a sword. On the ground that was cut out with an area of nearly a square, huge slash marks crisscrossed the whole piece of the earth. Even the surrounding forests outside the perimeter, the giant trees that were several hundred meters thick, were chopped down into countless sections lying in the woods. There are no less than 10,000 knife marks on each section of the trunk. And on the farther beach, where is a column-shaped mountain that is just 1,000 meters high, standing strangely. Kuina can be sure that this place is definitely a training place for a peerless swordsman who has never been born. Moreover, this swordsman has definitely reached the level of a great swordsman. It turns out that there are really swordsmen who can do this. It seems that the master brought his stinky brother here to visit the great swordsman today. Just as Kuina was thinking about it, she saw her father and stinky brother actually walking towards the opposite sides of the shattered ground. Moreover, looking at the posture, where do they seem to be, fighting? Kuina, who was hiding behind the tree, covered her mouth in surprise for a while. Walking on the broken ground in person, Kojiro looked at the boy opposite, the boy who was holding the black reflective sword wrapped in armament haki in one hand, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Although I have seen the scene of you cultivating here from a distance, I was already shocked. But now, the shock brought by stepping foot here in person is far greater than before. And looking at the tachi in your hand that almost reaches the highest level of armament I've heard of, it's hard to imagine that this is just the result of your study for a year. Xianyu, you are indeed a real genius. Yay! Even a genius is not enough to describe you. Maybe you are more appropriate to be called a monster. Standing a few dozen meters away, Xianyu heard Kojiro's compliment. Xianyu slashed his sword across his chest and bowed to Kojiro, saying, "Thank you for your compliment, master, but I also want to know how far I have come in kendo now, so I also ask master for advice." After saying that, Xianyu's pitch-black tachi that was originally horizontal to his chest slammed down and stood beside him. In an instant, Xianyu had no wind all over his body, and his white windbreaker made a noise. In Xianyu's eyes, a flash of red light representing the mighty observation haki flashed, full of fighting spirit. Asterisk. 009 Sword Skills. Chasing the stars and falling to the moon. The invisible aura of Xianyu suddenly erupted, the white windbreaker rustled and danced without the wind. In the face of Kojiro, Xianyu didn't plan to use his ice ability, and used all other means to improve his combat power. Just as Kojiro knew Xianyu's extraordinary strength, Xianyu also knew that the master who had opened his eyes was not just an ordinary swordsmanship instructor in the eyes of other apprentices, but a real great swordsman. Even, there is a high possibility that it is the top swordsman. Therefore, when facing Kojiro, Xianyu did not dare to be careless. "Master, I'm going." After Xianyu said something to Kojiro, his feet suddenly exerted force, his slender body instantly turned into a white light, and he came to Kojiro in an instant. The sword in his hand slashed straight down, and as the blade passed, even the air was cut into waves that were visible to the naked eye. Xianyu's long sky-blue hair was blown into the sky by this tyrannical wave. In the face of Xianyu's slash, Kojiro's waist was slightly bent, and he held the sword in both hands. At the same time, 2 water blue slashes brushed past Kojiro's body, instantly slashing 2 huge ravines from the already broken ground on both sides of Kojiro's back. Smoke and dust are flying everywhere. Kojiro backhanded, took the initiative to attack, and said at the same time, "Little guy, although I know that you will become a great swordsman sooner or later, I didn't expect this time to be so short." "Very good. Then, go on." With that said, the knife in Kojiro's hand became even sharper. Xianyu resisted Kojiro's slash while cried, "Master, this is just your warm-up, you can't fool me." With that said, Xianyu threw out another slash, one sharper than before. The even more powerful aqua blue sword energy swept out. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air in the air was instantly drained. In the face of such a powerful sword energy, Kojiro did not panic, but instead slashed down with the same slash. The same blood-red sword chi emanated from Kojiro's sword, and went towards Xianyu's sword chi. This dilapidated land has once again added a bottomless huge ravine. Kojiro also said at this time, "Aren't you warming up, little guy?" With the intersection of 2 tyrannical swords, one red and one blue, there was a huge roar in the entire sky. Boom! The 2 swords collided fiercely. After a short entanglement, the 2 sword chi, one red and one blue, exploded. Then the endless sword energy spread out. In an instant, thick smoke and dust splashed from the scene. There was a sword chi slashing through, revealing the real scene of the place where the sword chi collided. The entire place where the sword chi collided seemed to have experienced a natural disaster, and the earth was like a rag, and countless big pits were blown up. However, the aftermath of the battle between the two was always controlled not to spread towards the deep mountains. After all, based on what they saw and heard, they had already discovered Kuina's existence. However, due to their respective reasons, the two chose to let Kuina watch this battle by coincidence at the same time. As the only spectator watching the decisive battle between the 2 real great swordsmen, Kuina actually opened her eyes with disbelief after hearing her father say that this is Xianyu's training ground. The person father said was really that stinky brother who couldn't even beat himself? And what I saw next, the stinky brother who was always gentle and full of literary sense and showed a completely different belligerence than before after warming up, Kuina was even more trembling. However, with the passage of time when the two were fighting on the field, Kuina, who was watching, finally understood what the warm-up mentioned by his father and his stinky brother before. Compared to the battle that was getting more and more intense, and even Kuina's eyes couldn't catch up, it was really a warm-up before. But this does not prevent Kuina from being fascinated by the various sword skills shown in this battle. Even for a while, he didn't even have time to investigate why his stinky younger brother had such strength. This battle lasted for half a day. Until the night, the moon on the branches. At this time, Xianyu, whose breath was a little disordered, looked at Kojiro, who was also a little unstable, and the fighting intent in his eyes was so intense that he said, "Master, I'm going to use my strongest sword skills." "Master, please be careful." Kojiro put away the knife, assumed the posture of showing the knife, looked at Xianyu, and said cheerfully, "Little guy, come on." Looking at Kojiro, who had also condensed his breath into ultimate, Xianyu nodded, then the same expression condensed and shouted, "Sword skill! Chasing the stars and falling to the moon." Suddenly, Xianyu's body seemed to be transformed into a galaxy, and the stars in the galaxy were dazzling. And when the stars of these stars are so bright that they even illuminate the entire battlefield like the land of day. Among the stars, a crescent moon suddenly appeared. And after this round of hooking moon appears, it will absorb all the starlight. Suddenly it emits a brightness that is 100 times more than starlight. At this moment, Guyu seemed to have gathered enough power, with endless white light and sharp aura, and slammed towards the Kojiro cone. *010 Your Excellency Xianyu, please. Facing Xianyu's unparalleled blow, Kojiro's eyes also showed a solemn look. This little guy, I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Looks like I'm going to do my best. Speaking softly, Kojiro exhaled quickly. Immediately afterwards, the hand holding the sword suddenly tightened, and an unparalleled evil, terrifying, ghost-like aura drifted out from Kojiro, and instantly formed a blood-red samurai armor behind Kojiro, holding an incomparably huge, the dark ghost of the sword. At this moment, Kojiro suddenly shouted. Extremely. I. Ghost sword slash. As Kojiro's shout fell, Kojiro himself and the evil ghost behind him swung the sword towards the colliding Guyu. Boom rumble. A series of never-before-seen huge roars exploded continuously. The whole island even started shaking. The sleeping people in the village of Seymour's Hiji hundreds of miles away could not help but wake up from their dreams and ran out of their rooms one by one. What happened? There was an earthquake. It seems so. But I seem to have heard a strange noise before, and I don't know what happened. Hey, I think I heard it too. A group of villagers gathered in the empty street and talked a lot. Also, when the vibration sounded, I realized that Zoro, who ran quickly to the street, was a little worried at this time. Master, Xianyu, Kuina, don't know where? Are they okay now? At the place of war, everything has calmed down at this time. Kojiro and Xianyu are also facing each other. The scene fell silent for a while. A gust of night wind blew, rustling the hem of Xianyu's windbreaker, which had been smashed. At this time, Kojiro suddenly spoke up and asked deeply. Xianyu, have you found your own kendo? Xianyu also put away his original posture at this time, and once again returned to the gentle and noble son of the past. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Xianyu looked up at the bright moon rising at an unknown time, and said warmly. In the daytime, the master once said, the real top swordsman has the power to cut off everything, but at the same time he has something that he can never cut off. I see, I know what I have that I can't cut off. As he spoke, figures appeared in Xianyu's mind, Kuina, Kojiro, Zoro, and the girl who encouraged him to come out of despair in his memory. Thinking of this, Xianyu's eyes were completely clear, and he continued. And now, what I lack is the power to cut everything. At least, compared to the existences I want to protect, the knife in my hand must at least cut through the whole world to be qualified. Now, it's not enough. Hearing Xianyu's words, Kojiro was not worried, because he believed that Xianyu could have the power he was after. Xianyu, he has this talent. Cut open the world? Good swordsmanship. Kojiro complimented as usual, and then stepped back to the original path. But after taking 3 or 2 steps, he paused and said. When you go back, remember to bring Kuina back. After saying that, he left immediately. Originally, Xianyu lifted the armament haki from the sword in his hand. In an instant, the entire blade turned into iron filings and scattered all over the sky. Xianyu watched this scene in silence, and thought to himself, it seems that in the future, we must find a qualified saber. Suddenly, Xianyu seemed to have thought of something. Perhaps. Despair. 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 At this moment, a footstep sounded from far to near. Xianyu turned around, and what he saw was Kuina. However, at this time, Kuina was expressionless, holding 2 wooden sticks as long as bamboo swords. Then in the moonlight, Xianyu could see that there were even a few smears of scarlet on the stick. Antiquity. Just when Xianyu was about to say something, Kuina suddenly threw a stick in his hand towards Xianyu, and Xianyu caught the stick subconsciously. Glancing at the Madara bloodline on the stick in his hand, Xianyu raised his head and looked at Kuina's little hand, and sure enough, blood was dripping slowly from her little hand. After thinking for a while, Xianyu wanted to understand that Kuina scratched when he pulled out the branches on the 2 sticks. Xianyu frowned slightly. At this time, Kuina took the lead in making a formal swordsman challenge to Xian Yu. Then he looked at Xian Yu seriously and said, "Your Excellency Xian Yu, swordsman Kuina challenges you, please accept my challenge." Xian Yu frowned when he heard the words Kuina Yu. However, before Xian Yu finished speaking, he was interrupted by Kuina. "Your Excellency Xian Yu, please accept the challenge below, this is a challenge from a swordsman. At the same time, please do your best in the battle, don't let it go. To release water in a swordsman's challenge is the greatest insult to the swordsman, the sword in the opponent's hands. Your Excellency Xian Yu, please. Asterisk. 011 YMI, so, weak." Xian Yu looked at the opposite Kuina holding a wooden stick in both hands, as if he was holding a dagger. Especially for Kuina's big black eyes. Xian Yu saw fierce, extremely sharp eyes from it. But what hides beneath that fierceness is the distressing stubbornness and persistence. At this moment, Kuina and the wooden stick in her hand even seemed to have become a tachi, an extremely sharp tachi. Seeing Kuina like this, Xian Yu couldn't help but closed his eyes, took a deep breath again, and said, "Is that so? I understand. This is a challenge from a swordsman who blocked everything, Xian Yu has no reason to refuse." The next moment, Xian Yu instantly opened his ruby-red eyes, his eyes lost the gentleness he had before. Some are only sharp. Even in Xian Yu's body, a sword aura of the level that was enough to fight against Kojiro swirled again. With the wooden stick in his hand in front of him, Xian Yu looked at Kuina solemnly and responded earnestly. "Under Xian Yu, accept the challenge of swordsman Kuina." After saying that, Xian Yu's hand dropped instantly, as if it merged with his right arm. Leaning slightly, Xian Yu shouted loudly to Kuina, "Come on!" Hearing the words, Kuina's eyes widened instantly, holding wooden sticks in both hands and standing beside her ears, and then her body was also slightly curved. Then he rushed straight towards Xian Yu. Just as the wooden stick in Kuina's hand slashed towards Xian Yu's right arm instantly swung out. Snapped. Crack. With what seemed to be a cracking sound, Kuina's small body had been blown away in the distance. And the wooden stick in her hand was broken in two at this time, and together with Kuina's body, it retreated in the air. After a few seconds, pfft, Kuina's body fell to the ground violently, and then slipped further on the ground for a long distance. Xian Yu watched this scene, his hand holding the wooden stick couldn't help subconsciously exerting force. The stick turned into two pieces directly in Xian Yu's hand and fell to the ground. However, Xian Yu didn't care, but looked at Kuina who was lying on the ground, coughing and struggling to stand up, his eyes filled with distress. Scenes of Kuina taking care of herself in the past came to Xian Yu's mind. "When I came to this world, the first time I opened it, I saw the surprised eyes of this little girl. Haha, Xian Yu has woken up. Get to know me, I'm your elder sister, Kuina, but you can't call me by my name, remember to call my elder sister in the future. Stinky brother, let's learn about sword skills, shall we?" "No, I'm going to play the piano. I know I can't beat you, Kuina. How could I agree to fight with you? Call my sister." "Hey, it's a worry-free younger brother, but, forget it, since you like music, stinky brother, then go after your dream. My elder sister will definitely become the world's greatest swordsman, in stinky brother's pursuit of dreams on the way, escort." "Oh, then thank you Kuina, you will definitely become the world's greatest swordsman in the future. Call my sister. However, you can still talk, hum hum hum. Call my sister, call my sister, call my sister." All these years of experiences with the girl in front of him flashed through Xian Yu's mind, making Xian Yu's heart ruthlessly touched. At this time, the girl was injured by herself. And even the simple act of standing up was struggling. Xian Yu knew that this was the pride and stubbornness of the girl in front of him. She wants to protect her stinky brother, so she will never fall in front of her stinky brother again. Xian Yu suddenly wanted to punch himself, and hurried over to help the girl up. However, Xian Yu can't do that. Kina, it's all about success or failure. Your dream, your perseverance, your stubbornness, whether it can bloom in the future, it's all in one fell swoop. Come on, Kuina. Come on, sister. After another minute, the girl finally stood up swayingly. As Xian Yu thought, the girl would never allow herself to fall down in front of her stinky brother. Protect your stinky brother for a lifetime. This was the oath the girl made herself when they first met. Even now, I know that my younger brother is far stronger than me. Yet, Kuina, the stinky brother is better than you. In the future, what are you going to do to protect the stinky brother? But, I've tried my best. For the dream of the world's greatest swordsman, and to protect my stinky brother, I have been training hard all the time. When others are eating, when others are sleeping, when others are joking, when others are drinking, when others are playing around. I've exhausted all the time I can use to train. Why? Why even so, I'm still so weak. Kuina, who lowered her head, thought of this, and on her dusty face, 2 wispy tears fell on the ground. P.S. The data is bleak. The gloom is bleak. It's so miserable. Ladies and gentlemen, can you give me some support? Begging, asterisk. 012 Kuina's cry, heritage heroes finally light up. Why? Kuina suddenly whispered. Why? I am still so weak now. Although Kuina's voice was low as she was whispering, it entered Xian Yu's ears, who had been watching Kuina. At this moment, on the system interface in Xian Yu's mind, one of the 300 portraits of heritage heroes suddenly flashed. Xian Yu, who noticed this change, felt sorry for Kuina, but also cheered for Kuina secretly. At this time, Kuina's self-talking voice gradually grew louder. Obviously I have worked harder than everyone else. Obviously, I also have the pursuit and loyalty to the swordsmanship as well as anyone else. Ming Ming, I swore that I would become the world's greatest swordsman and protect my younger brother. But why even so? I'm still so weak? Even Zoro, who is 4 years younger than me, is about to catch up with me. Even if you give up the dignity of a swordsman and choose to stand up to challenge while your younger brother and father are exhausted from the fierce battle, you still can't hold on to a single round. I just want to fulfill my promise in the future and protect my brother. But, can't women really be great swordsmen? Kuina lowered her head, her small face stained with dust, pea-sized tears fell drop by drop. As Kuina's self-talk became louder and louder, on the system interface in Xian Yu's mind, the avatar of a certain heritage hero not only flickered faster and faster, but every time it flickered, the light became more and more dazzling. Xian Yu's drooping hand clenched tightly for some time, staring at the system interface. At this moment, Kuina suddenly raised her head and looked straight at Xian Yu. Shouted loudly. I don't agree. I cannot be reconciled. I want to be the greatest swordsman in the world. I just want to protect you forever. You. At the end of the speech, Kuina burst into tears directly and completely, and the cry spread toward the mountains, toward the sea, toward the sky, and in all directions. Tears had already wet Kuina's face, like a small cat. Hearing Kuina's final declaration of sincerity, Xian Yu's heart trembled fiercely. But Xian Yu didn't have time to think about it. Just when Kuina's final declaration fell, the image of the legacy hero that was always shining in Xian Yu's mind turned completely cold. Seeing this scene, Xian Yu's tense heart finally relaxed. Without looking at the information about the lit-up heritage hero, Xian Yu directly dodged, came directly to Kuina, and hugged Kuina's thin body tightly in his arms. Kuina didn't resist either, burying her little head directly in Xian Yu's chest, sobbing. Xian Yu didn't say anything immediately, just hugged the girl tightly. Everything around is so quiet at this moment. Did the night wind blow over Xianyu's long sky blue hair and dance behind Xianyu's back along with the hem of Xianyu's windbreaker? Only the cry of the girl in her arms surrounds her, which is heartbreaking. After a long time, Xianyu's gentle voice rang in the ears of the girl in his arms. Kuina is the most powerful female swordsman in the world, how could she just admit defeat? Call my sister. Kuina was buried in Xianyu's arms, and even though she was still snoring, she refuted it in a sullen voice. Xianyu ignored Kuina's mantra and said softly, "Women are inherently weaker than men. So they must not be called the world's greatest swordsman. It's just that the master doesn't understand women. Therefore, the master doesn't have a method suitable for Kuina's cultivation, so Kuina's swordsmanship has gradually become slow. Call my sister." However, there was no swordsmanship suitable for Kuina before, but after this moment, there is. After speaking, Xianyu put his hands on Kuina's thin shoulders, so that he could clearly see the surprised expression on Kuina's small face who was crying at the moment. Xianyu looked at Kuina's little face and smiled softly. Then his forehead leaned forward, touching Kuina's forehead. At the same time, Xianyu said to the system in his mind, "This is Kuina's heritage, now, let Kuina accept this surprise. Start heroic inheritance." As Xianyu's voice fell, a dazzling golden light suddenly lit up where Xianyu and Kuina's foreheads touched. Kuina's small face suddenly became shocked, but as the light became brighter, Kuina's big eyes had to compare. Before closing her eyes, what came into Kuina's mind was Xianyu's gentle and handsome smile. This stinky brother is always so gentle. Besides, before he knew it, he had really grown up. Asterisk. 013 Hero Ranking, 254. The golden light lasted for 30 seconds between the foreheads of the two of them. After the light finally dissipated, Xianyu raised his head slightly and looked at Kuina, who had fallen asleep at this time. Xianyu understood that this was Kuina's mind that had begun to accept the seeds of various abilities from heritage heroes. The gentle princess hugged Kuina's body. Xianyu walked steadily to the next stage next to the huge piece of wood that he had cut off with his sword practice, sat down slowly, and put Kuina in his arms at the same time. After adjusting a comfortable position for Kuina, Xianyu took off his cape and put it on Kuina in his arms. Raising his hand, he gently wiped the dust and tears on Kuina's face, looking at Kuina's sleeping face. Kuina's last stubborn words still linger in my ears. "I just want to protect you forever." Knowing that his strength is far weaker than himself, he still has to protect himself, a person who already has the Admiral of Headquarters level. Xianyu didn't find Kuina's remarks funny, but was moved. With a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth, Xianyu looked at Kuina's small face and laughed softly. "What a stubborn little girl." After a slight pause, he continued. "However, then the safety of my life will be handed over to you, sister." After wiping the last trace of tears on Kuina's face, Xianyu sank his mind into his mind and said to the system, "System, bring out the hero information of Kuina and her inheritance." Then, a virtual panel unfolded in Xianyu's mind. Inheritance number 1, Kuina. Age, 11 years old. Heritage Hero, Anohanaretsu. Hero Ranking, 254th. Abilities, 1, Deo / Sword Deo, Dark Sword, Scimitar / Skill Inheritance, 20%. Second, Kid, Bakud, Had, Defensive Barrier, Kide, Skill Inheritance, 0%. 3, Zanpakut, Minajiki, Skill Inheritance, 10%, only the blade, to be received. Fourth, the Body Technique, White Hits, Shunpo, Skill Inheritance, 0%. Fifth, Practical Experience, Skill Inheritance, 100%. Hero Inheritance, 5%. Current Strength, equivalent to Major Marine's strength. Reminder, the ring of the inheritor has not been claimed. Looking at Kuina's personal attribute panel, especially when he saw the name and ranking of the heroes of the inheritance, Xianyu was a little surprised. Afterwards, she will be sincerely happy for Kuina. I didn't expect that the hero of Kuina's inheritance is Anohanaretsu. She is known as the woman who learned all the styles of swordsmanship in the world and holds the title of first-generation Kenpeiki. Let's not talk about other abilities, but as far as Kendo is concerned, if Kuina achieves 100% of his Kendo inheritance skills, he will definitely have swordsmanship that reaches or surpasses the realm of a great swordsman. Also, the first inheritance was to receive a 20% inheritance from the inheritance hero. Anohanaretsu has a 20% inheritance in Deo slashing. It seems that this inheritance hero is really suitable for Kuina. I only inherited it and only accepted it. 10% of the ice ability. Tomorrow, when Kuina wakes up, she should be very happy, right? Thinking of this, Xianyu also became happy, and said to the system at the same time, "Get Zanpakut and the Ring of Inheritance." As Xianyu's voice fell, 2 golden lights flashed beside Xianyu. Then a golden light turned into a Tachi with a purple scabbard and stood beside Xianyu. And another golden light fell directly on the windbreaker covering Kuina, and then got in. Seeing this, although Xianyu knew that the result was not dangerous, he couldn't help but lift off the windbreaker covering Kuina's body, just to see Kuina's left middle finger on his chest. A ring of the same style as Xianyu's hand flashed. Fluorescence. Below the gemstone of the ring, 3 numbers are clearly visible. 254. This is the hero ranking of Anohanaretsu, the legacy hero of Kuina. Seeing Kuina's cute little face still sleeping, Xianyu was also relieved, and then put the windbreaker over Kuina again, hugging Kuina and falling asleep slowly. You must know that Xianyu and Kojiro not only fought fiercely since noon today, but also concentrated before Kuina accepted the inheritance, both physically and mentally exhausted to the extreme. After all, although Xianyu already has the strength of Marine Admiral, he is only less than 10 years old this year. Even though he has undergone hellish training, his age is too young, resulting in mental and physical problems that cannot be completely solved. It is precisely because of this that Xianyu fell into a deep sleep after a while. Asterisk. 014 Kojiro's anxiety. On the other side, Kojiro was walking towards home in the mountains and forests, recalling the previous battle scene with Xianyu again, with a squinting smile on his face. He couldn't help but show a wry smile. Xianyu, this stinky brat, actually released water at the end. That last move seems to be the sword skill Xianyu called following the stars and falling to the moon. It's really strong. The power of falling to the moon is far more than that. However, even so, it is comparable to my strongest sword move G.I.A.I. Ghost Sword. It's really good. It's worthy of the name of monster. Stinky Boy thought I couldn't see that he finally released the water? Do you really think that my master is calling for nothing? Thinking of this, the wry smile on Kojiro's face instantly turned into pride. No matter how monstrous you are, in the end, you still don't want to call me a master. After comforting himself with such a self-deceiving self, Kojiro finally couldn't help thinking. I don't know how much power Xianyu got in the end. Hey, the apprentice is too evil, but... Before Xianyu collided with the last move, the one that passed away was Conqueror's Haki. Thinking of the blue-gold light that was visible to the naked eye, the electric light that appeared all over Xianyu's body instantly before the final attack, although it only appeared for a moment, it still did not escape Kojiro's eyes. Kojiro even noticed that the only place where the blue and golden light disappeared, the space around Xianyu seemed to be a little distorted, and there were countless black cracks. And the land at the foot of Xianyu directly formed a small semicircular pit. Conqueror's Haki, which can distort space and even tear it apart, is unheard of. Xianyu's audacity is only as strong as this. It's just that I don't know the throne in this little guy's heart. Which one is it? Thinking of this, Kojiro remembered Xianyu's unknown background, and at the time of the final dialogue, Xianyu pursued the kendo of cutting the world. These all indicate that Xianyu's future is not destined to be simple. However, then Kojiro's expression suddenly relaxed. Forget it, children and grandchildren will have their own children and grandchildren. Xianyu's path from now on will eventually be left to him. Besides, with that little guy's enchanting aptitude, in a few years, what else can stop him? Thinking of Xianyu's talent, Kojiro completely relaxed. I hope Xianyu can persuade Kuina to let go of her persistence at this moment. After all, kendo is too hard for girls. And this is also today Kojiro deliberately did not expose Kuina's stalking, and even let Kuina see the real purpose of this sword fight. However, it was impossible for Kojiro to think that Xianyu not only did not persuade Kuina to give up kendo, but instead found a shortcut to her dream for Kuina. In the early morning of the next day, the sun had risen, and the sea breeze above the sea was blowing gently, with a hint of coolness. Above the sea, a few seagulls circled and flew towards the sea, and from time to time they plunged their heads into the sea. When they flew up again, in the long beak, a big fat fish was struggling and biting its tail, but in the end it couldn't escape. Destiny to become food. The seagulls, who had feasted on a beautiful meal, couldn't help but fly happily in the sky. Chirping. Under the tree stump not far from the sea, Kuina slowly opened her eyes. What caught my eye was Xianyu's sleeping face with his head down, still very cute. Especially the long sky blue hair, which fluttered gently under the breeze from the sea not far away. For a while, Kuina was a little obsessed with it, and could not help but subconsciously whispered, "Smelly brother is really cute." As soon as Kuina's voice fell, Xianyu suddenly opened his eyes, and his ruby-red eyes just met Kuina's lovely, somewhat absent-minded eyes. Both of them were stunned for a moment, and then Kuina, who reacted like a frightened bunny, quickly jumped up from Xianyu's arms, and even Xianyu's windbreaker covered her body and panicked. With his back to Xianyu, Kuina blushed, and her heart was pounding. "Damn it, what's the matter? You actually fell asleep in the arms of your stinky brother last night. Ah! My majesty as an elder sister will completely disappear." Thinking like this, Kuina raised her small fist subconsciously, just to bring the white trench coat in her arms to the front. The moment she saw the windbreaker, Kuina was also stunned, and then she remembered that when she just woke up, it seemed that the clothes on her body were the clothes of the stinky brother. For a while, Kuina's originally shy expression slowly calmed down, and bursts of warmth rose in her heart. *015 Surprise Kuina. Right. Yesterday. Kuina suddenly sounded yesterday's thing. From following Xianyu and Kojiro, to watching the battle between the two, and then to defeat Xianyu himself, crying after the defeat, and finally being hugged by Xianyu, the golden light before falling asleep. The most important thing is, in his mind, the training methods for the countless skills that suddenly appeared. Kuina clenched her hands, feeling the unfamiliar power that suddenly appeared in her body, and looked at her hands in disbelief. At the same time, she also saw the white star ring that she was wearing on her left middle finger, and the 3 numbers under the gemstone on the ring. Everything is exactly the same as the information that appeared in the dream last night. Kuina shouted in surprise, "Really? This is all true?" While speaking, Kuina tried to command in her mind. Show Inheritance Attribute Panel. Following Kuina's order in his mind, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of Kuina's eyes. Inheritance number 1, Kuina. Age, 11 years old. Heritage Hero, Anohana Retsu. Hero Ranking, 254th. Abilities, 1, Deo / Sword Deo, Dark Sword, Scimitar / Skill Inheritance, 20%. Second, Kid, Bakud, Had, Defensive Barrier, Kide, Skill Inheritance, 0%. 3, Zanpakut, Menage a Key, skill inheritance, 10%. 4th, the body technique, white hits, shunpo, skill inheritance, 0%. 5th, practical experience, skill inheritance, 100%. Hero inheritance, 5%. Current strength, equivalent to Major Marine's strength. Seeing this incredible scene actually become a reality, Kuina covered her mouth with her hands in surprise, her face full of disbelief. Yes, as the inheritor selected by the inherited hero, you can also see your own virtual attribute panel. Of course, only the inheritors can see their own attribute panel. Even if they are both inheritors, they cannot see each other, of course, except for the host of Xianyu's system. Just when Kuina was overwhelmed with shock, Xianyu's gentle voice came from behind. All of this, of course, is true. Xianyu's voice woke Kuina up, and he couldn't help turning to look at Xianyu, just to see Xianyu holding a scabbard with a purple dagger thrown towards him. The result of Kuina's subconsciousness was that Xianyu threw the dagger over. The moment he took the dagger, Kuina felt a blood connection to the dagger in his hand, and subconsciously spit out a name. Minajiki. As if feeling the call of his master, a purple fluorescence flashed across Minajiki's surface. Xianyu looked at the excited Kuina and smiled softly. Congratulations to Kuina. In the future, becoming a swordsman, a great swordsman, and even beyond the realm of a great swordsman is no longer an obstacle that can stop you. Hearing Xianyu's congratulations, Kuina still subconsciously replied. Call my sister. At the same time Kuina raised her head, full of surprise, looking at Xianyu who was smiling in front of her. Then, as if thinking of something, Kuina looked at Xianyu and shouted. No wonder you are so powerful. You must be the inheritor too. And you became the inheritor very early. Right. Xianyu didn't expect Kuina's first question. Instead of asking himself what was going on, but asked such a question. Looking at Kuina who looked like you can't lie to me, Xianyu hesitated for a while, then nodded and said directly. Yes. I was indeed the inheritor a long time ago. Before Xianyu could continue, he saw Kuina trot across from him and asked with a hopeful expression. Stinky brother, what is the ranking of the heroes you inherited? While talking, Kuina grabbed Xianyu's left hand and looked straight at the ring on Xianyu's left middle finger. However, when she saw the Huxia character 0 on Xianyu's ring, Kuina's lovely brows were slightly wrinkled, as if she was recalling something. But in the end, he gave up, his little face was full of doubts. Then he looked at Xianyu and asked in confusion. Brother Stinky, what is the word on your inheritance ring? Why is it different from the information about the inheritance memory in my mind? What is your rank? Seeing Kuina's cute little face full of obsession with rankings, Xianyu guessed Kuina's little thought, but he still answered Kuina's doubts with a chuckle. My ring is a bit special, so it is a little different from the information in your inheritance memory. However, my inheritance hero is a powerful person called the Queen of Ice, whose name is Ace Day. As for the ranking, it's 261. P.S. I feel that no one is watching, I want to cut it, asterisk. 016 Kuina, the stinky brother is the most important. As for the ranking, it's 261. When Kuina heard that Xianyu's heritage heroes were ranked below her, her cute little face suddenly smiled even more. At the same time, he would also look at Xianyu with some pride, and hummed. Humph, my heritage hero ranking is 254. 254. It's 7 places higher than yours. My inheritance information said that between the rankings of the inheritance heroes, the strength of each ranking is very different. I will definitely be more powerful than you in the future. Hum hum hum. Seeing Kuina's cute tsundere appearance, Xianyu couldn't help but smile and said. Yes, yes, Kuina will be the most powerful in the future. Kuina should protect me well then. Call my sister. After subconsciously refuting a sentence, Kuina finally heard Xianyu's next sentence clearly, and then looked at Xianyu looking at him with a half-smile. Kuina instantly reacted, remembering that he cried a lot last night and said to protect Xianyu's appearance. He was embarrassed for a while. Then he blushed and stared at Xianyu viciously, his eyes were full of murderous threats. Nothing happened last night. You didn't see anything either. Are you right? Smelly brother. Although Kuina thinks her expression is very vicious, but in Xianyu's eyes, she thinks Kuina is stupid and cute, very cute. However, in order to take care of Kuina's face, Xianyu also nodded and responded with a smile. Hey, it was so dark last night, I can't see my fingers. Kuina, what happened last night? Hearing Xianyu's answer, Kuina nodded in satisfaction and gave Xianyu a small look of you know the person, then looked at Xianyu and said, Stinky brother, how about I come here to train with you in the future? Xianyu didn't expect Kuina's mind to jump here in an instant, but after thinking about it, Xianyu nodded and agreed. However, he still reminded. However, Kuina, you didn't go back overnight. Why don't you go back and talk to the master? Maybe the master will be worried. Before Xianyu finished speaking, he saw Kuina's small face, then turned around and ran towards the dojo. Running and shouting loudly. I've suffered, I will definitely be taught by my father when I go back. It's all my fault, stinky brother. I didn't know how to take me back last night. I'll settle the account with you when I come next time. After a while, Kuina ran away. Xianyu looked at Kuina's back, opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. At the same time, Xianyu only felt warm in his heart. Actually, Xianyu has been waiting for a question from Kuina since Kuina woke up. What the hell is going on? Ask yourself, who would not be curious about the reason for suddenly getting such a power? Xianyu asked himself that he couldn't do it. Therefore, Xianyu was ready to answer Kuina's question. However, Xianyu didn't plan to make up an answer to fool Kuina, but really planned to say it all. After all, Xianyu didn't think that the system could be more important than his family. Especially after seeing Kuina's stubborn cry last night saying that he would protect himself for the rest of his life, Xianyu also swore in his heart that no matter what Kuina wants to know, he will tell Kuina truthfully. It's just that Xianyu didn't expect that Kuina would leave like this. And he didn't hold Xianyu to the bottom of what happened to him. Is Kuina stupid? Or is Kuina not curious? No, Xianyu knew that Kuina just didn't want to force herself, she didn't want to make things difficult for herself. Just a little girl who likes to think about others. Looking at Kuina's small back, Xianyu's eyes filled with a gentle smile. Then he turned and walked towards the pillar-shaped mountain standing by the sea. It's time to finish the daily training. A few minutes later, Kuina had already run to the top of the first mountain that he had turned over when he arrived. Kuina turned to look in the direction of the original training ground. As a result, he didn't find anything. In the middle, a column-shaped mountain with a height of thousands of meters is moving wildly in the sea. At this moment, Kuina's mouth was round, and then she said in disbelief. Does Brother Stinky train like this every day? It's unbelievable. Afterwards, Kuina still turned around and ran towards the dojo at the other side of the mountain. At the same time, I secretly said in my heart. No wonder the Stinky brother is so powerful, it seems that I have to train well, otherwise I don't know when I will be able to catch up with the Stinky brother. As for Xianyu's secret? As Xianyu thought, Kuina knew that this kind of shocking thing must be full of big secrets. However, if the Stinky brother is embarrassed, what about the big secret? It's a big deal, I don't know. No matter how big the secret, can it be as important as his Stinky brother? Asterisk. 017 Future Development Direction, 1. After half an hour, a black spot suddenly appeared on the sea beach, and then it expanded rapidly. After a few seconds, a shadow of nearly 10,000 square meters had been formed. subsequently. Boom! The sound of a giant falling to the ground resounded, causing a burst of smoke and dust, and the ground even shook slightly. Until the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the status quo of the giant was finally revealed. It was a column-shaped mountain that was thousands of meters tall. At this time, after completing the daily training task of swimming 100 nautical miles against the mountains and the sea, Xian Yu, who was naked and wearing white trousers, walked to the shore from the sea. During this process, an extremely cold air flashed from Xian Yu's body, instantly freezing the seawater on his trousers into ice crystal powder and dissipating. After landing, Xian Yu did not go to practice swords as usual. With a wave of the right hand, in this hot summer day, an ice crystal throne was formed directly. There is an extremely cold air around the throne. Xian Yu didn't care about the chill, so he sat naked on the ice throne. Leaning against the back of the ice crystal throne, Xian Yu leaned on his face with his left hand and placed his right hand on the throne armchair, tapping lightly with his 5 fingers rhythmically. Looking at the endless sea with ruby-red eyes, Xian Yu began to think about his future path. The first inheritance heroist skills that can improve combat power have been completed to 100%. If you want to continue to improve your strength, then there are only 2 paths in front of me now. The first rule is to go out to sea immediately, find enough other 4 inheritors, and then open the second inheritance hero that belongs to me. However, there are currently 2 drawbacks to this scheme that need to be considered. The first point is to find the inheritors and the difficulty of the inheritance process. The detection range of the system is only 100 nautical miles, and the sea is vast. It is undoubtedly difficult to find 4 inheritors in such a vast sea. Is huge. Furthermore, with the level of trouble in the heroic inheritance process, if you are not fully prepared to sail in the sea, this road will hardly work. And the second disadvantage is that my strength is far from enough. If you let others know that a person who clearly has the strength of Admiral of Headquarters, but thinks that he is not enough to sail the sea, he will be directly depressed and spurting blood. However, in Xian Yu's opinion, it's really not enough. As an orphan in his previous life, why did he live? Xian Yu considered all the difficulties he would encounter before doing anything. Coupled with the encouragement, influence, of Robin later, Xian Yu has reached a point where he is too cautious, and can even be said to be go. Therefore, in Xian Yu's view, the strength of Admiral of Headquarters is indeed not enough to sail on the sea. What if there are 2, or even 3 marine admirals? What if I meet the 4 emperors? What if I encounter CP0? What if I meet the 5 elders? What if I encounter the world government or other hidden powerhouses in the sea? Although these problems seem unlikely, but what if? Therefore, the strength of the Admiral of Headquarters is not enough to sail on the sea. There's nothing wrong with this. At this time, Xian Yu continued to think. The first way does not work, then, only the second way is left. That is, I will further develop the capabilities that I already have. And my current main abilities, to sum up, are ice abilities and swordsmanship. Speaking of the development of the ice ability, Xian Yu's mind involuntarily appeared a woman with long dark blue hair, a delicate face and a cold temperament. Kang Yu, the real queen of ice. Thinking of Kang Yu's appearance, Xian Yu's mind couldn't help but imagine the appearance of his buddies in the dormitory in his previous life who often called his uncle. In his previous life, it should be just a coincidence. After all, that Kang Yu is just a character in the comics, how could he have anything to do with him? However, now that I think about it again, I have personally traveled to the world of animation, so maybe I really have something to do with Kang Yu. After all, it's all too coincidental. However, at this time, Xian Yu himself shook his head, threw this thought out, and said to himself, "Let's not talk about whether it has anything to do with it, even if it does, it's already something before the third world, so what does it have to do with me after the third world?" Thinking like this, Xian Yu's irritable mood instantly calmed down, and he continued to think about the previous problem. However, for the development of Frost's ability, you can learn from it, or learn Kang Yu's skills. Thinking like this, Xian Yu couldn't help but prepare to test it out. So, Xian Yu, who was originally sitting on the throne of ice, sat up, raised his right hand, facing the sea in front, and shouted suddenly, Kowloon Xian Bing. P.S. Thank you for the reward, the blood will be restored in an instant, and the 5th chapter will be angry. Asterisk. 018 Future Development Direction, 2. Kowloon Xian Bing. With Xian Yu's loud drink, the endless chill instantly condenses on the sea. At the same time, Xian Yu's complexion really turned white rapidly, and countless sweats instantly left on his handsome and lovely cheeks. However, Xian Yu did not stop the output of the power of ice, and continued to support it with gritted teeth. Slowly, Xian Yu's face turned pale, and when beads of sweat the size of beans dripped directly from his forehead, on the sea in front of him, 9 huge lifelike ice snakes finally took shape. However, when Xian Yu continued to use the power of ice and planned to manipulate the 9 ice snakes to complete the ultimate move of killing the 9 dragons, he did find that no matter how the power of ice was used, the 9 ice snakes could not be made like living creatures. Move like that. In the end, it could only be like 9 motionless ice sculptures colliding together to complete a pirated version of the Kowloon killing technique. Xian Yu, who was sitting on the throne of ice, watched the last scene with a pale face and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He said to himself, it seems that there is still a long way to go to complete this move. However, Xian Yu was not discouraged, he was even more happy in his heart. After all, having a longer road means that after completing this move in the future, in this world, the strength will be even higher. According to Xian Yu's previous life, Stealing the Stars and 9 Moons Sky comics, among Kang Yu's skills, there will be many more powerful moves than this move 9 Dragon Xian Bing. And this undoubtedly no longer shows that Xian Yu's guess is correct about the future development path of the ice ability. After closing his eyes and resting for a while to recover his mental strength, Xian Yu opened his eyes again and returned to his previous appearance, continuing to think about the future of his other abilities. Compared to the ability of ice, in terms of kendo, I have inherited the kendo of Ace Day, and I have also learned all the kendo theory of my master, and even the sword skills above kendo have been learned 90%. Moreover, over the years, I have already integrated these 2 types of swordsmanship, so that my swordsmanship is now qualified to touch the throne of the world's largest swordsman. However, compared to the cultivation of the power of ice, if you want to go farther in kendo, then you must have your own kendo. And this may be the reason why the master asked that question last night. However, in this regard, my self-created swordsmanship, extremely chasing the stars and falling to the moon, is a good start. I forged my swordsmanship with the mighty power to cut open the world, and the explosive strength did not disappoint me. Last night, even if I reduced the power of G, star, moon, and moon by 70%, I could still compete evenly with the master's strongest swordsmanship, G. I. Ghost Sword, and the power is not bad. Kojiro. So, it has been decided that, in terms of swordsmanship, in the future, I will use my own swordsmanship to create my own swordsmanship and embark on the world-shattering swordsmanship. However, before that, I still need a qualified saber. Thinking of this, Xian Yu recalled the scene where the sword in his hand turned into iron filings after the battle last night. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his weapon. A swordsman must never be without a good saber. Thinking of this, Xian Yu's last flash of inspiration from last night came to his mind again. I remember that Kang Yu seems to have a saber, and the name seems to be Cold Vault. That saber seems to be made by the world's first scientist Kwai Popova using the tears of Dionysus. Although, I don't have tears of Dionysus, nor do scientists like Kwai Popova help me make knives, but... Thinking of this, Xian Yu raised his right hand and grabbed it abruptly, and the ordinary ice dagger gradually took shape. At this time, Xian Yu's right hand was holding the hilt of the Hanbing Taidao, and his left hand was indeed raised directly to hold the blade. Shh. The sound of a sharp blade slicing flesh and blood sounded directly, and then he saw Xian Yu's left palm being cut directly, and the blood in the palm directly dyed the entire surface of the blade red. Xian Yu gritted his teeth and said to himself, "However, I have the essence of demons. In the blood in my body, there is also the bloodline of the ancient super dangerous species that created the essence of demons. I don't believe it. In the future, with the improvement of my ice ability, I will freeze the blade of this ice sword once a day, and I will sacrifice my own blood once a day. Taito will lose to the so-called Supreme Swordsman. From now on, you will be my cold dome, and you will definitely sit in the position of the world's #1 sword." After a few minutes, the wound on Xian Yu's hand healed automatically. I have to say that it is indeed the bloodline of the ancient super dangerous species. It can heal the wound so quickly. Although the wound is small and shallow, the healing speed is faster than the ability of ordinary Zoan Devil Fruit. Then Xian Yu used the ice ability to condense a scabbard for the cold vault in his hand, and then put it away. Just as Xian Yu was about to start a new training session, Kuina's voice suddenly came out of Xian Yu's mind. "Hey, stinky brother, I'm going to go to your place. Give me your consent." Asterisk. 019 Kojiro's surprise. 10 minutes ago, in the Ishin Dojo. Many apprentices in the dojo are still starting a new day of kendo learning as fiercely as yesterday. However, when they found out that Kuina was here today, and where he was training as before, they couldn't help but be a little surprised, but they saw Kojiro kneeling on the steps as always, and he didn't look too surprised or anxious. Everyone thought that it was Kojiro who asked Kuina to do something, so they didn't care too much. However, there is one exception, and that is Zoro. Zoro frantically trained his dual swordsmanship, and he couldn't help but subconsciously looked at the place where Kuina trained in the past. Looking at the empty training ground, Zoro couldn't help thinking of the scene where Kuina finally ran out of the dojo yesterday. Zoro also knows that yesterday's Kuina went to follow Kojiro and Xian Yu, but he hasn't come back yet. But when Zoro stopped the two knives in his hand and turned to look at Kojiro again, he found that Kojiro was also looking out of the gate of the dojo from time to time. Even if Zoro couldn't understand the real expression under those squinting eyes, he could guess that Kojiro was also in a hurry at this time. Seeing this scene, Zoro immediately stopped training and thought about it. Just when he was about to ask Kojiro, he saw a panicked figure suddenly running in from the gate. It is Kuina. Kojiro also felt relieved when he saw Kuina running in. At the same time, he always felt that Kuina seemed to be a little different, but he couldn't tell what the difference was. "Father." Kuina came to Kojiro and greeted Kojiro respectfully, but her little face was filled with undisguised happiness. After Kojiro's eyes met Kuina's relaxed, cheerful gaze, he suddenly realized. It turned out that he hadn't seen Kuina's smile so relaxed for too long. However, when Kojiro's eyes swept to Minajiki, who was being held in Kuina's arms, he was slightly surprised. He actually felt a sense of danger on a Taidao. However, Kojiro also did not say anything. Just as he did with Xian Yu, Kojiro believes that everyone has their own destiny and fortune, so everyone has their own path, and Kojiro will never intervene to change anything. "Kuina, go wash your face and change your clothes." Hearing this, Kuina nodded cheerfully to Kojiro, then trotted towards the backyard with Minajiki in her arms. Kojiro looked at his daughter's back, and suddenly found that his daughter's breath had changed. It became even more fierce, like a sharp blade about to be unsheathed. "Xian Yu, you little guy, you really make people." After sighing in his heart, Kojiro looked back. Without Kojiro to explore, he can directly determine that there is no other possibility for the transformation of his daughter except his own appearance, Xian Yu. After all, Xian Yu has shown too much incredible in front of him. It seems that Kuina has also found her own kendo. She has also broken the impossibility of being tied to women. What will happen in the future depends on Kuina's own choice. On the other side, Zoro watched Kuina come back, and while he was relieved, his heart was even more urgent. Originally, he could still feel the strength of Kuina. It seemed that as long as he kept training hard, he would definitely be able to defeat Kuina one day. However, when he saw Kuina again just now, Zoro's innate sense of danger let Zoro know. At this moment, Kuina's danger level is countless times stronger than yesterday. Damn it! Looks like my training is far from enough. Afterwards, the bamboo sword in Zoro's hand swung faster and faster, attacking the dummy like a storm. A few minutes later, after clearing things up, Kuina put on a new set of gym clothes, came to Kojiro, bowed slightly to Kojiro, her expression was a little pleading, and said, "Father, I hope to be able to train with Stinky, and Xianyu in the future, I hope to get your approval." Hearing this, Kojiro opened his slightly squinted eyes and looked at Kuina, and Kuina also looked at Kojiro without any intention of retreating. After a long time, Kojiro's face suddenly returned to his usual smile, and he sighed with emotion. "Hey, my daughter has grown up." Then he looked at Kuina again, nodded with a smile, and said, "Go, I agree." Hearing Kojiro's words, Kuina's original stubborn expression was instantly replaced by surprise. "Thank you, father." With a happy smile on her little face, Kuina thanked Kojiro loudly. 020 The ability of the star ring, officially go to sea. At this moment, the voice of Zoro challenging again came from behind Kuina. "Kuina, I want to challenge you, accept my challenge." Hearing Zoro's challenge, Kuina turned around, frowned and thought at Zoro's menacing appearance. Seeing that Kuina didn't agree to your challenge request today, Zoro's eyes were puzzled. However, before what Zoro said, Kuina clapped her hands, as if she had figured out something, looked at Zoro and said, "Zoro, in the future I will go to a place where my dreams can come true and I won't be in the gym very often. So Zoro, let's make a promise. Today every month in the future will be the date of the challenge. I will come back and wait for your challenge." Hearing Kuina's words, Zoro was taken aback, and subconsciously repeated Kuina's words. "Fulfill my dream of yours." Kuina laughed and scolded. "It's to become the world's greatest swordsman, idiot." Hearing Kuina's words, Zoro immediately ran everything else behind his head, his eyes flashed with a strong fighting intent, and said loudly, "Damn it! The throne of the world's greatest swordsman, the future must be mine. Accept my challenge." Seeing this, Kuina smiled and also drew a bamboo sword from the bamboo basket next to her. A few minutes later, Kuina ran out of the Taoist temple and came to a place without people. Kuina tried to communicate Xianyu in her mind through the inheritance star ring based on the information in the inheritance memory. "Hey, Stinky brother, I'm going to go to your place. Give me your consent." Just as Kuina said this in her mind, she heard Xianyu's voice reply in her mind. "Good." Immediately afterwards, I saw a golden light shoot out from the countermeasure inheritance star ring on the index finger of the left hand, gradually forming a golden gate in front of him. Seeing such a miraculous scene, Kuina's big and beautiful eyes flashed with deep curiosity, and then she looked at the ring on her index finger again, and she couldn't help being surprised from the bottom of her heart. However, seeing the star ring on her left middle finger, Kuina's beautiful brows slightly wrinkled, and then she seemed to think of something, her face was slightly rosy. But still with a firm eye, he directly pulled the inheritance star ring off his middle finger. And then put it on the ring finger. Then he stepped into the door of light and disappeared. Time flies, and before you know it, 8 years have passed. This year, Xianyu officially went to sea. And in the endless future, the sea will call this year, the Emperor is coming. It was another sunny day. Above East Blue, a huge maritime merchant ship was sailing slowly on the sea facing the breeze. Oda Ichiro, a middle-aged gentleman with a round spectacle in his right eye and a bulging figure, is also the owner of this merchant ship. Walking on East Blue all the year round, in addition to transporting goods, I often carry some guests to play on East Blue. It is precisely because of this that Oda Ichiro has developed a pair of eyes that can recognize people's hearts for many years, which allows him to see a stranger's character, temperament, family, social status, etc. at the first glance. Can be recognized at a glance. However, at this time, Ichiro Oda, while blocking a group of female passengers and waitresses behind him, looked at the front of the deck of the merchant ship in shock and awe, leaning on the railing and looking at the sea, and at the same time a man and a woman in white trench coats seemed to be communicating something. The shocking scene just now appeared in Oda Ichiro's mind. 10 minutes ago, Ichiro Oda, who was standing on the top floor of the merchant ship, faced the sea breeze and looked at the calm sea. He was in a good mood and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The weather is really nice today. Would you like to have a party later? Well, the opportunity is rare, let the guests and crew members relax and celebrate. Just as Oda Ichiro was talking to himself, a huge dragon roar suddenly came from the sky behind him. Roar. The sound was so loud that even the sea surface set off waves in the huge sound waves. At the same time, everyone on the merchant ship heard this huge dragon roar, and couldn't help but panic. What's the matter? What's the matter with that roar just now? Damn it! Did you meet the Sea Kings? Otherwise, how could a creature make such a huge roar? Mom! I don't want to die yet. Untouchables! Get out of the way! Laozi is a noble of the Goya kingdom. Baron Ellen! Don't let go of the lifebuoy, wait for Laozi to return, and make your whole family slaves. At the same time, on the top floor of the merchant ship, Ichiro Oda was also sitting limply on the board of the ship at this time, watching with horror in his eyes a mighty and ferocious ice-blue dragon rushing towards the merchant ship from the distant sky. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Why are you staring at my ship? Is it really over for today? Damn it! Asterisk. 021 Ichiro Oda's surprise. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Why are you staring at my ship? Is it really over for today? Damn it! Looking at the ice-blue giant dragon that had come to the top of his head in an instant, Oda Ichiro was completely desperate. However, at this moment, a soft and pleasant female voice suddenly came down from the sky. Hey, Xianyu, you read it wrong, it's not a pirate ship. Put away your ice dragon, you're scaring people. Hearing this female voice, Oda Ichiro was also stunned. And right here, an equally gentle male voice came down from the sky. Hey, it's really not a pirate ship? I originally looked at this big ship in the sky, I thought only pirates would have it. I was going to scare the pirates and grab the boat as our temporary sailing tool. But now it seems to have caused some trouble for others. It seems that I have to go down and apologize in person. Hearing this, Ichiro Oda saw that two figures suddenly fell from the sky. Clap! At this time, Oda Ichiro also roughly guessed what happened from the conversation just now, and his already desperate face regained some composure. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Oda Ichiro fixed his eyes on the two figures in front of him. It was when he saw one girl and two young men in a year standing in front of him, smiling apologetically at him. The man in front of him looked no more than an 18-year-old boy, wearing a white shirt inside, a pair of white trousers, and a white trench coat on the outermost side, with a handle around his waist, which looked very unusual. The famous knife, the long sky blue hair and the hem of the white windbreaker fluttered slightly. The young man's handsome face was a little apologetic at this time, as if he was apologizing for his violent actions just now. Next to the boy is a girl of the same age, perhaps a year or two older than the boy, dressed in almost the same clothes as the boy, with a famous purple sword around her waist. Perhaps the only difference is that the girl has long navy blue hair. Oda Ichiro looked at the pair of men and women in front of him, and two terms appeared in his mind instantly. Emperor. Swordsman. Although the boy in front of him looked apologetic, Ichiro Oda did see an indescribable temperament from the boy. In this regard, even if he has traveled through countless countries and seen countless nobles, the king is far from being able to compare. The only word Oda Ichiro could think of to describe this young man was the word emperor. As for the girl next to her, her fierce aura was like a sharp sword, so Oda Ichiro directly judged that the girl was a very powerful swordsman. At least in East Blue, he has never seen a swordsman who can match a girl's aura. Just as Oda Ichiro's thoughts turned sharply, he saw the young man in front of him suddenly walking towards him. He suddenly stretched out his hand, looked at himself apologetically, and said warmly, "I'm sorry, I scared you a bit just now. My name is Xian Yu, and the girl next to me is called Kuina. The two of us got lost in the ocean. I wonder if you can take us for a while." Oda Ichiro looked at the young man named Xian Yu who spoke like a spring breeze in front of him, and his originally worried mood instantly calmed down. Pulling the boy's fair and slender hand, Oda Ichiro finally stood up. Afterwards, he still looked at the boy in surprise. Especially the ice dragon still flying in the air behind the boy, and said a little dumbly, "Xian, little brother Xian Yu, then, that ice dragon." Hearing Oda Ichiro's words, the boy seemed to think of the giant in the sky, then turned around, and under Oda Ichiro's gaze, he stretched out his right hand. Just as Oda Ichiro was puzzled, he saw the boy suddenly shake his right hand. Immediately, the ice dragon that was originally above the merchant ship's head, which covered the sky, instantly turned into ice debris and dissipated in the sky. Looking at this miraculous scene, Oda Ichiro couldn't help but grow his mouth and was speechless in shock. At this time, the boy turned around again, looked at Ichiro Oda with a smile, and said with a smile, "I wonder if you can come with us? Of course, as a reward, when we encounter pirates or some other problems that you can't solve, we can solve it, how about it?" Hearing the boy's words, Oda Ichiro didn't care about being shocked, and quickly said in surprise, "Of course. Of course. Brother Xian Yu, and this Miss Kuina, I am the captain of this ship, Ichiro Oda. I am very honored to be able to help the two of you. I will go and instruct the chef to prepare a welcome banquet for the two of you." Saying that, Oda Ichiro looked at the two boys and girls in front of him with some anticipation. Above the sea, there will always be pirates. And every time I encounter these pirates, it is good to loot the goods. If you are unlucky and encounter some murderous guys, you will not be able to save your life. Therefore, if you can make friends with such strong peers, these problems can be solved. That's why Oda Ichiro was so excited after hearing the boy's words, and even planned to hold a banquet to welcome the two boys and girls in front of him. P.S. Please support Hwawa, please give me a little reward asterisk. 022 Why is he so handsome? Time returns to the present. Beside the fence at the front of the merchant ship, Kuina with long navy blue hair up to the waist, holding menage key in his hand, glanced at the door of the cabin, all eyes filled with peach heart, desperately towards the girls, young women, even and a few aunties. He couldn't help turning his head and looked at Xian Yu who was looking out at the sea with a half-smile, and laughed. "I didn't expect you to be so popular with women. Yo, look, how many other aunts are attracted to you, Xian Yu." Xian Yu smiled helplessly, then turned to look at Kuina and said with a smile, "Isn't it with you? Kuina, you came out with me, didn't you just stop these wild bees and butterflies?" Hearing Xian Yu's words, Kuina immediately blushed slightly, stared at Xian Yu angrily, and said, "Humph! Less stinky. I came out this time, but to fulfill my dream. The throne of the world's greatest swordsman. I will definitely get it before Zoro goes to sea. When the time comes, let that kid Zoro follow my footsteps, hum hum." At the end of the speech, Kuina deliberately dropped two words in an attempt to change the subject. However, Xian Yu, who is familiar with Kuina, immediately saw Kuina's brief topic-changing skills, but Xian Yu didn't dismantle it. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully, and then said to himself, "So that's the case, then, my dream of building a big crystal palace might just happen to be realized." However, before Xian Yu's words were finished, Kuina stared directly at Xian Yu and said in a low voice, "You dare?" Saying that, Kuina weighed Minajiki in her hands, and her beautiful eyes looked at something on Xian Yu's body. However, even though she said this, Kuina knew in her heart that with Xian Yu's conditions, even if Xian Yu didn't take the initiative to provoke him in the future, countless girls would rush towards this guy. After all, no one knows better than me how good my brother is. Appearance, handsome mess. Temperament, like an emperor's noble temperament exudes invisibly. Even standing still like that is always the most eye-catching presence in the crowd. Character, always so gentle. Strength, even now that he already has swordsmanship that surpasses the great swordsman, plus a series of skills such as Kid, White Hits, Shunpo, etc. inherited from the hero Anohanaretsu, it cannot force Xian Yu's true strength. The only downside might be the identity. But in this sea, the most worthless thing is identity. Even the legendary nobles of the world, wouldn't they die with a knife? Yes, under the influence of Xian Yu, the current Kuina has also cultivated a life philosophy of respecting the strong, and is not interested in the so-called nobles. Kuina thought about it in her heart, and found that when she was looking for a younger brother, she didn't seem to find any shortcomings at all. Such a perfect young man, would the girl who is pregnant with spring see it or not? Yourself, isn't it just an example? Otherwise, when I heard this guy call my name before, I would subconsciously be called sister, why would I ignore it now? Thinking of this, Kuina glanced at Xian Yu again, and couldn't help whispering, "Humph! Can't you be a little ugly? Why are you so handsome?" Xian Yu couldn't hear Kuina's muttering clearly, so he could not help looking at Kuina with some doubts. Just when he was about to ask, he suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the cabin. Xian Yu and Kuina couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice. I happened to see a yellow-haired young man in a black suit push the captain Oda Ichiro to the ground, and then he arrogantly adjusted the bow on his neck, and glanced disdainfully around him. The crew members who dared to act in any other way had a look of enjoyment on their faces. Especially seeing the eyes of everyone around him staring at him at this time, the young man's face even showed a morbid sense of satisfaction. This young man is the nobleman of the Goya kingdom who was clamoring to turn other people's family into slaves, Baron Alan. A few minutes ago, Alan, who had grabbed a lifebuoy from a civilian who dared not to speak, was about to jump into the sea to escape. When he saw the captain suddenly come to the hall, he explained that everything just now was just what the two strong men wanted. After the misunderstanding caused by the boat ride, Alan had a little hatred for the two so-called strong men who made him so embarrassed and made a fool of himself. Who is he? The whole East Blue is the most famous and cleanest. Even the rumored world noble Celestial Dragons is the noble Baron of Goya Kingdom who came to watch. A noble existence that all ordinary pariahs will salute when they meet. There was such a big scandal just now. How could this not make Alan hold grudges? Asterisk. 023 The Dead Kingdom Noble, Alan. When Alan was angry, he suddenly heard a commotion at the entrance of the hall. Especially when watching those women desperately looking out the door one by one, Alan was even more jealous, and his angry eyes were spitting fire. He, Lord Alan, is the most honorable person on this ship. It is also the person who should be looked up to by other pariahs. But what's going on now? The extremely atmosphere of Alan couldn't help but walk towards the door, but he wanted to see who actually dared to steal his limelight. As soon as he came to the door, Alan heard other people talking. It turns out that those two are the strong men that the captain said. That boy is really young and handsome. Yes, and that little girl, she's so pretty. Alan didn't listen to other discussions because he already knew the identity of his target. Humph! Powerhouse? Let me see what kind of person the so-called powerhouse is. Thinking like this, Alan pushed away the person standing in front of him, ignoring the angry gaze of that person, and looked directly at the two white figures on the deck. When he saw Kuina for the first time, he was immediately attracted by Kuina's beauty, and his eyes instantly filled with endless lewdness. So beautiful! I didn't expect to encounter a beauty of this level when I came out this time. Ha ha ha, she is mine, she can only be mine. When he was thinking this way, Alan's eyes were also on Xianyu next to Kuina. Especially seeing Xianyu's incomparably handsome face and the aristocratic temperament exuding from the inside out. Presumably with Xianyu, Alan suddenly felt that he, a real nobleman, had become a turtle. This can't help but make Alan's jealousy of Xianyu even more. Staring at Xianyu, Alan rolled his eyes, and suddenly thought of a wonderful attention. I remember that Countess Charlie seems to like this little white face. If I give this little white face to the Countess, then, he. Thinking of this, Alan pushed aside the Captain Oda Ichiro, who was blocking the door. After tidying up his suit and bow, he walked out of the door with confidence and walked towards Xianyu and Kuina. As for Xianyu and Kuina, who are the powerhouses in those populations? Do not make jokes. How can there be such a young strong man? Besides, the strong ones are not just the dogs raised by their nobles that can bite people. When Lord Celestial Dragons came to visit Goa Kingdom last time, there were quite a few strong people around them, but wouldn't they all obey Lord Celestial Dragon's orders like obedient dogs? It was with this thought in mind that Alan walked towards Xianyu and Kuina with a confident, even conceited smile. At the entrance of the hall, everyone watched Aaron walking towards Xianyu and the two of them, each of them could not help but regret. Hey, what a good couple, today looks like it's going to be bad. Yet, Baron Alan of Goya Kingdom, that lewd reputation has long been spread in this sea area. I heard that this guy was staring at a beautiful girl, and he didn't escape from his palm. Conspiracy, military oppression, all kinds of means that can be used and can't be used, all of which have been taken out by this guy. Countless families or the family was ruined by this guy. Can no one stop it? How to stop it? That is a nobleman appointed by the Goya Kingdom, protected by the world government and marine. If anyone moves him, he will become marine's wanted criminal in a few days. In that case, these two are afraid. Hey! Captain Oda Ichiro listened to the chatter of the people around him, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help evoking a sneer. Brother Xianyu and Miss Kuina are not ordinary people who have no resistance. If you want to bully them, it's just courting death. He walks on the sea all the year round, and sometimes even goes to the Grand Line, but he knows that in the eyes of the real powerhouse, the nobles of a mere kingdom are no different from an ant. There are even many strong people who have the strength to destroy a country by one person. Although he can't tell how strong Xianyu is, Miss Kuina's sharp aura is definitely the strongest existence he has ever seen in most of his life. Ichiro Oda looked at Alan's back as if he was looking at a dead man. At this time, Alan had come to Xianyu and Kuina, looked at them proudly, and said, "Introduce myself, I am the most famous Baron of the Goya Kingdom in East Blue, Baron Alan." Saying that, Alan's eyes were fixed on the faces of Xianyu and Kuina, wanting to see their fearful, frightened expressions. However, after a few seconds, Kuina was still expressionless, as if watching. Has been springing insects. And Xianyu, this is a half-smile, no one knows what he is thinking. Seeing the attitudes of the two, Alan was furious. But thinking of his goal, Alan still held back his anger and continued. "Woman, your name is Kuina, right? Congratulations, you have been spotted by the great and distinguished Lord Alan, and you can follow me in the future. Asterisk. 0024 Noble? What is that? Woman, your name is Kuina, isn't it? Congratulations, you have been spotted by the great and distinguished Baron Alan. You can follow me in the future." After speaking, Alan turned his gaze to Xian Yu, and said contemptuously. As for you, I, Lord Alan, will introduce you to an earl's mansion. At that time, you will not have to worry about eating and drinking in the future. Thanks to the great Alan. When Alan was talking nonsense, a slender and fair hand suddenly stretched out, directly pinched Alan's neck, and lifted Alan volley. The owner of this hand is Xian Yu. Looking at Aaron, who was holding the air in his hands with disgust, Xian Yu said lightly. Enough said. Alan, who was picked up by his neck, was congested and flushed after a while. He didn't seem to have thought that someone would dare to do it to himself in an open and above-board manner. At first, Alan was even a little stunned. It wasn't until he slowly exhaled that it became a bit difficult, and Alan, who had just reacted, immediately looked at the calm Xian Yu with a grim face and shouted. Bold, do you untouchable know what you are doing? I am the nobleman of the most famous Goa kingdom in East Blue. Does the Goa kingdom know? It is the great kingdom that the legendary celestial dragons came to visit. And as a nobleman of the Goa kingdom, I am under the protection of the world government and marine. How dare you, a pariah, attack me? Just wait for the entire marine to be wanted. However, feeling that his neck was being squeezed tighter and tighter, Alan finally comforted him with a generous. Of course, if you kneel at my feet now, and at the same time dedicate the woman beside you to percent. Suddenly, Alan felt the hand pinching his neck so hard that he couldn't even make a sound. Cannot help but look anxious. The limbs struggled hard. Until this moment, looking at the young man in front of him who was still flat-faced, with the same expressionless face as the one beside him, as if looking at a spring bug looking at his own girl, Alan was finally sure that the pair of men and women in front of him were real. Don't take your own threats seriously. At the same time, Alan was also really scared until this moment. At this time, the words of the girl in front of him made Alan completely desperate. Noble? What is that? The crew members and ordinary tourists in the hall who have been watching the development of the situation, watching that arrogant kingdom rules are actually held in the air by their necks, each one of them grows their mouths in surprise, and their faces are full of disbelief. How dare he? That's a noble. It's over, this boy and the girl next to him are completely over. Hey, young people are easy to be impulsive. If you are obedient, you can at least save your life in the future. Now, in a few days, you will be wanted by Marine, right? Yes, yes, how can nobles be harmed by us commoners? At this time, the captain Oda Ichiro, who had stood up with the help of the crew, listened to the discussion of the people behind him, and sneered disdainfully in his heart. So you deserve to be bullied by these nobles all your life. You can only be a commoner all your life. At this moment, on the sea in the distance, there was a sudden roar. Boom! Before anyone else could react, the whole ship suddenly seemed to be hit by some huge force and shook violently. At this moment, everyone panicked again. What's wrong? What happened again? The sound just now seems to be the sound of shelling. Who is attacking us? Could it be? The next moment, the lookout on the ship suddenly shouted in panic. Captain, it's the Iron Claw Pirates. The Iron Claw Pirates were attacking us just now. They're chasing us now. Ichiro Oda lost his voice when he heard the call of the watchman. Iron Claw Pirates? The pirate group led by Iron Claw Austin, who was offered a bounty of 2 million Baileys by Marine. This situation is not good. In East Blue, known as the weakest sea, a pirate with a bounty of 2 million Bailey is considered a big pirate. With the defensive power on the merchant ship, it is impossible to stop the attack of the Iron Claw Pirates. Thinking of this, Oda Ichiro's eyes instantly turned to the pair of boys and girls on the deck. Perhaps, only they can save this ship, right? In the cabin, the civilians and tourists who also heard the shouting of the watchman were really panicked at this moment. They still know something about the reputation of the Iron Claw Pirates. According to legend, there has never been a living person on any merchant ship encountered by the Iron Claw pirates. Thinking of the scene after they were about to be caught by these legendary evil ghosts, many people were so frightened that they cried out. *025 Kuina shot, monster power. About 10 nautical miles away from the merchant ship, 3 fast ships are galloping towards the merchant ship. On a pirate ship in the center, a middle-aged man with a sharp iron claw on his right hand sat on a tall seat, playing with the 2 large iron balls in his hands, his face full of bloodthirsty. Looking at the approaching merchant ships, he shouted, "Little ones, the knock on the door just now was a little loud. Give the owner of that ship a few loud ones." Hearing the order of his own captain, nearly 200 pirates on the 3 pirate ships responded excitedly and loudly at the same time. "Yes. Follow your orders, boss. This time, the owners of that ship will definitely hear the knock on the door of our Iron Claw pirates. Ha ha ha." While speaking, the 3 pirate ships roared, and dozens of lead bullets were fired towards the merchant ship. At the same time, on the pirate ship in the middle, a bearded pirate wearing a black rubber hat looked at Austin the Iron Claw and said with a grin, "Captain, this time, are we still following the old rules?" Hearing this, Iron Claw Austin also laughed loudly, his eyes were full of bloodthirsty. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a sudden flash of purple light in the sky. Immediately afterwards, all the lead bullets that were launched suddenly exploded in the sky. What happened? Austin was a little furious for a while. At the same time, on the deck of the merchant ship, Kuina slowly retracted her Zanpakut Minajiki into the scabbard as if nothing had happened. However, at this time, Xianyu was still strangling his neck, his face was purple, but Aaron, who had not yet died, looked at Kuina, full of fear. "Is this AFG weak girl? Just a monster." Alan just watched helplessly. When so many lead bullets were about to hit the merchant ship, the female monster just pulled out the sword in her hand and slashed at the void without looking at it. Those dozens of lead bullets just exploded like that. Not to mention the terrified and trembling Aaron, Xianyu was not at all surprised by what Kuina did just now. Instead, he turned his head and glanced at the door of the cabin, just in time to see himself looking at him expectantly. The captain of the 2, Ichiro Oda. Xianyu nodded slightly. Then he looked at Kuina and said with a relaxed smile, "Kina, since we promised the captain to help him deal with the pirates along the way, then this time, it's up to you." Kuina also had no objection, nodded, pulled out Zanpakut again, and turned to look at the 3 pirate ships that were chasing in the distance. Just when he was about to take action, Xianyu suddenly stopped him. Etc. Kuina turned her head and looked at Xianyu in confusion. At this time, Xianyu raised Aaron in his hand and said to Kuina, "I almost forgot, I still have a piece of garbage in my hand, let's solve it together later." After speaking, Xianyu kindly glanced at Alan in his hand. And it was this sight that made Alan tremble, and shouted hoarsely, "Stop! Don't!" However, Xianyu ignored Alan's words and directly threw Alan's body in the direction of the 3 pirate ships with a slight force on his arm. No! There was only a shrill cry left in the air, and then Kuina next to Xianyu swung down with a knife. Immediately, 4 lavender/waves were cut out from Zanpakut and Kuina's hands. And 4 huge ravines appeared on the sea in an instant. The entire sea has been chopped off. Whether it was the 3 pirate ships or Aaron, who was flying upside down, before they could react, they were directly concentrated by the lavender/wave and divided into 2. After the /wave was resolved as a target, it did not dissipate immediately, but continued to shoot further away, leaving 4 huge ravines in the sea with a length of several kilometers. Bottomless. Even the sea water could not fill up these 4 ravines for a period of time. This is the power of a great swordsman-level tactic. At the same time, it is only a swordsmanship of the great swordsman level. And this scene was also seen by the civilians, tourists, and crew members lying on the cabin window. In an instant, the whole ship was quiet. Not the slightest sound. Needle drop can be heard. Everyone glanced in horror at the sword-wielding girl who was still on the deck, and then returned to their respective houses without saying a word, daring not to say anything, for fear of being stabbed by the girl. However, at the same time, there were also some people who responded and dialed the phone bug without a trace. At this time, the shocked Captain Oda Ichiro, who opened his mouth again, came back to his senses again. At the same time, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he expected that this girl named Kuina would be very strong, he did not expect that it would be so strong. It's as strong as a monster. The same monster as the boy beside her. Asterisk. 026 This is AFG Sick World. Regarding what happened before, neither Xianyu nor Kuina cared at all, and they still talked and laughed. At this moment, Captain Oda Ichiro walked over from the door of the cabin hall with a large tray full of food. Xianyu looked at Ichiro Oda, who came over and smiled. "It's the trouble, Mr. Captain." Ichiro Oda walked in front of the two and placed the tray on the sturdy railing before waving his hand at Xianyu with a wry smile, saying, "Brother Xianyu is joking, I haven't thanked Brother Xianyu and Miss Kuina for their life-saving grace, just some food, why bother?" Saying that, Oda Ichiro took a step back and bowed deeply to Xianyu and Kuina. "Seriously. I would like to express my thanks to you both on behalf of all the crew on board, and thank you for saving all of our lives from the pirates." Taking the fork in the tray and picking up a piece of chocolate dessert, Kuina watched Oda Ichiro thank him so earnestly. A smile appeared on his cold and beautiful face, and his affection for the captain also increased a lot. After all, although solving the pirates was agreed from the beginning, Kuina is also bound to solve it. But to be thanked so earnestly afterwards, which undoubtedly made people feel a sense of respect, not an employment relationship, Xianyu picked up a bottle of wine in the tray, and after reaching a little in the glass for Kuina, also for Kuina. "Got some wine by myself." When he picked up the wine glass and shook it gently, Xianyu looked at Ichiro Oda with a half-smile, and suddenly said, "Mr. Captain, thank you just now on behalf of yourself and your crew." Hearing this, Oda couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, and then the wry smile on his face became even worse. He never thought that Xianyu, a young man who looked so young, would directly seize the loophole in his own words. Wiping the cold sweat that didn't exist on his forehead, Ichiro Oda took off the round glasses on his left eye. Then he looked at Xianyu with a wry smile and said, "Yes, all I can represent is myself and my crew. As for other people, I don't have that qualification, and those people are actually..." Speaking of which, Ichiro Oda couldn't go on, or he knew that out of courtesy, he shouldn't actually say the next words. Yet, in other words, when he was thanking him just now, he shouldn't have said things like representing himself and the crew. However, looking at the sea behind Xianyu's brother Kuina and the two, which was gradually calming down until now, Oda Ichiro suddenly felt that he did not regret the apology just now. Although Oda Ichiro didn't continue to speak, Xianyu did shake the wine in his hand, followed Oda Ichiro's words with a smile, and said, "What the captain wanted to say just now is that those people may not actually thank me and Kuina, right?" Hearing Xianyu's words, Kuina, who was sipping the dessert, frowned slightly, looked at Xianyu in confusion, and asked in confusion, "Xianyu, why do you say that? Didn't we save their lives from the pirates? Why don't they thank us?" At this moment, Oda Ichiro suddenly said, "Yet. Although not all, but there are indeed many people who will not thank Miss Kuina for helping." Saying that, Oda Ichiro turned slightly to reveal the situation at the entrance of the hall. Xianyu watched the exchange between Oda Ichiro and Kuina with great interest. He suddenly felt that this captain is indeed a very interesting person. And Kuina followed Oda Ichiro's sign and looked towards the entrance of the hall, only to find that there was no one at the entrance, and even through the entrance, you could see the original lively hall, and now there are only some services dressed in crew costumes. People are busy. Hey? Where are their people? Wasn't it quite lively just now? Now that the pirates have been dealt with by me, why are they all gone? Isn't it time to celebrate? After hearing Kuina's words, Ichiro Oda is now sure that this girl is definitely a newbie who is going to see for the first time. Miss Kuina, in fact, if you just killed the pirates just now, the scene at the moment is exactly as you said, and the celebration party begins. However, you also dealt with a noble of the kingdom at the same time. In their eyes, you have become a murderous demon. In their opinion, with such a powerful force, but without any scruples against a nobleman, in the same way, you may also do something against them. Even though, everyone knows that the Alan noble is heinous. Even if everyone has witnessed everything that happened just now. In their perception, you and Brother Xianyu should obey the nobles. This is the best result. After that, they will only feel sorry for you and Brother Xianyu. However, once you rebel against the nobles, or even kill the nobles, in their view, such behavior is so outrageous, so heinous. What East Blue is a symbol of peace. This is AFG sick world. At the end of the speech, Oda Ichiro directly yelled, his face was washed with tears at some point, and his eyes were full of anger and self-deprecation. Asterisk. 027 Ichiro Oda's explanation. What East Blue is a symbol of peace. This is AFG sick world. Looking at the sudden outbreak of Oda Ichiro, U-shaped Dark Moon and Kuina met at a glance. The tacit understanding they had cultivated over the past 18 years allowed both parties to understand the meaning in each other's eyes at the same time. Mr. Captain, it seems that he is also a person with a story. However, the two of them were very tacit and did not speak, and just looked at Ichiro Oda. After a while, Oda Ichiro came back to his senses. He was a little embarrassed and took out a white handkerchief to wipe the tears from his face. Afterwards, it was refolded, which was very cherished, and solemnly put into the pocket of the suit. Xianyu has sharp eyes. When Oda Ichiro was wiping away his tears, he glanced at an orchid pattern on a white handkerchief. After putting away the handkerchief, Oda Ichiro apologized. Sorry, I just thought of some past events, and I lost my temper for a while. I also ask Brother Xianyu and Miss Kuina not to take offense. Seeing this, Kuina also knew that what Oda Ichiro called the past was not a good memory, so he nodded rationally, and told Oda Ichiro about it directly, saying, "Let's continue with the previous topic. Although what you said just now seems to explain your previous thank you behavior, my intuition tells me that there should be something you haven't said yet, right? Especially after listening to your explanation just now, I suddenly feel that your initial thanks, Captain, seems to have a sense of shirking responsibility. What are you afraid of?" Hearing Kuina's words, Xianyu nodded secretly with some relief. This girl, her head is turning so fast. And Ichiro Oda also looked at Kuina in surprise, and also noticed Xianyu nodding secretly when he looked at Kuina. I couldn't help but sighed again in my heart. Where the hell is this pair of monsters from? Thinking so in my heart, Oda Ichiro explained with a wry smile in reality. I didn't expect that Miss Kuina would see it out. Miss Kuina is really smart. Kuina didn't care about Oda Ichiro's praise. And seeing this scene in Oda Ichiro's eyes, he couldn't help but value Kuina more. So young, not only has such a monster-like power, but also such a firm heart, it seems that soon, the name of Miss Kuina will be heard on this sea. Thinking of this, Oda Ichiro glanced at Xianyu and continued in his heart. However, Xianyu is the one who hides the deepest, and he will surely show endless brilliance in the future. There are so many things in his mind, but in reality, Oda Ichiro just paused for a while, then continued the previous topic and said frankly. I was really afraid just now, and the people I was afraid of were also Miss Kuina and Brother Xianyu. Hearing Oda Ichiro's words, Kuina's beautiful brows slightly wrinkled, and she said a little unhappily. Are you also the same as those people in your mouth? Unexpectedly, when Oda Ichiro heard Kuina's words, he waved his hands and shook his head in denial. No, it's not like that. Miss Kuina, the reason why I'm afraid is actually related to Baron Ellen who just died. In order to avoid Kuina's misunderstanding, Oda Ichiro quickly went on to say. As Baron Allen himself said, he is an aristocrat of the Goya Kingdom and is sheltered by the Marine and the world government. Killing him, although it won't be as serious as he said before, will indeed be regarded as a pirate, wanted by Marine and the world government. Hearing this, Kuina said subconsciously. But, all the pirates have died just now, what about Marine and the world government? Having said this, Kuina just reacted, looking at the direction of the cabin with a complicated expression. This time, Kuina already understood the fear in Oda Ichiro's heart. At this time, Oda Ichiro's words also confirmed Kuina's conjecture. It seems that Miss Kuina has figured it out. Yes, it is some of them who will report to Marine and the others. As I said before, although Miss Kuina, you have saved the lives of everyone on our ship, most people will not accept your love, and coupled with some interests, I believe that at this moment you and Xian brother Yu's photo has been placed on East Blue Marine's desk. Maybe in a day or two, the wanted notices for you and Xian Yu will be scattered all over the sea. And I was worried that you and brother Xian Yu might be annoyed and implicated in the crew members. That's why I thank you and brother Xian Yu just now. However, I can assure Miss Kuina and brother Xian Yu that among those people, there is absolutely no crew member of mine. Please, brother Xian Yu, you must believe me. Having said that, Oda Ichiro bowed deeply to Xian Yu and Kuina again, asking for their trust. P.S. Flowers, tickets, rewards, come here *. 028 for you, the image is thrown to the ground, why not? After a while, Xian Yu watched Oda Ichiro walk back into the cabin and resumed his busyness, smiled and said. Mr. Captain is an interesting man. Although there is no strength, whether it is knowledge, heart, or wisdom, it is one of the rare types in this sea. Mr. Captain must have seen big scenes when he was young. However, Xian Yu's words did not get a response from Kuina. Xian Yu turned his head curiously and saw Kuina who was frowning and puzzled. Xian Yu understands that Kuina is still confused by what Ichiro Oda said earlier. Just when I was about to solve it, I saw Kuina suddenly raised her head and looked at herself. Xian Yu, what are you talking about with these people on board in the marine? Even though we saved their lives, they are afraid of us because I killed a noble scumbag who came to trouble us with bad things. They might even report us to Marine as the captain said. And those Marines, aren't they wearing the coats of justice? Why not only didn't they arrest scumbags like Alan, but protected them instead? Even because of this, is it possible to want us? Is it true that in such a situation, it is only right for us to be bullied by such scumbags? Looking at Kuina, whose face was wrinkled tightly at this time, full of confusion, puzzlement, and even as if his outlook on life had been impacted, Kuina, who was eager to find the answer. Xian Yu was also stunned for a moment, his eyes became serious, but the next moment, Xian Yu exaggeratedly said as if joking. Perhaps, as Mr. Captain said, this is a sick world. I don't know if I can give this world a few injections to cure the disease. If it really doesn't work, then you need that scalpel to do the surgery. But, where should the surgery be? Well, this is a question worth thinking about. Having said that, Xian Yu frowned, as if he was really thinking about the possibility of this matter. Looking at Xian Yu's funny way of speaking, Kuina couldn't hold back for a while, and laughed softly. He, Xian Yu, UBD, don't do such a funny thing. Your son's image is about to fall to the ground. Looking at the smiling Kuina, who seemed to have come out of the horns just now, Xian Yu also smiled and stopped his funny behavior. After taking a sip of the wine from the wine glass in his hand, Xian Yu leaned back against the railing, looked up at the blue sky, and said with a light smile. Actually, it's hard for me to understand the world, especially the so-called justice in the world. Speaking of which, Xianyu's mind was thinking of the O'Hara incident, the Fishman tiger saving the slave incident, and Sabayati archipelago watching the slave trade fair under Marine's eyelids. Hearing Xianyu's emotion, Kuina looked at Xianyu with some amusing and said, "Why, when you were in the dojo in the past, didn't you always claim to know everything about this world? Why is there still something you don't understand now?" Hearing Kuina's teasing, Xianyu straightened up and retorted, "No, I really know everything about this world. As for the emotion just now, it's just that I put myself into the identity of some people to think, and it is naturally difficult to understand their thoughts. After all, the human heart is still separated by a layer of belly. One person can never fully understand another person's thoughts. As for your previous question, Kuina, instead of letting me tell you the answer, it's better for you to find the answer on your next sea voyage. After all, the sea is so big, in addition to being the world's largest swordsman, you also need to find something interesting to do, don't you?" Hearing Xianyu's suggestion, Kuina nodded in agreement with Xianyu's words, and began to enjoy the food again. Speaking of another thing. By the way, I heard from the captain just now that according to the speed of this ship, we will be able to reach the nearest place called Orange Town in 2 days. Do you want to go up there to find a new inheritor? I remember you before going to sea, he said that this time he came out to find a new inheritor. Hearing this, Xianyu shook the glass again and laughed. Looking for a new inheritor is certain, but before that, we must first find a ship that can carry us temporarily, and find a good navigator. Only in this way can we truly begin our voyage. When talking about the navigator, Xianyu's mind instantly came to a girl with orange hair. I don't know where this little orange cat is now. Asterisk. 029 Garp, Sengoku. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for a ticket, ask for a reward. On the other hand, what Oda Ichiro guessed has already happened. However, the photos of Xianyu and Kuina did not appear in the East Blue Marine Base at this moment, but directly in Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters, on the table of Marine Marshal Sengoku. At this moment, Sengoku, with an explosive hairstyle, a seagull hat, and a braided beard, looked at the photo of Kuina in his hand, and frowned tightly. It's incredible that a little girl at such a young age is already a great swordsman. Having said that, when he picked up another photo on the desk, especially when he looked at the photo, the 4,000s of meters long and unfathomable ravines on the sea, he had to admit it. This is indeed the power of the great swordsman. Crack clap. Sengoku's eyes twitched, resisting the anger that was about to erupt, turned his head to look at the wrinkled, gray-haired Crane Vice Admiral sitting on one side of the chair, and asked, "Zayahi, you are the most self-sufficient person among us Marines. What do you think about this matter?" Crack clap. On Sengoku's forehead, countless well characters popped out one after another. Bang! Sengoku slapped his hands on the table fiercely, turned his head and shouted loudly at Garp, who was focused on fighting with Senbei. "Garp! This is my office. I asked you to come and analyze the situation for me. I didn't tell you to eat Senbei here. Did you hear that, old BD?" Looking at the angry Sengoku, Garp with short white hair buttoned his booger and said indifferently, "Isn't this kind of thing involving you and Zayahi? The old man is just in charge of the battle." With that said, Garp flicked the booger off his fingers, picked up the bag containing the senbei again, and once again planned to start a fight with the senbei, while complaining in a low voice. "How many did you eat just now? 1,642? Or 1,643? Hey? I can't remember exactly. It's all my fault for this BD, Sengoku. I forgot the exact number. Forget it, let's start over." Behind the desk, Sengoku wiped away the booger that just flew to his face with a livid face, and the veins on his forehead jumped violently. And at this moment, Garp's whispering whispers drifted into Sengoku's ears. At this moment, Sengoku couldn't bear it any longer. He stood up with a direct touch, and after a burst of golden light flickered on his body, he turned into a big Buddha. The old man can't take it anymore. Old man Garp. Die for the old man. Big Buddha. Shockwave. Garp's eat the number of senbei in one go was interrupted again, and he was also displeased, so when he saw Sengoku's big move directly, he waved his fist and rushed up in the same annoyance. Seeing that these two old bastards actually made a move here, Vice Admiral was also angry. You two old fellows! Are you going to tear down naval headquarters? Wash the fruit, wash it! In an instant, Sengoku and Garp, who were about to dry, seemed to be two pieces of clothes hanging in the air to dry. You two, let's reflect on yourself now. On the training ground below, many recruits heard Sengoku's roar and the loud explosion sound. They couldn't help holding the weapons in their hands and said in shock. What's the matter? Did a pirate come in? Yeah. It seemed to be the call of the marshal just now. With that pirate so bold, how dare he hope for the marshal here? Damn it! Let's go to support Marshal Sengoku. Never let this damn pirate succeed. At this time, some veterans persuaded these recruits to calmly say, Don't worry, there are no pirates, this is Marshal Sengoku and Garp Vice Admiral discussing. Ha ha ha, watching these recruits reminds me of when I first came here. This time it's going to end soon? It seems that Vice Admiral made the shot. After a few minutes, Sengoku, who was sitting behind the desk, and Garp, who was sitting on the bench, were both more honest. Cough cough. Sengoku coughed twice, picked up the information on the table again, and threw it to Vice Admiral Tsuru, saying, Zaya-he, take a look at the information just passed on from the East Blue branch, and analyze it to see how we should solve it. Crane Vice Admiral took the information and took a closer look, but when he saw Kuina's strength and the somewhat excessive photo of the young man, he couldn't help showing a surprised look on his face. After reading all the cause and effect, Vice Admiral the Crane passed the information in his hand to Garp next to him, looked at Garp and asked, Garp, when you were in East Blue, did you hear the little girl named Kuina? Or the name of the boy named Xianyu next to Kuina? Asterisk. 030 Crane Vice Admiral's analysis and wisdom seeking flowers, tickets, rewards. When Garp heard the question from Vice Admiral of Crane, he casually replied while browsing the information in his hand. Never heard of it at all. And this, in fact, does not blame Garp. First of all, Seymour's Hiji village, in the incomparably white East Blue, was originally just a small village in a small country with no one's own eyes. Who would care about such a small village other than looking for it? I'm afraid it's hard to even know the name. Second, since Kuina followed Xianyu to the training center at the beach in the back of the mountain for training 8 years ago, he has basically stopped showing up in the dojo. 8 years is enough to kill a lot of memories. It is no exaggeration to say that in the entire Seymour's Hiji village, apart from Kojiro and Zoro, who are closest to Xianyu's brother Kuina, basically no one remembers the names Xianyu and Kuina. After reviewing all the information, Garp couldn't help patting his thighs and said happily looking at Kuina's photo. This little girl is doing beautifully. As early as East Blue, I heard that this noble scumbag named Ellen does all kinds of evil. The old man has long wanted to throw this guy into prison, but every time he goes back, he will be angry with my lovely unfortunate grandson. Forgotten. I didn't expect that this girl would actually do this for the old man, and she actually killed it. Not bad. Also, at such a young age, she is already a great swordsman, and she is a female great swordsman that she has never heard of. Give me East Blue a face. Who would dare to say that we East Blue are the weakest sea? Ha ha ha. Garp. Sengoku glanced at Garp in dissatisfaction, then looked at Tsuru Vice Admiral, and asked. Zaya-he, what do you think we should do with this matter? After all, the two parties involved in this incident are the nobles of the kingdom, and the other is such a young female great swordsman. Crane Vice Admiral heard the words, his eyes flashed with wisdom, and analyzed. Actually, we Marine have no right to choose. If only we Marine knew about this matter at the beginning, we could choose to block the news and try our best to suppress this matter. After all, there is such a young female great swordsman enemy, which is a good thing for us Marine. Not a good thing. At such a young age, she already possesses the strength of a great swordsman. Of course, I don't need to say much about the talent of this little girl named Kuina. Even, for her ability to become the world's #1 swordsman in the future, she will pull Hawkeye from that throne. I'm not surprised to go down. If possible, I would prefer to pull her into our Marine. But it's too late now. When this information appears here, it means that the people on that ship have also passed the information to the Goa Kingdom. This kind of opportunity to earn double or even more information money is absolutely based on the slickness of those people. We'll do it. As for what kind of guys most of the kingdom's nobles are, I don't need to say more. They will definitely ask our Marine to arrest Kuina and that Xian Yu. However, when the world government invited the kingdoms of these countries to join the World Government Alliance, they promised these things. Of course, if we change it to a normal kingdom, we don't really need to pay attention. But it is this Goya Kingdom. I heard that Hamak and the king of Goya Kingdom. While Crane was analyzing, a special phone worm suddenly rang on Sengoku's desk. Blah blue. Seeing this, Crane stopped analyzing, because she recognized that this was a phone bug contacting world government. Sengoku picked up the phone bug at this time and said, Mozamoxi. Yes. Okay, promise to complete the mission. Watching the phone bug close his eyes, Sengoku hung up the phone bug, looked up at the Crane, and said helplessly, Zayahi, you are worthy of being our Marine's think tank, and the situation is exactly the same as your analysis. The king of Goa Kingdom promised Saint Chermak some favors and asked Saint Chermak to help urge the world government to arrest the prisoners. The call just now was specially called by the 5 elders, asking us to arrest these 2 prisoners as soon as possible. After listening to Sengoku's words, Garp said with some dissatisfaction. Catch? How to catch it? Could it be that people can take the initiative to give their heads just by the mouths of those wastes? Hearing Garp's bold and rude words, Sengoku couldn't help shouting. Garp! Watch your influence! However, at Sengoku's warning, Garp rolled his eyes indifferently, and then continued. What's wrong? The old man said something wrong. Now the big pirates are rampant, and civilians are being attacked by pirates all the time. Our Marines are already in short supply. Sakazuki is now guarding New World, Kuzan is clearing the first half of the Grand Line, Polisario is staying at Naval Headquarters. Some of the top vice admirals in our Marines are on duty. If you send some average vice admiral to arrest this little girl named Kuina, then you won't know who's arresting who. Asterisk. 031 Unparalleled Sword Princess? 4 collections, 4 flowers, 4 tickets, 4 rewards. Somewhat unexpectedly, facing Garp's words, Sengoku nodded earnestly in agreement and said, Yeah, the dozen or so vice admirals that we still have in naval headquarters are indeed only average in strength. Let them arrest a great swordsman. Even if they are dispatched together, they may only be able to return without success. After that, Sengoku stared straight at Garp. Originally, after Garp heard Sengoku's words, he planned to nod his head in agreement. However, after seeing Sengoku looking at him, Garp, a decades-old comrade in arms, immediately knew Sengoku's plan and directly refused. The old man will not arrest a little girl for a deal between those scumbags. Sengoku, you should die. Sengoku looked at Garp seriously and growled loudly. Don't forget who you are, Garp. You're a Marine. It's your job to catch criminals. This Kuina said, she still murdered. Then she is a criminal, and it is your responsibility to arrest her. Looking at Sengoku's serious appearance, Garp grabbed a handful of senbei and stuffed it into his mouth, a little unhappy. Said. Just go, the big deal is to take it as a vacation, just in time to go back to see my lovely grandson. Sure enough, listening to Garp's unabashed perfunctory, Sengoku roared even louder. Garp! Take this old man seriously. Garp touched the scum that Sengoku had sprayed on his face, and then suddenly said. Hey, you shouldn't say the purpose directly. Sengoku, just pretend you didn't hear it, the old man will go to East Blue to arrest Kuina. After speaking, Garp walked out of the marshal's office and quickly closed the door by the way. Fortunately, the old man moves fast. Garp just finished his emotion when he heard the loud roar of Sengoku inside the door. However, Garp still ignored it gorgeously, and then walked towards the outside while muttering to himself. Sure enough, I'd better go and see my good grandson Luffy. I heard that since that guy Ace went out to sea a few months ago and became a pirate, he has been shouting about becoming the Pirate King all day. Look at the old man's return this time. Don't let that stinky boy taste the taste of the iron fist that the old man loves. On the other side, in the marshal's office, Sengoku, who was once again angry with Garp, took a few deep breaths after being persuaded by Vice Admiral, and then slowly calmed down. Then he looked at Vice Admiral and said, Xiao He, about this Kuina, and the reward called Xian Yu, how much do you think is more appropriate? Crane Vice Admiral heard the words, thought for a while, and said. Our Marine's bounty has always been comprehensively evaluated in terms of strength, potential, impact on the sea and the degree of harm to the public. And this little girl named Kuina, with strength, is already a great swordsman, and it can be said that she is the wave of characters standing at the top of the sea. As for the potential, let alone. The impact on the sea was nothing before we released the bounty, but after the bounty was released, no matter the amount of the bounty, her influence was unparalleled, and it may even be said to be able to. There was a huge storm on the sea. After all, a female great swordsman at such a young age will be shocked no matter who hears it. At least, those fellow swordsmen will definitely rush towards East Blue, looking for Kuina. Speaking of this, although Garp is probably not going back to capture Kuina as he said, but for these pirates who went from the Grand Line to the East Blue to find Kuina, I believe Garp will definitely take action. Just to weaken the pirates' strength. As for the last point, it's just killing a small noble in the kingdom, and it's only at the Baron level. If the celestial dragons hadn't intervened, you could just ignore it when you got up. Based on all aspects of analysis, I recommend setting the bounty at 60 million Bailey. Sengoku listened to Crane Vice Admiral's analysis, nodded, and finally thought about it again. There was also a light of wisdom flowing in his expression, but in the end it was Deo. No, 60 million is a bit low, and it is directly set at 80 million Bailey. As for the title, it is called Unparalleled Sword Princess. Hearing the words, Crane Vice Admiral pondered slightly and repeated. Washuan Jianji? Washuan. Seemingly thinking of something, Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at Sengoku and said. Could it be, you mean Hawkeye? Sengoku nodded smugly. Crane Vice Admiral saw this and said with emotion. As expected of you, who is respected by the world as the resourceful General Sengoku, you can always play everyone with applause, but they don't even know it. Facing the praise of Crane Vice Admiral, Sengoku also stroked his long braided beard proudly, and then turned his attention to another photo on the table. This guy named Xian Yu, I heard that he is Kuina's companion? He doesn't seem to have any strength. It's no wonder that Sengoku made such a direct conclusion. After all, Xian Yu looks like a weak boy no matter how he looks. What's more, if he was really strong, he wouldn't let a girl from Kuina take action. So, Sengoku didn't bother about Xian Yu's bounty, he just decided. Forget it, just offer a reward of 100 Bailey, the title is called. P.S. Thank you for your message in the book review area, asterisk. 032 The Shocks C. Ask for flowers, ask for tickets, ask for a reward. The next day, when the new reward order was sent to the whole sea with the news bird, the situation in the sea was as expected by the Crane Vice Admiral, and it completely exploded. Sabayati Archipelago, a pirate bought a new newspaper from Newsbird for 100 Baileys, but when he saw the latest bounty, he immediately spit out the water in his mouth. Cough cough cough. The companions on the side watched the pirate suddenly cough violently, and asked worriedly, "Hey, what's wrong with you guy?" However, the guy who saw the newspaper first kept coughing. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it at all. In the end, he just shoved the newspaper in his hand, and while coughing, he gestured to his companion to let him see for yourself. The pirate companion understood the meaning of this pirate, and said in surprise, "I want to see, what news makes you do this?" Just as he was talking, the pirate's companion just saw Marine's latest reward order at first glance. Bounty order. The crime is so great that it doesn't matter life or death. Washuanjianji Kuina. Possess the power of a great swordsman. Bounty amount, 80 million Bailey. Charge, killing the nobles of the kingdom for no reason, with an extremely cruel personality, murdering people like numbness. If you encounter them, escape as soon as possible. And in the middle of this reward order, there is a photo of a cute but cold girl holding a purple sword in her arms, a dessert in one hand, and a fork in the other, holding the dessert in her mouth. Looking at this reward order, the pirate's accomplice not only gasped in shock. Hey! This little girl actually has the strength of a great swordsman. And the bounty is actually 80 million Bailey. The first reward is such a high amount. It's incredible. At this time, the whole street gradually sounded a series of exclamations. 80 million Bailey. Great swordsman level swordsmanship. The key is that the owner of this reward is just such a young girl. How is this possible? Yet. This is too incredible, right? Such a young great swordsman? In a few years in the future, the throne of the world's #1 swordsman, isn't Hawkeye going to let people go? Humph! Great swordsman? If such a little girl can become a great swordsman, the great swordsman would have walked all over the sea long ago, and the swordsman is not as good as a dog. How can a great swordsman be so easy to achieve? Yet, I don't believe it either. It looks like it's another smoke bomb from Marine. Che, according to Lao Zi, that old guy Sengoku has been sitting in the Marine Marshal's chair for a long time. He has become old and confused. However, in this case, usually only civilians and those pirates who are not very powerful will say. Some of the slightly more powerful pirates couldn't help but explode when they saw the reward order. For example, at this moment, on the 13th island of Sabayati Archipelago, in a ripping bar called Shuki, there is a middle-aged woman with short hair and capable hair. When Shuki saw the photo of the reward order, the hair on her body stood up. Hey, this little girl has such a strong sword intent. With this level of sword intent, the strength is probably not far from yours, really, right? No wonder Marine directly said that he has the strength of a great swordsman. And also set the bounty at 80 million Bailey for the first time. It's an amazing little girl. However, the white-haired old man who was drinking at the bar, the vice-captain who was worn by the original One Piece Roger, was called Pluton's Silver Rayleigh by the world. At this time, he looked at the reward order in his hand solemnly, and said solemnly, "Yet, in terms of swordsmanship, it's not that the strength is not far behind me, but at least at the same level as me. Even, it is very likely that the swordsmanship is still better than me." Shuki was stunned when he heard Rayleigh's words, and looked at Rayleigh in disbelief, saying, "Have you been drinking too much, you rough old man? With such an age and a daughter's body, it is already unacceptable to be able to approach you in swordsmanship. Now you tell me decisively that her swordsmanship is still possible. Over you." Hearing Shucky's sturdy words, Rayleigh returned to his previous lazy appearance, helplessly spread out his hands, picked up a jar of wine on the bar, and said while drinking, "If you don't believe it, there's nothing you can do, at least judging from the girl's invisible sword intent in the photo, that's the case." Seeing Rayleigh's sworn guarantee, Shucky reluctantly accepted it, but when he looked at the reward order, his face was still full of shock and disbelief. And after taking a sip of wine, Rayleigh sighed in his heart. It seems that this sea is about to have a storm. It's just a pity that Roger died too early, otherwise he would still be able to see the waves of the new era. When thinking like this, Rayleigh's eyes swept to the reward order inadvertently, just in time to see another reward order held by the newspaper. Out of curiosity, Rayleigh took it out from under the newspaper, and when he glanced at the contents of the reward order, he spit out a mouthful of wine. Puff. Asterisk. 033 The Gaze from the Emperor at Sea, 1:15. Regarding Kuina's reward order, it did not gradually fade away with the passage of time, but became more and more enthusiastic. Not only in the first half of the Grand Line, the Land of the Four Seas, and even the New World, have been swept up by such a bounty order. After all, with such a young great swordsman appearing at sea, no matter whether it is Marine, Shishibukai, or the Four Emperors, they cannot ignore this fighting force. After all, the strength of the great swordsman is enough to touch the ceiling of the entire world. In the backmost sea area of New World, a huge whale-headed pirate ship floated leisurely, and in its vicinity, there were several smiling pirate ships. However, with such a few ships, no one dared to provoke them in this new world where monsters are everywhere. Because, this whale ship, its name is Moby Dick. Because, the name of this pirate group is called Whitebeard Pirates. Because, on this ship, there is Whitebeard, who is known as the Emperor of the Sea and the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard, this is an existence that is rumored to be more terrifying than evil spirits. At this time, on the Moby Dick, the huge Whitebeard painted with two meniscus shapes and the Whitebeard pirate flag combined with the skull representing the pirate logo. A large group of pirates gathered together and happily held a banquet. At this time, the news bird has been flying slowly from the sky, hovering above the pirate ship. On the Moby Dick, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates' first team, the yellow-haired punk-headed Marco drooped his eyelids and waved to the newsbird, and took the newsbird's small bag at the price of 100 Bailey. "I bought a newspaper from." When Marco, who originally thought it was some boring news, opened the newspaper and saw the huge reward order, the drooping eyelids who seemed to never wake up, the boss instantly opened. Especially after reading the reward order word by word, Rao Yi Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirate ship first team, and the deserving Four Emperors, couldn't help sighing. "Hey good guy, another monster is born." However, after thinking that this monster is also the enemy of Marine and the world government, Marco couldn't help laughing. Hey, interesting, it seems that this sea is going to be restless soon. Forget it, let Dad read the news first. Having said that, Marco turned around, took the newspaper and walked directly to Whitebeard, who was sitting on the huge chair with a hanging bottle on his body. "Dad, there are monsters in the sea again." Marco came to Whitebeard, handed the newspaper in his hand to Whitebeard, and said with a smile. Many other captains around heard Marco's words, and they all became curious. Monster? Among the new generation in this issue, is it the Fire Fist Ace who recently made a name for himself? Did that guy Ace do something earth-shattering again? Probably not. Although Ace is favored by Dad, according to the itinerary, the little guy Ace should be still in East Blue now, right? What big things can he do in East Blue? By the way, how much was Ace's bounty last time? It seems to be 40 million Bailey. Marco drooped his eyelids and glanced at the other squad leaders who were talking very enthusiastically, and directly interrupted their discussion, saying, "Yeah. It's not Ace this time. It's a rookie girl from East Blue who was offered a bounty for the first time, and the reward amount is 80 million Bailey. Hearing Marco's words, all the captains looked at Marco in astonishment for a while, with an expression that seemed to say, "You are teasing me." This time, even the captain of the 3rd Division, who has always been relatively silent, Diamond Joe's, couldn't help looking at Marco and said, This shouldn't be possible. After all, in a place like East Blue." However, at this moment, Whitebeard's sign of laughter sounded. "Kulala, I didn't expect such a powerful little girl to emerge from the sea, Bista, this little girl's swordsmanship may be stronger than you." Saying that, Whitebeard threw the newspaper in his hand to Jaws and others. Hearing Whitebeard's words, everyone present had to accept this fact, no matter how disbelieving it was. After all, this was what their father, Whitebeard, said himself. Marco drooped his eyes, glanced at the other squad leaders who were exclaiming, and understood their shock in his heart. The bounty of 80 million Baileys alone, not to mention on a 4 Emperors level pirate ship, even in the New World, it is like a crucian carp crossing the river, too many. The name of a single great swordsman, even if it may cause some surprises, is only limited to this. However, whether it is adding a first reward in front of the 80 million Bailey reward amount, or adding not more than 20 years old in front of Daejian Hao, the meaning it represents is instantly changed. An earth-shaking change has taken place. What's more, this girl named Kuina has all the above-mentioned extremes in one. This means that if he grows up, he will be at least another 4 Emperors rank in the future. Marco thought about it for a while, and finally couldn't help but look at Whitebeard and asked softly, "Dad, what attitude should we Whitebeard pirates take towards this girl named Kuina? P.S. I just want to put on the shelves and collect more than 10,000, 5,000 flowers, and 2,000 evaluation tickets. Wow, the big guys are pitiful and poor asterisk. 034 The Gaze from the Emperor at Sea, 225. Dad, what attitude should we Whitebeard pirates take towards this girl named Kuina?" Hearing this, the corner of Whitebeard's mouth showed a crescent-like smile, and finally laughed out loud. "Kala la la. How do you treat this little girl? Of course it's a junior. Marco, what are you worried about? Laozi is Whitebeard." Looking at Haki's awe-inspiring gesture of the strongest man in the world at this moment, Marco made up his mind, and then he laughed. Yes, his father is Whitebeard. What's there to worry about? However, Marco did not notice that when he turned his head, Whitebeard's eyes had a worried look deep in his eyes. Whitebeard looked at the relaxed, laughing sons on the Moby Dick and thought to himself. Laozi never thought that he would be able to have this group of family members in his life and realize his wish. "We are all a group of people abandoned by the sea, but as your father, even if abandoned by the sea, Laozi must protect you to live comfortably and happily. This is Laozi's responsibility. It's just Laozi's body now. Hey, if Ace and the little girl Kuina can join our big family in the future, Laozi won't worry about your safety anymore. By that time, Laozi will be able to walk away with a smile, even if he is dead." At the same time, Wanguo, Cake Island, Ant 4 Emperors, and Big Mom threw aside the newspaper handed over by Pero, one of the 4 generals, and shouted, Mom, it's just a little girl's film. I want to attract my attention. Let's wait for her or enter New World. Where's the cake? The old lady wants cake." Wano Kuni, Kaido just threw the newspaper aside and started drinking when he mentioned a big jar of wine. On an island in New World, during the daily banquet of Red Hair Pirates. In the past, the reason for the banquet was all kinds of funny reasons, and the person who proposed these funny reasons was the captain of the Red Hair Pirates, the youngest 4 emperors among the 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks. After all, the essence of Shanks is a joke. It's just that today, the reason for the banquet is a bit special, because they have a special guest, Shishibukai Hawkeye, Dracula. My hawk. Come, drink. Yes, that's it, ha ha ha. Shanks, who was sitting next to Hawkeye, laughed directly while encouraging Gao-Lang Hawkeye to drink wine. The other officers on the red-haired pirate ship on the side also took the opportunity to laugh at their captain. "Hey, the boss is so shy, it looks like he's drunk." Yeah, the boss's drinking capacity is no better than Hawkeye's, so stupid. Ha ha ha. Come on, Hawkeye, just turn over the stinky boss. The Eagle Eyes drinking wine have long been accustomed to this funny scene in front of him. "I came here to compare swords with Shanks before, but didn't I experience such a scene last time? It's just that since he learned that Shanks has become a one-armed hero, he has become a little disgusted and is no longer competing with swords. He just comes to Shanks for drinks from time to time." And just then, the brain of the Red Hair Pirates, Ben Beckman, came in with a newspaper. "Hawkeye, this time the reward order, I hope you take a look, there should be something you are interested in." Hearing Ben Beckman's words, other cotters were a little curious and wanted to know what interesting things he said. Hawkeye glanced at Beckman, put down the wine glass in his hand, and took the newspaper directly. However, when Hawkeye opened the newspaper, Shanks squeezed directly beside Hawkeye with a drunken expression, and browsed the contents of the newspaper together. However, when Hawkeye turned to the reward order, especially when he saw the photo on the reward order, he suddenly stood up. At this moment, the Eagle Eye has completely lost the coldness just now, and the body exudes endless sword intent, and the whole person is like a drawn sword. As for the Supreme Sword with Eagle Eyes behind him, Heyday seemed to feel the master's fighting intent, and also trembled slightly, as if he wanted to fight with all his strength. Immediately afterwards, without saying a word, Hawkeye turned around and walked towards his own coffin-like boat outside the island. Shanks looked at such a resolute Eagle Eye and couldn't help raising his hand. Hey! Hawkeye! However, seeing that Hawkeye didn't stop at all, he finally gave up the idea of continuing to invite Hawkeye to drink. Picking up the newspaper dropped by Hawkeye, Shanks looked at the reward order on the newspaper with a deep gaze. "Ocean, it's going to be windy again." At this moment, Shanks no longer looked like a drunk before, just like a real emperor, full of majesty. However, at this moment, Shanks noticed another bounty that was hidden under Kuina's bounty in the newspaper. Out of curiosity, Shanks took away Kuina's bounty, just to reveal the bounty for a newcomer named Xianyu below. Just as the Eagle Eye saw Kuina's reward order, Shanks saw the reward order of Xianyu above. The moment when a young man wearing a white trench coat with long sky blue hair. Shanks' pupils suddenly tightened. Asterisk. 035 Miss Kuina, you and Xianyu are wanted. Beckman on the side noticed Shanks' strangeness, frowned, looked at Shanks in confusion, and said, "Shanks, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with that little girl?" Unexpectedly, Shanks stood up in an instant, just like Hawkeye, and did not directly answer Beckman's words, but directly faced all the pirates and said loudly, "Everyone, get on board and set off immediately, target, East Blue." Everyone looked at Shanks, who had a serious face at the moment, and also realized the seriousness of the matter. They got up in an instant and walked out from the lazy appearance just now. Beckman watched everyone move quickly, then looked at Shanks again, brows full of confusion. "Shanks, are you also going to see the East Blue girl on the bounty?" As soon as he finished speaking, Beckman directly denied this guess himself. "No, with your previous style, even if this girl is really a great swordsman, you won't be like this." At this time, Shanks slapped the newspaper in his hand directly on the table, pointed his right hand directly at a boy's reward order, looked at Beckman with a serious expression, and said, "No. I'm going to East Blue this time, it's him. The calm on the sea will be completely broken by him this time. He has the ambition to subvert the sea. And what I have to do is to see if I can stop him before this peace is broken." Hearing that Shanks actually used the word can, Ben Beckman's expression became serious this time. However, when he saw the contents of the reward order Shanks was referring to, he couldn't help but look a little weird even in his city. At the same time, East Blue, a merchant ship, had no idea that the two of them had caused a Shishibukai and a four emperors to rush over from the distant New World to Kuina and Xianyu, who were on the deck of the ship at this time, enjoying the gentleness of the Sunday and the vastness of the sea. At this moment, Xianyu, sitting on a black chair, with his white and slender hands and 10 fingers like a flexible elf, dances with ease and joy on the keys of a beautifully painted piano borrowed from Mr. Captain. At the same time, one after another of pleasant musical symbols floated out from Xianyu's hands, turning into a beautiful melody that echoed throughout the ship, and flew towards the farther sea. Beside Xianyu, Kuina was holding the knife, with both hands in front of her, leaning on the railing. Compared with Mei Mao, it seems to be enjoying everything at this moment. Xianyu, does the inherited hero have such powerful musical skills? I'm so envious. Thinking like this, Kuina opened her eyes and looked at Xianyu, who was still playing the piano with his eyes closed, and he was enjoying himself. With a slender and straight body, a handsome face, a long hair that is the same color as the sky, and the gentle smile on Xianyu's face. At this moment, Kuina, watching Xianyu playing the piano, gradually lost her mind. At the same time, on the whole ship, the tourists who were scared to hide in their own rooms yesterday were also attracted by this beautiful melody, and they gradually came to the entrance of the hall again with a little boldness, where they crowded to enjoy the music. No one spoke, and everyone listened to the melody quietly at the same time, as if the whole person's heart was washed, and one by one looked relaxed. At this moment, the sound of footsteps coming from behind interrupted the enjoyment of these people, and all of them turned their heads badly and looked at the person who made the footsteps. I happened to see Captain Oda Ichiro hurried over with a newspaper in his hand. Seeing this scene, many people are a little unclear, and they don't know why Oda Ichiro looks so, but there are also a few of them, their eyes are a little flickering. Oda Ichiro ignored these people, squeezed directly from the crowd, and came to the deck. And the footsteps of Ichiro Oda walking on the deck naturally awakened Kuina, who was looking at Xianyu in a trance. After recovering, Kuina's face was slightly rosy, and she secretly glanced at Xianyu again. After realizing that Xianyu hadn't noticed her, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Oda Ichiro also came to Kuina's side, looking a little anxious, just when he wanted to say something directly. Kuina stopped Oda Ichiro's movements. Pointing to Xianyu, Kuina said softly, "Captain, please tell me something in a low voice, don't disturb Xianyu." Looking at this girl with a soft smile, completely different from yesterday's cold expression, Oda Ichiro knew that the girl's soft smile was only shown to the boy playing the piano beside him. Ichiro Oda nodded, and after taking a long breath, Ichiro Oda seemed to have limited determination, handed the newspaper in his hand directly to Kuina, and said in a low voice, "Miss Kuina, you and Xianyu are wanted for a reward." *036 Enraged Kuina. "Miss Kuina, you and brother Xianyu are wanted for a reward." After finishing speaking, Oda Ichiro carefully glanced at Kuina, for fear that Kuina would kill all the tourists on the boat with his anger. After all, people only saved the lives of these people from pirates in this boundless sea yesterday, but until the next day, not only did they not wait for the thanks of these people, but a piece of paper from Marineford said in Marineford, "A bounty and wanted notice issued." Being betrayed like this, no one will feel good about it. Pushing himself and others, Oda Ichiro felt that if he had such power at this time, he would definitely kill this group of people to vent his hatred. Even if some of them are innocently implicated. Hey, I didn't expect that what I was worried about yesterday has become a reality today. Are those who reported to Marine blocked by the Sea Kings? Temers is a lunatic. Don't die. It was originally to keep away from those so-called nobles, so I brought a group of brothers and sisters who also hated nobles to seek a living on the sea, but in the end they were still implicated by the damn nobles. What a... Hey, Now I can only hope that these two little ancestors don't anger my crew. Just as Oda Ichiro cursed angrily in his heart, Kuina just took the newspaper calmly, then nodded directly to Oda Ichiro, saying, "Thank you, Captain, for the news, and the newspaper. Do you have anything else to do?" Seeing Kuina's appearance of driving people away, Oda Ichiro was also stunned. "Although I am the captain of this ship, and being driven away by the guests, I always feel that something is wrong." However, at this moment, Oda Ichiro felt that such a sentence was the most beautiful in the world. The kindest, the gentlest words. Wiping the sweat from his cheeks, Ichiro Oda secretly glanced at Kuina. Seeing that Kuina was not at all angry, Oda Ichiro let out a long sigh of relief this time. However, just as Oda Ichiro retracted his gaze, he met Kuina's slightly displeased gaze, and the cold sweat on Oda Ichiro's face remained again. Quickly looking back, Oda Ichiro wiped off the sweat again embarrassedly, and said, "Haha. The sun is really hot today. By the way, there seems to be something in the kitchen. I need to take care of it. Then I won't disturb Miss Kuina, and I will have a leisurely relationship with Xian Yu. See you later." Saying so, Oda Ichiro withdrew. Watching Oda Ichiro leave, Kuina pouted and muttered, "I know that the leisure and elegance of our two worlds are disturbed, and I don't leave quickly. What an unreasonable stinky uncle." What Oda Ichiro didn't know was that after yesterday's conversation, whether it is Oda Ichiro's temperament, knowledge, eyes, or the means of dealing with emergencies, Kuina has benefited a lot. Perhaps, possibly with dessert? Kuina had already recognized him as the captain in his heart. If Ichiro Oda knew that he just caused Kuina to be upset because he disturbed Kuina to enjoy their time together, and that he was scolded as different things, I don't know if he would cry. As for Oda Ichiro's fear that Kuina will anger everyone, after being enlightened by Xian Yu yesterday, Kuina is no longer angry about it, but rather interested. As Xian Yu said yesterday, the sea is so big, in addition to becoming the swordsman you meet along the way, until you become the world's largest swordsman, you always need to find other things to do, otherwise wouldn't it be too boring? Observing human nature temporarily aroused Kuina's interest. Therefore, since yesterday, she has been looking forward to today's arrival, and Kuina wants to know if what the captains Ichiro Oda and Xian Yu said yesterday will be confirmed. Tisk, the crime is extremely heinous, regardless of life or death. Kuina looked at the big words on the bounty list and sneered. Just killing a piece of junk looking for trouble, and I'm so guilty? Marine, what a representative of justice. At this time, Kuina was really unhappy about the word marine. After all, whoever has just set out to sea and is put on such a hat by marine who is just will do so. Unparalleled Sword Princess Kuina? Wushuan Sword Princess? This title is quite good, I just want to be that Wushuan. Well, the bounty of 80 million Bailey is not bad. However, when she saw the last line of the reward order, Kuina was completely disgusted by the so-called marine of justice, and even the word justice. Criminal charge, killing the nobles of the kingdom for no reason, with an extremely cruel character, killing people like numbness, if you encounter them, flee as soon as possible. Seeing this, Kuina's body suddenly burst into a fierce aura, and a pair of show fists also pinched the newspaper tightly, and her beautiful eyes exuded a fierce murderous aura. Kill the nobles of the kingdom for no reason? It was that BD who wanted to take possession of this young lady, and she was killed by this young lady. The character is extremely cruel, killing people like numbness. Humph, this is a good point. If I see Marine now, I will kill one. P.S. Brazenly come again to ask for flowers, tickets, collections, and rewards. Everyone come here asterisk. 037 There are too many things because of standing on one's own side. Kill the nobles of the kingdom for no reason? It was that BD who wanted to take possession of this young lady, and she was killed by this young lady. The character is extremely cruel, killing people like numbness. Humph, this is a good point. If I see Marine now, I will kill one. Kuina was instantly angry with Marine's shamelessness and wanted to kill. It's no wonder Kuina is like this. After all, although you already have the strength to surpass the great swordsman, in essence, Kuina is still a girl who just walked out of the small village of East Blue for the first time, and has no life experience. This is the first time I see someone slandering myself so much that I want to kill someone. At this moment, the melodious piano sound suddenly stopped. Xian Yu's gentle voice came from beside Kuina. What's wrong? Very angry. Kuina glanced at Xian Yu, who came to her side, still gritted her silver teeth, and said angrily. These shameless Marines, don't meet me in the future. Humph. Saying that, Kuina subconsciously pulled Xian Yu's sleeve, looked at Xian Yu with a puffed face, and said. Xian Yu, if I go to beat those Marines in the future, you must help me. Looking at Kuina's cute appearance that only shows up around him, Xian Yu was also a little amused. He raised his hand and subconsciously wanted to touch Kuina's long navy blue hair, but Kuina directly avoided it as usual. Humph. Don't even want to touch my hair, hurry up, you will definitely help me. Kuina was a little proud at first and avoided Xian Yu's claw again, but then said to Xian Yu again, as if he must get an answer from an ant today. Seeing this, Xian Yu could only smile and nod in agreement, but then he explained to Kuina. Actually, Kuina, isn't this an opportunity to observe the hearts and minds of Marines executives? Hearing Xian Yu say this, Kuina temporarily put down her anger and looked at Xian Yu curiously. She wanted to know, this time, what kind of remarks her younger brother, who has been very smart since childhood, not only knows a lot of news, but also has special opinions on some things, will say. Xian Yu's ruby red eyes glanced at Kuina warmly, then turned around, put his hands in the kabuto of his white trench coat, and looked at the boundless sea. The oncoming sea breeze blew Xian Yu's long sky blue hair like a beautiful picture scroll. Kuina, it's actually very simple to understand what a person is thinking. You need to put yourself in that person's place, just imagine some of the things or decisions he made, and you can see his purpose. Marine is just an armed force for world conquest, while world government is based on the interests of celestial dragons as a world noble, and has established many kingdoms with similar governments and powers. Yesterday we killed a noble of the kingdom, as if we slapped all the people with the title of noble in the face, and among them, sky people are also included. Therefore, Kuina, we are wanted. In fact, it was determined after we started it yesterday. And Marine, this is just following the world government, yeah, strictly speaking, following the orders of the celestial dragons and that group of powerful nobles. Saying that, a playful look gradually appeared on Xian Yu's face, and he continued. However, since the Marines received the order to want us, the first thing to do is undoubtedly to deceive ordinary people. Then deceive ordinary Marine soldiers, and then come with this righteousness. In this way, Marine and the others will always be justice, and the world government will always be the god that stabilizes the balance of the world. Since it's so good for them, why don't you vilify us? As for our feelings, in their opinion, we are already a pirate, what scruples or kindness do they have? That's how we look at this matter from their Marine standpoint. Saying that, Xian Yu's face became even more playful. However, there are too many ugly deaths and evil things in this world because they're standing on their own side. Listening to Xian Yu's analysis, Kuina's beautiful eyes once again raised the color of admiration. Sure enough, Xian Yu is still his own stinky brother, and he is so thorough in everything he sees. Oh right, I was just looking at my own reward, I don't know what your reward order is like, Xian Yu. With that said, Kuina clenched her reward order into a ball of paper, and then threw it towards the sea. Kuina didn't pay attention to where the thrown bounty was dropped, but Fan looked at the newspaper to see how Xian Yu's bounty went. However, when he quickly turned to a certain page, Kuina was stunned when he saw the content on it, and then he couldn't help laughing out loud. Pft. Ha 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 ha, asterisk. 038 large-scale big face scene. 1-5. He he he. Xian Yu looked at Kuina, who was laughing and leaning on his shoulder with some puzzlement, and his ruby-red eyes flashed a puzzled look. What's wrong? Looking at Xian Yu's bewildered expression until now, Kuina suddenly found out that Xian Yu still has the talent to be cute. Pfft. You, show you, see for yourself, it's a reward order about you. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing, but I can't help it, he he he. As a result of the newspaper, Xian Yu suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Marine shouldn't have anything to hack me, right? After all, at most I can only intimidate that noble, and then throw him somewhere with the pirates. Let Kuina cut him down. Even so, at most, it should be about the same as Kuina, right? But, if that's the case, Kuina shouldn't laugh like that. With curiosity and vigilance, Xian Yu finally opened the newspaper, and what caught his eye was his photo. Xian Yu in the photo has only one sideways. But through this side face, whether it is the gentle ruby red eyes or the extremely delicate and handsome face, it is undoubtedly showing that this is a real handsome guy, even in this world of all kinds of strange looks. It is not an exaggeration to be called the most beautiful man in the world. In the photo, Xian Yu is looking at the back of Kuina, who is standing next to him with a knife on his side with a smile on his face. What's even more impressive is that in the photo on the reward order, behind Xian Yu's brother Kuina, there are 3 smashed boats, and the boats are burning with blazing fire. It seems to be showing that it is these 2 people who have committed such evil things. No, it's more like Kuina with only his back holding Itachi. It's like Kuina is stealing Xian Yu's shot. If it's just that, Xian Yu doesn't really care, but... When Xian Yu saw the contents of the reward order, his eyelids twitched fiercely. Bounty order. The crime is so great that it doesn't matter life or death. Wushuanjianji Kuina's little white face, Xian Yu, seems to be slightly stronger than ordinary people. Bounty amount, 100 Baileys. Charge, killing the accomplice of the nobles of the kingdom for no reason. The character is extremely cruel, and the murder is like a numb. If you encounter it, escape as soon as possible. If there is no ghost-like introduction on the bounty, the original photo on the bounty looks like you are a little less hacky, but it gives you a warm-hearted feeling. But after the introduction below, when you look at the photo above again, isn't this a proper licking dog form? Especially the 100 Baileys bounty. Isn't this Tomo insulting people? Xian Yu's ruby red eyes stared at the newspaper lightly, as if nothing had happened. However, the hand holding the newspaper was clenched unknowingly, and a blood-colored chill spread directly from the hand, covering the entire newspaper. Next second. Crack! Under the freezing cold of ultimate, the frozen newspaper turned into blood-red powder and scattered from Xian Yu's hands. Kina, you should forget what I said before. Xian Yu suddenly sounded like a proposal, and said softly. Observing human nature is too boring, let's seek revenge on Marine. Kuina heard the words, especially seeing the appearance of Tsundere, who was serious and indifferent to Xian Yu, but directly proposed revenge in his mouth. And laughed even more for a while. He he he. Xian Yu, you didn't say that before. Position, there are too many ugly deaths in this world, and evil things happen because of standing on your own. Would you like to understand Marine from Marine's standpoint? He he he. This young lady's little white face. He he he. At the end of the laugh, Kuina directly stopped Xian Yu's waist from behind, and the little head directly on Xian Yu's back laughed even more. He he he. For a time, Kuina's light and sweet laughter lingered on the entire deck, bringing infinite fun to this somewhat boring sea. However, Kuina didn't notice that Xian Yu, who was facing the sea, also had a slight smile on his lips. I don't know what I was like in the past, but, just like what Xian Yu, who once stole the world from the heart, said to Kang Yu, your existence is very important to me. And in this life, Kuina, your existence is the same for me. In exchange for your laughter, how can I care about the so-called little white face? What I care about is always you. Saying so in his heart, Xianyu couldn't help but raise his head slightly and look towards the end of the sea, as if he could see another figure. Of course, and you, asterisk. 039 mocking the two tigers for not knowing the rules of the sheepfold. On the deck of the merchant ship, after a while, the melodious and soothing piano sound rang out again. Kuina and Xianyu were able to read the newspapers and the bounties, as could the rest of the merchant ships. Look, I said the two of them would be wanted by Marine. As expected. Am I right? I'm not wrong. Hey, young man, I just don't know how to hold back. There's nothing left. That's it. Wanting to kill people with a little strength, I want to say, Marine is wanted. Humph. I'm still playing the piano there, and I've been occupying this deck since I got on the merchant ship, so I haven't had time to appreciate the sea. Bah! Pirates! That's right. It's a shame that I still liked the guy named Xianyu before, but I didn't expect him to become a notorious pirate so quickly. And the most embarrassing thing is that he's actually just that woman's sidekick. Bah! Many people lie behind the windows of the house, or they look like wise people who only listen to me is right, or look at Xianyu and Kuina's outstanding appearance and temperament, envious, jealous, twisted people gloat in misfortune, or listening to the others around them followed suit and scolded Xianyu's brother Kuina, as if the two of them had really done something heinous. Of course, there are also some people who are silent. Even if someone wants to defend Xianyu and Kuina, they are pulled by the people around them. Don't make everyone unhappy for two unrelated people. But, they are our saviors. Are we just watching these guys wantonly insulting and mocking? Although they did rescue us from the pirates yesterday, today, the two of them are also pirates. Is it worth it to arouse the disgust of the entire ship for the mere two pirates? It's just that these people didn't realize that in the distance, whether it was the Captain Oda Ichiro, or he and his crew, when they looked at them at this time, it was as if they were disdainful, mocking, gloating, and mocking Xianyu and Kuina with contempt. Individuals are the same, and they are also looking at them with the same eyes. A group of so-called idiots. Villains who don't know kindness. Oda Ichiro tidied up the bow he tied around his neck and whispered disdainfully. The mutton sheep, who always live in such a little cognition, are actually mocking the two tigers who don't know the rules of the sheepfold. How can I sneer at the kindness of the tigers as kindness? I don't know, this is the sea. It's not the sheepfold under the rule of those nobles. The tigers never bother to smash the wool, but directly eat the mutton. It's really looking for death. Except for Ichiro Oda, who has some knowledge, everyone on the ship doesn't know that in this world, there is a power called observation haki. All nearby sounds can be easily heard. On the deck, Xianyu, who is playing the piano, and Kuina, who is leaning against the rail with a sword, are masters of observation haki. Among them, Xianyu cultivated observation haki to the real ultimate. Not only can you hear all things themselves, but you can even hear people's hearts. Xianyu, are you not angry at all when those people say that to us? Kuina was originally displeased by these ungrateful and shameless people, and she regretted why she went to this group of guys yesterday. But when he saw Xianyu still closing his eyes and enjoying the piano, he didn't seem to be angry at all. Even his piano sound was still so soft and gentle, like a wisp of water washing people's hearts, without the slightest change. Kuina slowly calmed down his anger, looked at Xianyu curiously and asked. Xianyu didn't stop his dancing fingers, he still closed his eyes while playing the music, and laughed softly. Tell me, I don't care at all. After all, when an elephant is sitting on the side of the road to rest, if a few ants come and scream, have you ever seen an elephant's reaction in such a situation? After saying that, Xianyu paused for a moment, his eyes suddenly opened, and the ruby red eyes flashed a cold light. However, they dare to insult Kuina at the same time. This is unforgivable. On this ship, apart from the captain and his party, it's really hard to find any bright spots of human nature. It's really hard to see. What you sow, you will reap the fruit of faith. However, this time, I don't need to do it myself. 100 causes must have results, and their results will soon be eaten by them. After speaking, Xian Yu closed his eyes again and continued to play his music. However, from this moment on, the soft and gentle sound of the piano became eager, and I became curious about the eve of the storm. Asterisk. 040 Clown Buggy. When Kuina heard Xian Yu say, they dared to insult Kuina at the same time, this is unforgivable. At that time, the last trace of anger that had been aroused by the despicable and shameless words of this group of people on the ship also disappeared in an instant. Humph, you are the only one who can talk. Kuina glanced at Xian Yu with a cold face, and said with a little tsundere. But Xian Yu, what do you mean by that last sentence? Xian Yu just tickled the corner of his mouth and did not answer Kuina directly. Kuina, what will you do next time the people on the boat are in danger in front of your eyes? Go back and save them. Hearing Xian Yu's question, Kuina listened to the unspeakable abuse and ridicule through observation haki, and immediately said with some disgust. Humph! What is there to save such a person? If something really happened, it would be the greatest kindness for this lady to not help me cut a knife. After he finished speaking, he seemed to think of something, and added. Of course, the captain and his crew are the exception. If there is any danger, I will rescue them. Hearing Kuina's vows, Xian Yu opened his eyes, a meaningful smile flashed in his ruby red eyes, and said, Really? Can you really do it? Staring at Xian Yu's beautiful ruby red eyes, Kuina wrinkled Xiao Qiang's nose and said a little unhappy. Why, do you think that Miss Ben just turned her head and denied it just like you? If it does happen. When Kuina was about to chat with her stinky little brother, her words suddenly stopped, then she got up, turned and glanced in the distance ahead of the merchant ship, and then she turned around with a complicated expression. Xian Yu, this is the fruit you said, 100 causes must have an effect, their fruit will soon be eaten by them, right? Xian Yu still had a smile on his face, but the sound of the piano under his hand was like a real storm was about to fall. About 100 nautical miles ahead of the merchant ship, a huge pirate flag with a red nose fluttered in the wind on a large pirate ship no less than the size of Xian Yu and others. And this pirate flag represents the Buggy Pirates, which can be regarded as the famous big pirates in the whole East Blue. In this poor East Blue where the highest bounty was originally only 50 million Bailey, the first pirate, Buggy was feared by the entire East Blue with the high bounty of 15 million Bailey. Of course, now this East Blue highest bounty has been replaced by Kuina's 80 million Bailey. On the pirate ship, Buggy held a magnifying glass and carefully studied the nautical chart on the table. No, the location of the treasure should be here? Hey? No, it should be here. That's not right. Ah! Damn it! Is this treasure map that I snatched from those bastards real? How come I've been wandering around here for months without even catching a single hare? Damn, next time you meet those guys, make sure to let them know how awesome my great Captain Buggy is. However, compared to the furious Buggy, the chief of staff of the Buggy Pirates on one side, Quiaka Buggy sat on the railing and ate oranges a little bored, ignoring what Buggy meant. Another important figure in the Buggy Sea group, Vice Captain Machi, is even more oblivious to his pet niche. Just then, a little pirate ran towards Buggy with a newspaper and shouted. Boss! Boss! Look at the latest bounty in this issue. Don't call me Red Nose. Buggy didn't wait for the little pirate to finish speaking, and he flew directly and kicked the little pirate out. Bang! The little pirate flew back at a faster speed without the slightest accident, and slammed into the cabin. The other little pirates watched this scene, don't mourning for this little brother for 3 seconds. Brother, you're out of luck. It just happened that the boss was so bored that he wanted to get angry, and I can only use you to make the boss angry and benefit us. Brother, let's go. At this time, Buggy also picked up the newspaper that the little pirate had dropped on the ground. The moment he opened the reward in the newspaper, Buggy's eyes widened. Great swordsman. 80 million reward. Or is it from us East Blue? How can this be? After browsing it, Buggy seems to be in disbelief. Now I take it to my eyes and read it carefully. As if I still don't believe in evil, I directly take out a magnifying glass and read the reward order word by word. The peerless sword girl Kuina has the power of a great swordsman. Amount of reward, 80 million Bailey. Hiss. Asterisk. 041 The hot-blooded Buggy Pirates. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for tickets. Ask for a reward. The peerless sword girl Kuina has the power of a great swordsman. Amount of reward, 80 million Bailey. Hiss. For a while, Buggy couldn't help shouting out in surprise. It was these words that instantly made the whole ship quiet, but then, what was exchanged was an exhilarating shout of excitement. Boss! Our chance is here, boss! Yeah, boss, take us to challenge this guy. As long as we kill her, our Buggy pirates can truly become famous all over the ocean at once. The birth of a new great swordsman must have caused great storms in this world. And we happen to be in East Blue. Offshore buildings come first, boss. Find this great swordsman and kill her in one go. Rewards from all of us, the gold will be greatly increased. That's right, boss, you are a man who can drink with Shanks, one of the New World 4 emperors. Faced with the kind of man who fainted immediately when we met, you can drink with him normally, even in the old age. After scolding that man didn't dare to do anything. Your strength is terrifying to Jiang. With your strength, if you are dealing with a big swordsman, wouldn't it be more than enough, boss? Go on, boss. Kill this great swordsman. Fame, wealth, everything is ours. Seeing his crew member's bloodied appearance, Buggy couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from his face, thinking that the bragging that he used to brag before the crew change was actually believed by them. What pure and lovely crew members! Buggy is a little ashamed of these crew members. Thinking of this, there was a hint of regret in Buggy's eyes, and then he jumped up and stood on the big chair, looking at all the crew members sincerely, and shouted. Little ones! You are right. Your Captain Buggy is so powerful. What is a great swordsman? What is the 4 emperors? If it weren't for the special status of this captain, what is going on with the 4 emperors of the sea and the stinky boy of Shanks now? This time, let's kill this great swordsman. Let all the guys in the sea see, our Buggy pirates are the strongest. The crew below listened to Buggy's majestic speech, and they all felt their whole body blood boil. The bad man cried with tears in his eyes. Captain Buggy! Sure enough, boss, you are the strongest man in the world. No wonder the boss has been circling the weakest East Blue, it turns out that the boss has a more mysterious identity. Captain Buggy, let everyone know this time, even if you are in East Blue, you can't be ignored by anyone. Let them have a good memory. Captain Buggy! Everyone shouted frantically again and again, while already bursting into tears. Even the big lion Nitch is touching tears with his huge claws at this time. At this time, with tears streaming down his face, Buggy looked at everyone and shouted. Now, I, Buggy, as the captain, ordered the Buggy pirate ship to start, target, find the new big swordsman, and kill her. Yes. All the pirates burst into tears with excitement and responded loudly. At this moment, Buggy turned around handsomely. In the next second, all the tears on Buggy's face disappeared. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Buggy drooped his eyes and glanced at the people behind him who were already blood-drying. Then he let out a long sigh of relief. Muttered to himself. I finally fooled these guys again. Challenge this little girl with a great swordsman? I'm afraid you want to take a knife, right? Hum hum hum. Look for it, just take your time to find it. East Blue is so big, the chance of encountering that great swordsman is even more difficult than finding a hare in the sea. What's more, with the strength of Daejian Hao, he will soon go back to New World to explore. As long as you don't encounter it at sea during this period of time, it will be almost impossible in the future. Ha ha ha, my Captain Buggy is smart. Ha ha ha. Laughing, Buggy picked up the paper again, staring at Kuina's reward. But speaking of it, this little girl named Kuina is really a monster. She is so powerful at such a young age. It seems that the position of the 4 emperors of Shanks in the future is very unstable. Ha! Deserving it. What is a real pirate? The guy who doesn't understand. Hey? There seems to be a new bounty down there. Let's see which unlucky one is being targeted by Marine. Puff. A little white face worth 100 Baileys? What a shame for us men. Don't let Lord Buggy see you in the future. Or let you taste the power of the Buggy cannon. And just when Buggy looked at Xian Yu's reward order with disdain, the watchman on the ship suddenly said excitedly. Boss! Found a merchant ship. And looking at the tonnage, at least it's a large merchant ship. Asterisk. 042 Buggy can't possibly be her match. Ask for flowers, ask for a ticket and ask for a reward. What? When Buggy heard the lookout hand, he was so excited that he became torn apart. He flew up with his upper body and looked in the direction pointed by the lookout hand with the telescope. Wow! There must be a lot of treasure on such a big ship. Thinking like this, Buggy immediately shouted at all the little pirates below, "Little ones, we found a huge merchant ship ahead." The great Captain Buggy felt that before finding that big swordsman, we all want to get treasure. When everyone heard Buggy's words, everyone was equally happy. After all, being a pirate is one for fame and the other for wealth. If you find that you don't bring the treasure, as a pirate, you will be punished by the sea. On the other side, above the merchant ship, when Buggy discovered this side, the watchman on this side also saw the flag of the pirate ship. Captain, found the pirate ship. The flag that was hoisted was the sign of the Buggy pirate ship. I saw that Buggy with a bounty of 15 million Baileys. He's floating in the sky on the pirate ship. Captain, what should we do? What to do? Listening to the lookout's report, Oda Ichiro was really desperate at this time. That's the big pirate Buggy on East Blue. With the defensive weapons on their ships, it is impossible to beat each other. And the only possibility. Thinking of this, Ichiro Oda subconsciously looked at Xian Yu and Kuina, who were sitting on the top floor playing the piano at some point. But then I thought about it and thought it was impossible. It's all these bloody bastards. They just gossip in the back. A bunch of idiots who don't even know observation haki. This time, Oda Ichiro cursed out angrily. The destination of this trip was Orange Town, and along the way, I actually encountered 2 groups of pirates in the last 2 days left. How bad is this luck? Originally, after Kuina solved the pirate attack yesterday, Ichiro Oda thought that the crisis was over, so when the group of people were talking about Xian Yu and Kuina, they did not organize. After all, this group of people is almost equivalent to being they insulted Xian Yu and Kuina in their faces. In this case, Ichiro Oda didn't have the guts to participate in this matter. But since then, Ichiro Oda has known that Xian Yu and Kuina will not bless the ship. After all, Ichiro Oda was pleasantly surprised that Xian Yu and Kuina could not kill each other in this situation. How could he even ask for asylum? As for the so-called transaction at the beginning, Ichiro Oda didn't take it seriously at all. The 2 strong men want to get on the boat for a ride. Does he still have the ability or the courage to refuse? Not to mention, Xian Yu and Kuina unknowingly left the largest deck to the top floor at this time, which in itself is a statement on this incident. Thinking of the next ending, Oda Ichiro can only hope that the buggy pirates are not as fond of killing prey as the Iron Claw pirates before. As for the goods that may be lost, although it is a pity, in Oda Ichiro's view, as long as he and his crew can survive, all this is worth it. At this time, on the top floor of the cabin, the sound of the piano suddenly transitioned from the urgency of the dark clouds over the city to the soft and leisurely, just like an audience sitting alone under the stage watching the upcoming drama. At the same time, in the cabin, the tourists who had been fighting Xianyu and Kuina all the time also discovered the pirate group that was approaching fast. One by one was also a little flustered. It's really unfortunate that I actually encountered another wave of pirates. This time, it seems to be a pirate group led by a big pirate called Buggy. Buggy? That big pirate with a bounty of 15 million Baileys? Oh my god! However, at this moment, no one suddenly shouted. What are you worried about? Our ship has a big pirate with a bounty of 80 million Baileys. It's much more powerful than Buggy's 15 million Baileys. Yet, it seems to be some great swordsman. Indeed, Buggy can't possibly be her match. However, the self-confidence of these people was quickly lost in a shell that fell directly outside the cabin. Boom! 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 It wasn't until this moment that they remembered the horror of pirates. Help! I don't want to die yet. Where are you guys? What about the female swordsman named Kuina? Why don't you protect us? Damn it! In the sound of gunfire, shouting, and crying, a leisurely piano sound floated briskly into the blue sky and flew to a farther place. Asterisk. 043 Xianyu's attitude seeking flowers, tickets, and collections 1-5. 10 minutes later, the buggy pirates had directly blocked the direction of the merchant ship's escape. Ha ha ha. Little ones, let Uncle Buggy go up and bring all the treasures back. Buggy pulled out the saber from his waist, reached the merchant ship, and shouted loudly to the pirates on the ship. If the guys above don't have fun, let them see Uncle Buggy's buggy cannon. Superior. Ha ha ha. One of the pirates of the buggy pirates listened to their boss's words, pulled out their weapons one by one, and after the two ships took over, they charged directly towards the merchant ship with a roar. Ha ha ha. Grab. All the treasures are snatched up and dedicated to the great Captain Buggy. Big guy, hurry up and grab it. Get it clean. Captain Buggy taught me that if the pirates don't take the treasure, they will be punished by the sea. You. Yes. It's you, hand over all the treasures on your body. Bang. Hearing the sounds of robbery and cries below, Kuina's expression gradually became unbearable. Gritting his teeth, Kuina looked at Xianyu who was still playing the piano and nothing could affect her. Kuina finally said tentatively. Xianyu, the pirates below are rushing up, Captain, they may be in danger, or I'll go down. Saying that, Kuina secretly looked at Xianyu with a small face, as if she was worried that her own thoughts would be discovered. Xianyu's expression was still calm, and he didn't even open his eyes, but at this moment, he still said. If Kuina, you are worried about the safety of the captain and his crew, you can rest assured that the pirates below will not hurt them. Even the cargo on the ship, Mr. Captain, I can guarantee that it will not be lost in the end. Hearing Xianyu's words, Kuina bit her lip, but in the end said nothing. She knew that Xianyu knew what she meant, but Xianyu said it anyway. But Kuina also knows that the biggest reason why Xianyu chose to stand by is to vent his anger. Otherwise, with Xianyu's character in the past, he has always had to do what he promised. Like this time, Xianyu wouldn't have cared too much if the guys below hadn't insulted him. As Xianyu himself said, when an elephant is resting on the side of the road, if a few ants come and scream, have you ever seen an elephant's reaction in such a situation? And Xianyu has such an air. Even if it was just for the promise he made with the captain when he got on the boat, Xian Yu would save the guys below along with it. And now, on the deck below, Oda Ichiro and a group of crew members struggled to resist the pirates of the buggy pirates. It's just that compared to the pirates with hundreds of crew members, the resistance of more than 20 crew members seems so powerless. And the pirates of the buggy pirates also left a part of Oda Ichiro and his crew as if they were playing with their prey, and most of them went to snatch the cargo and treasure in the cabin. Looking at the situation in front of him, he heard the sounds of snatch, screams, and cries in the cabin behind him. Ichiro Oda also knew that this time was over. With a wave of his hand, he stopped the movements of the already exhausted crew members. Oda Ichiro looked at the pirates who surrounded him, a pirate riding a unicycle. Based on his experience, it can be seen at a glance that this person is the leader of the group in front of him, or at least he is a cadre-level existence in this group of pirates. With a sigh, Ichiro Oda looked at the pirates in front of him and asked, "Respected Mr. Pirates, this time we lost the treasures, goods, and even food on the ship. You can move them away, but I hope you Mr. Pirates can let me and my crew live." Saying that, Oda Ichiro directly knelt down and stroked the boat. "Captain! Captain, we can still fight! Captain!" All the crew members behind Oda Ichiro watched this scene and burst into tears. Their captain actually knelt down to the pirates for their lives. These old crew members all know the past of their captain Oda Ichiro, and also know that since the time their captain went to sea, they have made an oath. From now on, I, Ichiro Oda, will never kneel before anyone. No matter if it's the nobles of the kingdom or the nobles of the world. To this day, they still remember the scene when their captain made the oath in tears, but now, all the members had tears on their faces for a while, but their eyes were full of unwillingness. P.S. They are all a bunch of ruthless people. After begging for so long, you only got a reward of 100 points from the big guy at the beginning. Snort. Don't ask any more. I am the owner of someone who wants to save face. Asterisk. 44 shots. Riding a unicycle, Ka-Buggy, who was about to show off his acrobatic sword skills, was very upset when he saw Oda Ichiro, who surrendered directly. "Hey hey hey! You make me very uncomfortable," the prey surrenders directly, "which makes me a very poor hunter." Ka-Buggy said with a displeased face. The big knife in his hand was directly on the ground, supporting the balance of the unicycle. Hearing Ka-Buggy's words, Oda Ichiro lowered his head, shouting in humiliation with tears on his face, "Please, Mr. Pirate." However, seeing Ichiro Oda, who bowed his head to beg for mercy like this, and the unwilling and humiliated crew members behind him, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Ka-Buggy's face. "Although you begged us for mercy first, but as pirates, all we ask is to do whatever we want, and your surrender makes me a little uncomfortable. What should I do?" Saying that, Ka-Buggy seems to be thinking about this problem seriously. Suddenly, Ka-Buggy clapped his hands and seemed to have thought of a good solution, and said with joy, "Well, let's play a game. We have one person on our side, and one person on your side. Let the two fight. If your person wins, he will naturally survive. If he loses, if you die, don't blame others. The rest of the people, let's decide life and death like this." Saying that, Ka-Buggy didn't give Oda Ichiro and others time to reflect, and directly called out a big fat man from the stunt group of 4 around him. "The first game, you go." When the fat man heard Ka-Buggy's words, he took a knife and walked out with a grin on his face, looking at Ichiro Oda and the others with bloodthirsty eyes. Seeing that this was the case, Oda Ichiro also got up, picked up Itachi with a face of death, and walked out decisively. "Captain! Captain, let me go first." "Yeah, Captain. I'll go first." Oda Ichiro wiped away his tears, without kide. "Sorry brothers, I didn't expect to die here in the end. However, brothers, please forgive me for being selfish this time. I don't want to see you fall in front of me. After saying that, Oda Ichiro didn't care about anything, and charged directly towards the big fat pirate with a knife. Ah! Looking at Oda Ichiro, who rushed over aggressively, not only did he get stuck in buggy, but even the big fat pirate who was Oda Ichiro's opponent sneered. From their eyes, Ichiro Oda knew from the way he held the sword that he was an ordinary person who knew nothing. So, in the face of Oda Ichiro who was rushing over, the big fat pirate didn't even move, just watched Oda Ichiro rush past Ali with disdain. And at the moment when Oda Ichiro got close, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the big fat pirate, and the knife in his hand suddenly stabbed towards Oda Ichiro in a strange posture. Look at my stunt sword skill. Stab. Just when Oda Ichiro didn't reflect at all, the knife in the hands of the fat pirate was already straight on Oda Ichiro's chest. And just at this juncture, the big fat pirate suddenly heard a piano sound in his ears, and then the whole person seemed to be greatly injured, and he spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell straight down with his head up and his white eyes. This sudden scene not only stunned Buggy and the other pirates, but also Ichiro Oda and their crew. After all, this is too fantastical, isn't it? Originally, Oda Ichiro had already waited to die. But the next scene was actually the opponent vomiting blood to the end? So creepy. However, after being stunned for a moment, Oda Ichiro reacted. I couldn't help turning my head and looking down at the top deck of the cabin. At this moment, Oda Ichiro could even faintly hear the faint sound of the piano. Thank you. Thank you, Xianyu. On the top deck, Kuina was relieved after seeing the scene below. However, under the observation haki just now, he also sensed the miserable situation in the cabin, which made Kuina's eyebrows furrowed. At this moment, Kuina, who had sworn before that she would never help, really softened her heart again. Especially looking at a little girl in the cabin, her face was covered in blood and staring blankly at the scene of murder and looting in front of her, and even Kuina's heart trembled. This time, Kuina really couldn't watch this scene happen. Xianyu. This time, when Kuina looked serious and wanted to inform Xianyu, Xianyu did stop moving his fingers on the keys. Looking at Kuina with a calm expression, he took over the words and continued. This time, you decided to help them. Seeing Xianyu showing such a serious look to herself for the first time, Kuina's heart was also shaken, but when she thought of the miserable appearance she had seen just now, Kuina finally nodded. Mei Mu looked straight at Xianyu and said, That's right. I really can't watch the following things happen again. If you really just want to take revenge for me, that's enough, really enough. They are just ordinary people. I just can't ignore it. I'm going to save them. Asterisk. 045 Captain Buggy, I am so hard. If you really just want to take revenge for me, that's enough, really enough. They are just ordinary people. I just can't ignore it. I'm going to save them. Looking at the firmness in Kuina's eyes, Xianyu's serious eyes and ruby red eyes finally softened. A smile appeared on the originally plain but serious face, just like the warm appearance in the past. He chuckled lightly. Since Kuina wants to do it, let's do it. No matter what Kuina does, I will support you. Speaking of which, Xianyu seemed to think of something and reminded jokingly. Oh, by the way, the pirates below, just beat and wound, don't kill them all first. After all, I think their ships are pretty good, and they robbed them and used them as our sailing tools for the time being. Leave those pirates for us to work on the ship first. Hearing Xianyu's words, Kuina immediately jumped to Xianyu's side happily, kissed Xianyu's cheek fiercely, and then jumped back and fell towards the lower deck. Looking at Xianyu at the same time, he said happily. I knew you would definitely support me. As expected of Miss Ben's little white-faced follower, she has a lot of winks. He. Seeing that Kuina had disappeared from the top deck, Xianyu touched the spot where Kuina was attacked and shook his head with a smile. Then the eyes of Ruby Red became deep, looking at the piano in front of him, he muttered to himself. Kuina, although you helped the group of people below, will that group of people really appreciate your help? I hope that after this time, you can really grow up and truly know this sea. After all, Mr. Captain is right. This is AFG sick world. And Kuina, who jumped off the top deck, fell directly to the door of the cabin. With a cold look on his face, he glanced at his card buggy and the other pirates. Kuina nodded to Oda Ichiro, then took out the menage key in his hand and walked into the cabin. And it was the look just now that instantly made the chief of staff of the buggy pirates, Chuyuka, Buggy's body stiffened, and the hairs all over his body exploded. Because, Card Buggy also saw Kuina's reward order before. She is that great swordsman girl, the peerless sword girl Kuina. Damn! How is she on this ship? This time is really over. As the top 3 of the buggy pirates, who can compete for the number 2 position, naturally you cannot believe in Buggy like other pirates in the pirates. After all, Buggy knows how many pounds and how many pounds. Even behind Buggy's exciting declaration before, Buggy's ideas can be guessed by Buggy. It's just that neither Buggy nor Card Buggy thought that it took only 1 second to see someone's wanted notice announcing that they were going to kill them, and the next second they met the person directly. For a time, Ka Buggy could not help but cry a little. Captain Buggy, I'm so hard. You. Just as Buggy was crying in his heart, Oda Ichiro couldn't help kneeling directly on the boat again. However, unlike the helpless, humiliated and unwilling kneeling towards Ka Buggy just now, this time Ichiro Oda is completely willing to kneel. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for helping once again. Thank you for saving our lives once again. I'm so grateful. Brother Xianyu. Miss Kuina. At the end, Oda Ichiro's forehead slammed on the deck, making a huge knock. When all the other crew members saw this, they, like their captains, knelt down directly towards the cabin, and shouted in unison. Grateful. Bang! The group of pirates brought by Buggy and surrounded Oda Ichiro and his party. They don't dare to act rashly now. Just looking at Ichiro Oda and the group of people kneeling in the direction of the cabin, he was a little overwhelmed. Lord Buggy, what shall we do now? A pirate swallowed his saliva and stuttered to look at Ka Buggy. It's too scary, is there any wood? The girl just glanced at it, and she felt a monstrous sense of oppression. At that moment, this little pirate felt like he was going to die in the next second. Is this still a person? And the other little pirates are the same as the one who just spoke. This time, they have truly seen what is the powerhouse on the sea. Watching everyone turn their attention to him, Ka Buggy tried hard to hold his slightly trembling legs for this, glanced at Oda Ichiro and his group, who had ignored his group of pirates at this time, gritted his teeth, and faced the one next to him. The younger brother said, Go, let Boss Buggy come up or we're in real danger today. Asterisk. 046 The pirate who gradually changed his mind. Ask for flowers, tickets, and collections. Go, let Boss Buggy come up, or we'll be in real danger today. Card Buggy originally wanted the younger brothers to call Buggy over. After all, in his eyes, he had long discovered that Buggy had a close relationship with the red-haired Shanks, one of the New World 4 emperors. Otherwise, with their boss Buggy's soft-hearted personality, how dare he yell at Shanks? And most importantly, Shanks doesn't even care. If it is said that the two are not related, Ka Buggy thinks, even if he kills Machi, he will not believe it. This time, I can only hope that this unparalleled sword girl can let us go because of the strong relationship between the captain and the red hair. However, what Ka Buggy didn't notice was that when the younger brothers around him heard him mention Buggy, everyone's eyes lit up. Yet, we also have Lord Buggy. Boss Buggy is a man who dares to get angry with the red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors. It's not easy to deal with that little girl just now. Humph. She won't be arrogant for long. Yet. Let's go and call Boss Buggy over here. Card Buggy looked at this group of young brothers who were suddenly excited and screamed like a cockfight. He only felt that his feet were soft and he almost fell to the ground. This group of pit bulls. Is this God? Looking for death is not such a way. You bastards. Why don't you call Boss Buggy over here? What the hell are you calling? However, Ka Buggy's remarks fell into the ears of a kind of younger brother who was already thinking, and automatically understood it as another meaning. Looks like Mr. Buggy is already upset about that chick. I want to take revenge on the boss of Buggy, Zhao Kualao. Don't talk about Mr. Buggy, just like that little girl just now. Lao Zi is angry when she thinks about it. Wait for the boss of Buggy to come over, I must rush over to kill her first. Yes. It is. Even a few little pirates directly raised their knives and shouted harsh words into the cabin. The little girl inside, wait for the uncles, our boss will kill you when we come. Looking at this group of melon skin boys, Ka Buggy's face turned white with fright this time. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Ka Buggy. Hey! It seems that there is still a lot of resistance to our Buggy pirates. Don't she know, the Buggy pirates, but I, the great Buggy Lord, are covered. Who dare to resist our Buggy pirates and stand up for Mr. Buggy? This uncle will let you taste the power of the Buggy cannon. Wow, ha 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 ha. Ka Buggy hasn't turned around yet. Buggy's upper body is already wearing a pirate captain's coat, wearing a pirate captain's exclusive hat, and holding two big knives in his hand flew directly from the top of Ka Buggy's head. A group of pirates looked at Buggy's high-profile appearance and Haki's words, and they admired them to the extreme. Ah! It's Boss Buggy's chop fruit ability. That's right. Boss Buggy is a broken man who ate chop fruit, and he's not afraid of that little girl with a sword. Boss Buggy is mighty. Boss Buggy, a little girl with a sword just ignored us and threatened us in the end. You must vent your anger for us. Yes, Boss Buggy, that chick is in the cabin now. You must avenge us. Buggy watched the younger brothers excited and complained to himself. And immediately shouted. Okay. Lord Buggy got it. How dare you bully the crew of the great Captain Buggy? Look at me not. When Buggy was about to say harsh words, Ka Buggy suddenly jumped up and covered Buggy's big mouth with both hands from behind. I really don't dare to let Buggy go on. Boss. Stop talking. If you go on, our group will really die here. Card Buggy's face was full of cold sweat, frightened by Buggy's words, and his face was bloodless. Buggy, who was still a little unhappy at first, heard Ka Buggy's words, especially when he heard Ka Buggy's trembling tone. Buggy was also a coward. Buggy, who was still floating in the air, couldn't help but turn his back to the little brothers below, and brought the Card Buggy behind him, and asked in a low voice. Hey, Ka Buggy, what's wrong? Is there any danger on this ship? When he was talking, Buggy's eyes started to drift towards his pirate ship. Something was wrong, and Mr. Buggy was about to run away. Card Buggy also saw Buggy's idea, but still wiped the cold sweat, and generally poured cold water on Buggy. Boss, even if you get on the boat first, we may not be able to adjust it. The person sitting on this boat is the peerless sword girl Kuina, who we just discussed to crusade. Asterisk. 047 The frightened Buggy begs for flowers, asks for tickets, asks for collections. The person sitting on this boat is the peerless sword girl Kuina, who we just discussed to crusade. Wu Shuang Jianji. Kuina. Buggy calmly repeated the keywords in Ka Buggy's words, and after speaking, he confirmed the final information to Ka Buggy, raised his eyebrows and said lightly. Is that the big swordsman girl? Card Buggy watched as Buggy was still so calm after knowing the news, and he couldn't help feeling a little shaken about his previous guess. Is it possible that the boss of Buggy is really hidden? Otherwise, how can it be so indifferent? Thoughts flickered in his heart, but in reality, Ka Buggy was also relieved, and only then did he recover a little bit of confidence. At the same time, he nodded to Buggy, affirming Buggy's previous question. Just when Buggy was about to confirm whether Buggy is the real hidden boss, I suddenly saw it. Under Buggy's big red nose, he was actually scared out of his nose. "Ka Buggy, I'm leaving, the mountains and rivers meet, let's see you in the future." The cold sweat on Buggy's face flowed straight out as if he didn't want money after getting the confirmation of the card Buggy. At the same time, as soon as he dropped the card, Buggy was about to run away. What are you kidding? It was just bragging in the past, but this time I actually met the real master directly. Go up and challenge the great swordsman? Do you think life is too moist? When I thought of the appearance of Pluton Rayleigh, the vice-captain who was also a great swordsman who I had seen on the Roger ship, the appearance of Pluton Rayleigh's sword splitting the sea, Buggy's flying body was almost disintegrated in an instant. However, just when Buggy was about to run, Ka Buggy jumped up and grabbed Buggy. "Boss! You can't just leave like this. If you don't say that you just leave us like this, even if you run to the boat now, how many meters can you run? People came with a sword energy, and the whole ship was chopped down for you." The dragged Buggy heard Ka Buggy's words, and while shaking the clothes being dragged by Ka Buggy, he shouted at Ka Buggy. "BD! What can I do if I don't run? Wait a while, that female swordsman comes out and slashes Mr. Buggy with a knife." When he was talking, the tears in the corner of Buggy's eyes came out anxiously. However, just as Buggy's voice fell, a gentle boy's voice suddenly appeared in the ears of the two of them. "Actually, I think what Ka Buggy said makes sense. You should listen to the red nose." "Damn it," Lao Zi called Buggy. "Clown Buggy. Not a red nose. What that BD said just now, stand up for me." Buggy, who was originally scared to run away, was completely angry when he heard that someone called him a red nose. Even the original plan to run away was put aside, and he turned his head and glanced around fiercely, trying to find the BD who called him the red nose. Red nose, but Buggy's taboo. Even this time, Buggy threw off his own card, Buggy, and floated directly to the deck. He looked fiercely at the little pirates who had doubts that the crew was suitable for him at this time, and said loudly, "Damn BD, get out for Uncle Buggy. Uncle Buggy wants you to know the power of this Uncle's Buggy Cannonball." "Hey! Did you notice what that BD said just now?" The little brothers all shook their heads. Knowing the taboos of their boss, how could they be asking for trouble at this time? Seeing the boys shaking their heads, Buggy turned around and swept towards the other group of people on the deck with a fierce look. His eyes just saw that not far from him, a young man with long blue hair was looking at him with a smile. "This guy seems a little familiar." Buggy thought so in his heart, but in reality he pointed the big knife in his hand directly at the blue-haired boy, and asked viciously, "Hey! Boy! That's you! Did you hear who was yelling red nose? Knowledge? I don't know. Waste your ears." When he was about to get angry and curse, Buggy was also stunned, and suddenly reacted. The upper body floated directly in front of the young man, looking at the young man with a fierce look, saying, "Boy! You just said, you know." The young man nodded very sincerely and continued, "I know, because that's what I said just now." "Okay." When Buggy heard the words, his eyes widened immediately, and he looked at the boy in disbelief. Is this kid a fool? When the thought just came up in Buggy's mind, he saw the young man in front of him still gently explained, "I'm not stupid." Hearing the boy's words, Buggy subconsciously retorted, "You're not a fool, how can you be direct?" Suddenly feeling that something was wrong there, Buggy stopped and said nothing, frowned and thought. The next moment. Scare. Asterisk. 048 Buggy cried stupidly by the crew. Card Buggy's dark cool. Scare. Buggy stepped back again and again in an instant, until he pushed it to the railing behind him, and then stopped when there was no way to go back, his legs trembled slightly. Looking at Xian Yu, Buggy shouted in horror and asked, "You? Are you a human or a ghost? How do you know what's on my mind?" Seeing Buggy's terrified appearance, Xian Yu's expression didn't change at all. He still had the same smiling appearance. Wen Sheng explained, "Yes, I'm a ghost." Hey. Ghost. Buggy was instantly frightened to the point of being paralyzed. Can't get up this time. Looking at the frightened Buggy, Xian Yu was a little speechless. At this moment, a voice came from behind Xian Yu. "Brother Xian Yu." Xian Yu turned around, looked at Oda Ichiro and others with excited and grateful eyes, and nodded with a chuckle. "Okay. Don't worry, you are all right. Brother Xian Yu." Xian Yu. Buggy, who was hiding and shivering with his subordinates, heard Oda Ichiro calling Xian Yu's name. His eyes were a little puzzled. "Hey? Xian Yu? I feel like I've heard this name somewhere. Where?" The next second, Buggy directly floated up, pointing at Xian Yu's back and shouting, "I see. You're not a ghost at all. You kid is the newcomer on Marine's bounty order today. The little white face next to that peerless sword girl Kuina." Speaking of this, Buggy feels like he is about to explode. "I was actually frightened by such a shame of a man just now. The more I think about it, the more angry it gets. Buggy now just wants to give this guy a knife." But when he thought that Kuina, the big swordsman behind this little white face, was also on this boat, he could only endure it with humiliation. Perhaps the current Buggy also wants to understand, knowing that he really can't escape the slash of the great swordsman, so he has given up the plan to escape. However, even at this moment, Buggy is still very puzzled that Xian Yu could hear his own voice just now. How can it be repaired? "Hey! Little white face! What's the matter with the ability that you heard Mr. Buggy's inner thoughts? Is it also the ability of devil fruit?" "Oh no!" Xian Yu heard Buggy's question, turned around just like when he first appeared, and smiled. "As a crew member on One Piece Roger's ship, you should know one of your captain's abilities. Only by developing the ultimate of seeing and hearing can you gain the ability to listen to the voice of all things. Unfortunately, I just happen to be able to do this, and I will continue to develop it, and now I can hear the voice of everything." Hearing Xian Yu's words, Buggy was really shocked this time. Isn't he just a little white face? How does he know about my past? No. It's not just my past. He actually knows exactly what the captain used to be. And he actually not only cultivated the same ability as the captain, but also further developed this ability. Doesn't that mean this little white face? No. This guy named Xian Yu, on observation haki, has surpassed Captain Roger. How can this be? Buggy looked at the smiling Xian Yu and was shocked and couldn't say anything. At this moment, Buggy came to his senses. This one in front of me is a real boss. That group of damn Marines. They are so blind. This kind of character who can surpass Captain Roger just by showing observation haki. Even if it is placed in the new world where monsters are rampant, it is at least a giant crocodile guy. Why is he named the little white face next to Wushuan Jianji? Why is there only a bounty of 100 Bailey? Buggy scolded Marine who made Xian Yu's bounty for a while. However, what Buggy didn't notice was that his younger brothers were all looking at him with green eyes at this moment. One by one can't wait to pounce on them. Wow, Captain Buggy, you are actually one of Roger's crew. Ha ha ha. The boss is indeed the most powerful existence. Woohoo. It's so touching, I can actually get in touch with the crew of the legendary One Piece. Boss, I will follow in the future. Even if I go to the Mountain of Knives. Hey. Boy. Knowing that my boss is on One Piece's ship, how dare you? That's right. I advise you to surrender, maybe our boss will allow you to join our great Buggy boss and swing down. When Buggy was praised by his subordinates, he was still fluttering, but after hearing it, Cold sweat broke down on Buggy's head. Bang! 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 Without saying a word, Buggy got up quickly and gave this group of ignorant younger brothers a fist. Idiots! Shut up! At this moment, Buggy is about to cry. Let this big guy throw himself in? Join yourself? Can't find death. These bastards! Is there such a trick to your own captain? The card Buggy on the side looked at Buggy's face at this time, and at the same time, he was still a little gloomy. If it weren't for the fact that you are always fooling me, boss, could they become like this? Finally eat the bad fruit. P.S. We will be on the shelves in 4 or 5 days. Flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, and collections are all a bit pitiful. Big guys, come on. Asterisk. 049 The Buggy Pirates seeking flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, collections. Hey, Buggy. After hearing Xian Yu's voice coming from himself, Buggy, who was mercilessly cleaning up his group of blind brothers, turned around instantly. Looking at Xian Yu vigilantly, Buggy stammered and said, "You, what are you going to do? I can tell you, don't mess around. Since you know my identity, then you should also know that the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, is my brother. If you dare to touch me, Shanks will not let you go." Of course, there is another reason why Buggy dares to speak so hard-heartedly up to now, and that is his devil fruit ability. Buggy noticed the tachi hanging on Xian Yu's waist, and Xian Yu's companion Kuina was a great swordsman, so Buggy inferred to a conclusion. Xian Yu, who should also be a swordsman, plus the superb observation haki. So Buggy's final conclusion is that Xian Yu is also a great swordsman. Although this conclusion is somewhat bizarre, for Buggy, this is the best result. Because, Buggy is a split person who ate chop fruit, and he is not afraid of the swordsman. Even if the opponent is a great swordsman, he can't hurt himself in the slightest. This is the basis of Buggy. Humph! Just a big swordsman. As Buggy was thinking about it, he saw the smile on Xian Yu's face on the opposite side gradually become a little playful. CK. Buggy suddenly had a bad feeling. And the next moment, this hunch became a reality. Buggy, I don't know if your chop fruit can block the cold dome on my waist, but... Having said that, Buggy saw Xian Yu suddenly take a step forward. Immediately afterwards, a visible cold air erupted from Xian Yu's feet, and in an instant, it swept over his group. Ruined. Buggy was a little shocked, and after shouting in disbelief mixed with despair, his eyes closed tightly subconsciously. Damn it! This is the ability of frozen fruit? This guy is actually a fruit ability. However, isn't frozen fruit the fruit of the Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji? Why does this guy have one too? Damn it! Uncle Buggy is not afraid of swordsmen, but I am most afraid of this ability to control my body. For a time, Buggy cried out in despair. However, after more than 10 seconds passed, Buggy suddenly realized that something was wrong. Trying to open his eyes, he saw Xian Yu on the opposite side, who had resumed his gentle smile at the beginning. Am I not frozen? Buggy rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then turned his head to look at Buggy and the younger brothers with some uncertainty. When he wanted to confirm, he just watched the scene behind him. Suddenly, Buggy's jaw fell to the ground in an instant. This is... The younger brothers around Buggy are also like Buggy at the moment, looking at the whole sea frozen in front of them, they can't close their mouths in shock for a moment. Goodoo! No one started to swallow the saliva first, and then everyone seemed to be infected, and they all swallowed their saliva. Xian Yu could even hear Oda Ichiro and the crowd behind him. To the shock of the crowd, Xian Yu did appear to be calm and unconcerned. Just a little trick, should be able to get the eyes of Captain Buggy, right? This is not Xian Yu's pretended modesty or something, but in Xian Yu's methods, this frozen sea was almost just a casual blow. Card. Crack. Card. Hearing Xian Yu's words, the whole group of buggy pirates turned around like a robot, and the expressions on their faces were a little stiff. At this moment, even the stupid younger brother began to doubt, could their boss Buggy really beat this man? The younger brothers looked at each other with their backs on their backs, and immediately saw a trace of clarity in each other's eyes. Immediately afterwards, everyone took a step forward, slammed down to the ground, and shouted at Xian Yu. "Boss, accept us!" Buggy was stunned by this scene. My little brother is trying to steal his limelight. Thinking like this, Buggy didn't say a word. He turned around and kicked the little brothers over. Then he came to Xian Yu with a smile on his face, and said with a smile, "Your Excellency said, you are so powerful, how can little Hida let you call me captain? Don't dare! Don't dare! I'll be your little brother from now on. What you say is what you say. Even if it's not, the little ones will make it yes. Hey, my lord, asterisk. 050 This guy is definitely a ghost." Xian Yu was really speechless at this time. He never thought that Buggy, the crew member of the dignified one-piece Roger ship, could be so shameless. Gently glanced at the smiling Buggy, Xian Yu chuckled. "Since Captain Buggy said so, then I will not refuse." Buggy was stunned for a moment, and his face was stunned for 3 consecutive times. What did I say? Or what did I promise? Why don't I know it myself? However, Xian Yu ignored Buggy's thoughts and continued. "It just so happens that Mr. Oda Ichiro's ship arrives at Orange Town tomorrow, which is the end point. Originally, I planned to grab a pirate ship above Orange Town to take Kuina and me on our next voyage. However, I actually met Captain Buggy and you today, so that's just right." Saying that, the smile on Xian Yu's face became more cordial. But in Buggy's eyes, it looks like a ghost. Only to hear Xian Yu continue. "So, Captain Buggy, now I announce that your buggy pirates were robbed by me today. From today, all of you are my captives. You may have to follow us until we find a new unlucky guy to take your class." Having said that, Xian Yu's ruby red eyes narrowed with a smile, and said with a smile, "Didn't Captain Buggy say, I'll be your little brother from now on? What you say is what you say. Even if it's not, the little ones will make it a yes? Now I just fulfill your wishes. Surprise! Yo! Yo you big BD!" Buggy's face turned green at this time. Especially looking at Xian Yu, whose smile became more gentle at this time, he shuddered for no reason. "I am so surprised. This guy is definitely a devil." When Buggy was so sullen in his heart, he saw Xian Yu's ruby red eyes looking at him playfully. Suddenly Buggy was scared into a cold sweat. Only then did he remember that this ruthless man in front of him might be able to hear people's hearts. Cough. "Boss, you are right. I am so pleasantly surprised. Thank you boss for fulfilling my wish. Haha. Some people cry when they laugh and laugh." Seeing such a miserable appearance of their boss, all the pirates of the buggy pirates also have a heart at this time. However, at this moment, a behemoth flew out of the cabin and smashed hard in front of Buggy and the others. Woohoo! Hearing this familiar sound, Buggy and the others hurriedly looked at the big guy, and sure enough, they saw a big lion with a big head. "It's that big lion of the buggy pirates, niche." It's just that Buggy and others saw that not only were their heads covered with bags, but even the hairs on their bodies were called black cars, and whether there were strands of electricity flashing on their bodies, every time Niche's body was unconscious. Twitching between. Perhaps seeing Buggy and others, the big lion's big eyes that were red and swollen into walnuts seemed to see a savior, and the tears flowed out like a waterfall. It makes me sad to see it. However, the next moment, the big lion Niche seemed to be pulled into the wound, and instantly fainted in pain. Hey! The pirates present watched this scene, and intuitively a cold air rose from behind. One by one, they stayed in place. Damn, it's too miserable, isn't it? Before everyone could react, another shadow fell from the sky. Bang! Crack! Mo! Machi! Buggy's group looked even more miserable than Niji. Not only did they smash the deck of the ship, but Machi's face was blue and purple. And his head was almost the same size as Niji's. This time, he really lost his voice. However, when I saw that Mochi just passed out just like Li Chi, I was slightly relieved, and I was also secretly grateful to this Mochi in my heart. Makai, fortunately, you are rushing to search for hidden treasures today, otherwise it may be me who is lying here now. Machi, you are indeed my good brother. Buggy looked at Machi who passed out with emotion, and thanked him in his heart. Others, at this time, secretly thought of their good luck. The big guy they met did not want the Wushuanjianji who had just entered, it was too cruel. Xian Yu also saw these two guys who were beaten out of the cabin, but at this time, Xian Yu didn't have a smile on his face. Turning around, Xian Yu's sapphire red eyes looked towards the door of the cabin, with a hint of distress and worry in his eyes, and muttered. Kuina, I hope that after this time, you can truly understand the world, and at the same time, you can also find your own kendo. Great swordsman? Beyond the level of great swordsman. The real swordsmanship is only the way in your heart, the way that leads to infinity. These are just halfway scenery. P.S. Why are there no flowers and evaluation tickets today? Asterisk.